fuck it, we ball becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter, effectively transforms the former into, fuck it, we live. And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Oh, holy shit. They just fucking ripped her clothes off.
Fuck it, we'll do both. I'll use my tongue.
I have no idea what's going on. Oh, yes. Yes, brilliant. It's just like a child. All you need to do is beat it hard enough, and it'll work.
Oh, yes, Daddy.
No, not that. No, that was the wrong one. I know, Fandral. That's the fucking point. What the fuck? Oh, that was. No, fuck you. No. Woman, don't hurt her. Are we back? Wait, shit. Did I? Son, I don't care about artificial insemination. I impregnate all my employees naturally. This is a place to be racist towards Asura, goddammit. That's better. Anyway, I'd pick suicide. Only they spent more time thinking about diversity, then the game wouldn't have bugs like this. Should've mentioned your name when the Jeff Bezos is deep up inside my asshole collecting his $2.50 from me. What the fuck's this red stuff? Why didn't he explode into light and wave goodbye? I can't do shit, I'm stuck. He can't. I'm pressing everything. I can't do anything. He's fucked. Take this out of context. What you're telling me is that these fucking riggers are a problem in our society.
Community has had over the course of these last several years
of being insane.
And be polite. Give them the
Get a 24-inch cock around.
Retarded's coming back into fashion. I tried to say it without laughing. Oh shit!
Really fucking shitty to me.
Oh Jesus, fuck.
Only the real connoisseurs will understand this one.
Fuck them kids.
How wide my fucking legs are on this thing. I've ridden a before, it wasn't this wide.
His sister drank his ball water.
By that same standard, Sawman, you're 100% responsible for murdering ESO. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. That's right. It's time. It's finally time. It's finally time for the fucking prep stream. For Pass the Fire so I can start playing the shit out of that game next week. Oh, sorry. I just dropped something I was going to electrocute my dog with on the floor. My bad. Man, people have been losing their fucking minds on social media over that shit. You know, it's astounding to me how the human race works, right? Also, thanks for the sub, Plag. I appreciate it. Why is YouTube vertical? Okay, so if you go to my channel, Sasha, you can switch over to the desktop version. I'm still trying to figure out a way so that it redirects people directly to the desktop version if they're on desktop. So that's going to take some time getting that right, because fucking mobile integration is such a bitch. Oh my god, trying to get like a stream going that's both like for desktop and mobile at the same time is such a goddamn bitch, and it's so taxing on your system. My god. Now then, today's stream is specifically focused on Path of Fire. What I have been told, unequivocally, hands down, by millions and millions of Guild Wars 2 players, that's a lie, no one talks to me, by 2 Guild Wars 2 players, is that Path of Fire makes Heart of Thorns look like dog shit. That everyone despised Heart of Thorns after they played Path of Fire. That's not true. That's not true at all. I'm lying to you. What I've heard is that Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire is like the great debate between the best expansions that Guild Wars 2 has ever released. That's what I've heard. Now, before we start, I think I want to lay out my reasoning here. That's unethical. Heart of Thorns is fucking god tier. So, this is the thing. I've heard that it's a great debate between Path of Fire and Heart of Thorns. That people like different aspects of both of them. And I've been trying desperately to learn nothing about Path of Fire so far. I want to go into this completely blind. Aside from today's prep stream. I want to experience these systems myself. I want it to take me to dinner. Light some candles, put on some Barry Manilow, and I want it to fuck me good. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. Now, a quick rundown of Heart of Thorns and what I thought of it before we continue. Heart of Thorns was exceptional. But I can't help but continually get the feeling, looking at Heart of Thorns, that it was a masterpiece that was never completed. I get the feeling that, like, someone in that office was a manager being like, fuck you, we're releasing Heart of Thorns. And everyone working on it who cared about it was like, but I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. It can be better. It can be better. And some manager was like, fuck you, 80% done and released is better than 100% perfect and never given to the people. Release that shit. And maybe I get that feeling purely because I'm coming into Guild Wars 2 at a time when there are multiple expansions released. Whereas when Heart of Thorns was just released, it was released as an expansion, and that was basically the pieces of content that people were running through for like a year or something before the next expansion. That's what people were focusing on. So I get, maybe I'm completely wrong about that. What do you feel like was missing? So what I feel like was missing in Heart of Thorns was they had these wide open maps with a lot to explore, a lot to look at, a lot of verticality, a lot of ups and downs. But I feel like the main story questline, like the through line that a player would go through from beginning to end of Heart of Thorns, I get the feeling that there was supposed to be like extra pieces of story components that were put into the story that they decided to cut out because they just couldn't get it right, or they couldn't get it to the quality level that they thought was acceptable that matched with the rest of the story. It felt rushed. Not rushed in a bad way, but like they removed components. And maybe I feel that way because I'm looking at the Living World seasons wrong. Maybe I'm looking at it like I see the Living World seasons as like a build-up towards the expansion, whereas the Living World seasons have had like huge sweeping pieces of content in them that like change parts of the story and like tell you how the story, like the world works. And Heart of Thorns, like, main through line feels like it could have been a Living World season. Aside from the fact there's a new map, and aside from the meta events, and aside from, obviously, the raids, and aside from, obviously, all the exploration and all of that shit, right? I'm just focusing on the main through line of the story. Also, what's up, Benji? Hold on. Someone told me that WoW Classic was getting a console launch. That feels like prime ganking. Oh, Jesus. Oh, those bitches are gonna die. They have no idea of the spite of PC players playing WoW Classic. I agree the story wasn't as long or as deep as I suppose, but exploration was peak. No, the exploration was amazing. One of the best, but also most frustrating parts of Heart of Thorns is all the verticality on the maps, right? It is incredibly infuriating to be on the wrong level, trying to figure out how to jump up to the next level and figure it out. But once you've figured it out, once you've figured that shit out, you're all good to go. Oh, it looks like we got a duel going here. Looks like Benji's waiting for someone to fuck up. Who do we have here? Hold on, I don't have the right overlay here open for me to see. Okay. Oh, it's Dalgrox. Oh, and Dalgrox level 5. Oh shit, he's been doing the raids in the Tangier dungeons. Shit. Damn, look at you naked little bitches. Let's just give Dalgrox some nipples. Oh shit, level 1 Benji is fucking you up, dude. Oh, never mind. Never mind, he's catching up. Well, while that's going on, let's go through. So here's the hard part about Heart of Thorns, right? There's a lot I like about Heart of Thorns. There is so much I like that it's hard to put it into a bullet point list. A much shorter list would be the things that I disliked about Heart of Thorns. The things I disliked about Heart of Thorns was I feel like they sacrificed map expansiveness for verticality. So the map is not actually as big as you think it is, but it's also at the same time bigger than you originally think it is. Because if you hit M on your keyboard, it looks like a relatively small area. But it's a relatively small area with 4 layers in most places. Which is that's a really unique design choice by the devs. I think that they thought that out and they were like, let's try something completely different. And they did a great job of that. There's the dungeon, right? That's what I was waiting for. There's the next dungeon, right? So, Heart of Thorns is probably the single best piece of content I've experienced in Guild Wars 2 as a complete piece so far. The Living World seasons are good, but the Living World seasons are up and down. Chapter 5, Living World Season 3, fantastic. Chapter 6, what the fuck was going on? What the hell happened? Parts of Living World Season 1, I barely remember. And then other parts of Living World Season 1, I'm like, I can't believe they gave us the plant cum dumpster and killed her. Hey, what's up, Fandral? How you doing? How was your stream? How you doing? For anyone just joining us, this is the prep stream. Next week, I'm starting Path of Fire. I was going to say Path of Thorns. Path of Fire for the very first time. And the only information I'm looking into is what we're seeing right now. That's all of it. I have actively avoided learning anything about Path of Fire. Now here for dinner entertainment. I'm looking to hear why Brahim sucks. Okay, well, we're getting there. Right, so. The parts of Heart of Thorns that were bad, it didn't feel complete. It felt so fucking good that I kept on wanting more of it, right? I kept on wanting more components to the main through-line story. But at the same time, I can't be mad at getting something short and sweet, rather than something that's long and drawn out and miserable and drags your attention away from the story and you can't remember what the fuck's going on, and it makes it like you just don't care. You get halfway through the story and you don't care. But I wanted more. There should have been more. Second part of Heart of Thorns that was fucking miserable was the existence of Timey. What the fuck are we doing dragging around the plot-armored leukemia patient child walking around in a fish tank with legs. That kid needs to be in an orphanage. Or better yet, a blender. Why are we dragging around a kid to fight like literal dragon gods that fucking affect the world whenever we kill them? What the fuck is she doing there? No responsible person who's dealing with a fucking war is like, you know what we need on the front line right now? A 4-year-old. Like, I don't know what they were thinking with that. But she needs to fuck right off. She feels very marvelized. Her lines, her dialogue feel very cheap by comparison to the rest of the story. And I know you were expecting me to say that the second thing that I thought was terrible was Brahim, but it's not actually Brahim. Brahim, I have come to realize over time, is a bitch. First of all, fuck Brahim. However, as a character within the story itself, Brahim is exactly who he needs to be. Brahim is I personally believe he's intended to be hated. He sucks ass, he's a shitty character, but it feels like he's more intentionally shitty and petulant on purpose because he has no fucking idea what's going on. Now, would I have preferred that Brahim died to Mormoth rather than his hot mom? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. And that brings me to the fourth thing that is incredibly disappointing about Heart of Thorns. I cannot believe that the only canonically black dragon, Mormoth, and his dog penetrated air. And we didn't get to. What the fuck? Couldn't you have given me like a story dialogue choice to take his mom to Pound Town and then take pictures and send it to Brahim so that he kills himself? I feel like that would have been a way better story. Much better. Way better. But I can forgive Brahim for being what he is purely on the fact that I fucking hate him, but it feels intentional. He feels like a bumbling moron idiot who's trying his best, but it's like watching someone with brain damage try and draw a smiley face. You know it's gonna be a fuck up. You know it's not gonna be impressive. You know he's disappointing, but it feels like he's meant to be disappointing. He's meant to be like the contrast to the other characters. There you go. He's the retarded scapegoat. And it feels like he's intended to be the retarded scapegoat. Taimi, on the other hand, I don't feel like she's supposed to be in that story whatsoever. It's so out of place for every other character to be talking to Taimi, who keeps on stealing other people's research. Now on to the best parts of Heart of Thorns. And you know what the problem is? I cannot pick something. I cannot pick a single best feature in Heart of Thorns. The exploration's good. The fucking meta event was incredible. The magical, shiny, Tyrael people were fucking fantastic. The Mormoth as a villain was amazing. Oh, here's why. I just remembered. Here's why I think that I feel like components of the story were cut short. Was Faolain feels like she was going to be built up to be a bigger villain than she actually was, and then she was just cut short and turned into our dad's dog. But the exploration's good. The verticality on the maps is confusing and frustrating, but in the best kinds of way. The maps look unique and specialized to what you're doing. Unique things occur on the maps if you're not paying attention. The enemies are memorable because fuck those goddamn laser beam archers. But I will remember them. The fact that you get to go into your dad's mind as a Sylvari and discover that Mormoth's own self-image of himself in his head is as a walking testicle is fucking hilarious. The fact that your mom, the pale tree, she's like, oh, we're dealing with Mormoth, and she acts exactly the way a black woman who's been a single mother her entire life learns about when the father comes back into the situation. She's just like, out loud, and she then just faints and does nothing. She's worthless. The fact that Traherne dies. The fact that we had to put the PlayStation controller back together, that Traherne broke, because apparently sitting behind a desk and doing all management requires a legendary sword on your back that you use once and then fall over dead from using. Thank God he's gone. Kanak, fucking amazing. What a based fucking character. I love Kanak. He's so good. And I'm gonna point out a character who I think had fucking fantastic character development that probably everyone's forgotten about. I think you know who I'm talking about. It's my own personal favorite. The amazing racist herself, Marjorie. Marjorie was fantastic because all of her concerns, like she starts acting like a hyper racist, right? Which is really funny because she's such a fucking stereotype of Asian people. Oh, I've got a sword with a soul inside of it. Oh, and the sword has my sister inside of it. Oh. And it's a fucking katana. She's such a stereotype, but the fact that she's like such a racist towards you makes so much sense in the story, because if you're playing as a Sylvari, the fact that Mormoth is in the back of your head, whispering to you at all points in time, being like, "Hi, son. I'm back from getting milk from the store. Why don't you join my side, son? Why don't you join the winning side?" And he's just like whispering to you and like fucking up all the Sylvari because they were originally meant to belong to Mormoth. Mormoth is the socioeconomic factors. Mormoth is basically the dad that shows up back in your life 13 years later, right? And he's still wearing like underwear out in public and he's smoking a cigarette and he's asking you to go around the corner with him because he's going to teach you something about the real world. And what's really going to happen is he's just going to beat you up and like take all the money out your wallet, and then he's going to come back next week and he's going to be like, "Son, I fucked up." And then he's gonna try and do it again to you. That's what Mormoth feels like. And it's fucking great. It's so good. Your headcanon of Marjorie being racist hard carries, to be honest. She is racist. She straight up is like, we shouldn't be dealing with the Sylvari. The Sylvari are all a threat. I don't trust the commander anymore if he's a Sylvari. None of you can be trusted. All of you should fuck off somewhere else while we deal with Mormoth. And she's right. Because the Sylvari start hindering you towards the end of the story because a lot of them fall. But she's like secretly a character that went through a lot of personal development in that story. She showed a lot of character. She showed a lot of personality. And that's what matters. And people have probably completely forgotten about her. What other parts of the story were good? The frogs were great. I feel like the frogs should have been more involved in the story, if I'm being honest. The fact that we got the egg back from Kaith, who just validates everything Marjorie thinks about Sylvaris, because she literally steals the egg from you like it's an unchained bicycle at the public park and leaves and explains nothing. That just validates, like, damn. I'm sitting there like, holy shit. Marjorie might be right about us. The other character that I think went from being completely fucking cringe to actually feeling like more of a person, weirdly enough, is the commander himself. The voice lines are less cringe in comparison to the base game story. The things your character says, the dialogue lines, feel more like a logical, experienced person who's trying to deal with shit, at least from the perspective of a Sylvari. I haven't played through the commander and as other races, right? But they feel like a person who's trying to do their best, despite the world around them continually fucking them up. And I like that character development. Now, unfortunately, the one thing that does put a damper on this is I like it personally when you can give your commander a personality that actually shows up in the dialogue lines and shows up in the dialogue tree. I like that personal flavor, right? Like if back in Character Creator I chose someone who was just completely aggressive, I would want more aggressive dialogue lines than if I'd chosen someone who was more logical. But I can forgive that. I can forgive that. It's not that bad. It's just not the best. Always loved how the commander actually feels like the leader and acts accordingly. That's exactly it. They start making decisions like a leader. They start doing things. They start making choice, like they start saying things in game that you would expect from the person who's trying to hold everyone else's shit together. You mean charm, ferocity, and dignity? Yes. Yes, that's exactly it. I would want the ferocity character to have different dialogue lines in Heart of Thorns than the charm character, and to say things in a completely different way. Maybe towards the same outcome, but I would like that little bit of flavoring just to remind you that you made this choice, because the personality lines that you saw in the core story have just been completely fucking deep-sixed. They just assassinated the shit out of that, and they just dropped that idea and abandoned it where it stands. And it feels kind of weird to have those sunsetted choices still in the character creator when they make no sense in the expansion themselves. Also, I think I missed some alerts there. Hold on. Kenzuko, The Mad J Boba, and Demon Side X, thanks for the follow. Or Demon Side. I don't know if you say that X at the end. You did the XX thing. I'm sure you're an edgy boy. Right, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Didn't mean to miss those. What else can I say about Heart of Thorns that really sticks out as peak MMORPG design? I think the thing I can say is that it just feels like such a good advancement on the formula. It feels like they took everything that worked in the core story, abandoned everything that didn't, and then advanced it one step further. Right, I get that feeling. Damn, I really gotta turn down the volume on that Tangier shit. Hold on, let me see if I can quickly do that. Yeah, well, I'll do it later. Doesn't matter. So, what was the best part of Heart of Thorns before we continue forward? Of everything we went through in Heart of Thorns, I think the ending was better than the beginning. And that's what made it so good. I think the way the story ended felt like an escalation from the way the story began. The ending with Mormoth, the personal story parts, even if you don't end up doing the meta event and going and fighting Mormoth, it feels good. Did you finish Season 3? Yes. Now, let's look at the gameplay. Holy shit. The gameplay is so much fucking better than the core gameplay experience. Oh my god, it's not even close. Oh fuck, it's not even close. The fucking mastery systems, the specializations, the mechanics in game, the fact that it makes you do mastery in order to be able to use certain things like the mushrooms or the glider or whatever the fuck else, that feels so good. The mastery system feels like the way leveling should feel in the core gameplay experience, because leveling feels meaningless. It feels like it feels like a frozen fart in the fucking core gameplay. It doesn't, like, you level up and you're like, yay, I guess that's another level. Like, but when you get a mastery, it changes the way things function. It changes the way the maps function around you. It changes the way you look at the maps and you interact with things, right? It felt impactful every time you got a new mastery. And it felt way more like leveling should feel in an MMO than the base game leveling systems. Thanks for the follow, Rashino. I definitely said that wrong. Muckluk actually has some negative things to say about masteries. Look, I think there's probably going to be some negative stuff that comes down the pipeline, but I'm looking at this with the bright shining eyes of not a grizzled veteran right now, okay? I'm an American soldier who at the young age of 16 just got off the plane and shot a Vietnamese soldier in the face. And the slightest smile spread across his lips. I haven't been there for 7 months, trying not to suffocate on Agent Orange, okay? That's the way I'm looking at it. But the gameplay itself, like, I want to take back what I thought previously, right? Muckluk's opinion on this was that if you enjoyed the gameplay in Guild Wars 2, that Heart of Thorns was more Guild Wars 2. And what I thought, personally, and what I'd seen from others, was that the expansion and the Living World seasons were just better Guild Wars 2. And I want to change that opinion now. Because now that I've played it, I can definitely fucking say that it's not better Guild Wars 2. It's the way Guild Wars 2 should always feel. It's how the game should have felt when you started playing at level 1. That's how it should have intended to feel since the beginning. And the worst part about Heart of Thorns is it's lowered my opinion of the base game story even further than it was previously. The core gameplay experience feels meaningless by comparison. It feels like I'm reading a prologue in a book that I don't really care about, and then shit only got interesting in book 2. So where would I rate? What would I give? Like, if I was going to boil this down, what would I rate based on all the MMORPGs I've played throughout my life? All the expansions, primarily WoW and old school RuneScape. But if I was to put Heart of Thorns somewhere amongst the list of, like, all the memories I have, all the gameplay experiences, how good it felt playing certain games, I would put Heart of Thorns just below the experience I had back in the day when Wrath of the Lich King in World of Warcraft released. And the only reason I personally think that I put Wrath of the Lich King above that is probably nostalgia. It's personal. It's personal nostalgia. What's your account name in game? I want to send you a glider skin because I can't watch you glide with basic shit you have. Don't worry, Meltiva, I've already been sent a skin. Save your skins for yourself. Don't waste your money. I promise you, save your money for yourself. I did get a glider skin from someone. I already put it on. I'm already using it. It looks way fucking better than the paper bag that I was flying around with previously. Heart of Thorns is the way an MMORPG should feel. And what's so fucking confusing to me is, when was Heart of Thorns released? How many years old? Hold on. Let me look this up quick. When was Heart of Thorns released? 2015. How the fuck has it been a decade? And new MMORPGs cannot learn from some of the best experiences that other old MMORPGs have made. Why do they keep releasing piles of burning dog shit when someone already has the answer? Someone's already told them exactly how to do it. It's like watching Hollywood remake fantasy movies, right? Where it's like, the book's already been written. It's right there. Just make the book into movie format, you fucking idiot. And they're like, nah, I'm gonna put my own unique twist on it. And you're like, no, you don't need to do that. Please don't fucking do that. Oh, he did it and now it's dog shit. Fuck. God damn it. That's what it feels like whenever I see a new MMORPG released, when Heart of Thorns was that fucking good. When World of Warcraft, old school World of Warcraft, Vanilla, Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King, fucking even ESO back in the day, RuneScape and its crafting systems, all these old MMOs have the answer, and all they need to fucking do is copy paste it. That's all they need to do. And it would be okay. But they just refuse to do that. How many MMOs have gliding? Quite a few. Genshin Impact has it, World of Warcraft has it, Guild Wars 2 has it. This is a recent update to old school RuneScape that people don't know about, but the player base is so old that all of them are gliding into the grave. What else? Okay, then use that money. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it, Maltiva. Save the rest of your money for yourself. I do appreciate it. Thank you. You did just make my taxes for next year even harder, but thank you. Save your money. I promise the streams are free. So, Heart of Thorns, I would probably give it like a solid 8 out of 10 from a gaming experience. And from someone who is obsessed with fucking boomer games like MMORPGs like I am, I would probably give it like a 9 out of 10. There is so little it does wrong, and so much it does right, that I can't help but genuinely think it's that good. Not to derail you, please continue, but your hoodie looks so comfy. This shit is the most comfortable thing in the world, right? I've been sick recently, I've been like freezing, going through fevers and shit. This thing has been saving me. I'm also going to be wearing this until I actually, lose some fucking weight. You don't need to see my fat, juicy titties on stream. 9 out of 10 for Heart of Thorns, not counting the Living World stuff. Yes, not counting the Living World stuff. Living World is hard to put into a rating because so much of it is up and down, right? Thanks for the follow, Tintillating Spear. So, the problem, one of the biggest problems that I note with the Living World seasons is one chapter will be fucking amazing, and then the next chapter will be so unmemorable that you want to throw yourself off a fucking cliff. We just experienced that with Living World Season 3. parts of Living World Season 2 were fucking fantastic. So were parts of Living World Season 1. Now, am I sad that we didn't get to collect Scarlet's body off of the floor, drag her out of the exploding building, and keep her in a freezer where that we can pull her out and bust a nut inside of that vegetable every now and then before we put her back in the fresh drawer? Absolutely. But it was still good. What else can be said about the Living World seasons? The Living World seasons had a lot of ideas. It had a lot of ideas, and it's kind of like the Living World season had this problem, right? This is the only way I can think to describe it, right? Is you have a plot line that starts here. You have all these branching stories and ideas that are continuing, but you have the main story through line that leads to the expansion or to some further point or the next Living World season, right? So you got point 1, you got point 2. Now, some of these tie back into the story, they loop around, they link back in, and then some of them are just left loose-ended. Some of them are they're not even connected to the beginning. They just start and stop here, and you're like, what the fuck is that? None of it makes sense. Oh, I see you want to use that camera. Fine. Fine. There you go. So, the problem with the Living World seasons is it's so fucking up and down that it's like being around a schizophrenic woman on her period who refuses to take responsibility for her behavior. One minute she loves you, and the next minute she fucking hates you. That's the problem with it. So you can't put it in the same way, whereas Heart of Thorns felt way more consistent from beginning to end versus any of the Living World seasons. 6 fucking screens, absolutely. I'm gonna get another one if I can. So, now on to Path of Fire. There's one video I want to watch that relates to Guild Wars 2, but doesn't relate to Path of Fire. That I feel is really, really fucking important. Fine, you want to backseat game me? Fine. Fine. There's one video I wanted to watch, and I've been saving this one for a very long time. Because I have very specific reasons that I like Guild Wars 2 so much. And I'm very curious to see what his opinions are. So what we're going to do is we're going to be listening to his opinions. What? What's wrong? What, you don't like Star Wars? What, you guys don't like Star Wars? What's wrong with Star Wars? I'm gonna watch the Preach videos after the expansion, right? So, actually, there was something I did want to do, but we'll get to this at the... I don't know. Okay, you tell me, what would be better? I have not watched any of the Preach videos specifically because I don't want my opinion colored or changed or altered before I got through pieces of the story and made all the notes I wanted to. Now I've made all the notes I wanted to about Heart of Thorns. So, do you guys want to watch what Preach thought of Heart of Thorns before we continue? Because today's the prep stream. I'm up for all of it. What about the videos about season 1 and 2? Fuck it, we'll go through those as well. This will be the build-up. This will be the point. Before we get to it, I don't mind. I don't mind at all. Let's see. Ignore all this bullshit here. I've been thinking about using fucking drugs to not be as fat, but the problem is all the side effects seem fucking devastating, and I don't want to do that, which is, it's terrifying. So let's see. Let's see what he thought of Living World Season 1 and 2. And then we'll see what he thought. Oh, he's got a whole playlist.
He's gonna go.
Oh, look at this, man. Oh, I'm so fancy. Oh, wait, no, this is the live streams, isn't it? Yeah, this is the live streams. I don't want the live streams. I want his opinion. That's the Living World Season 1. Oh, here we go. Here's the playlist I was looking for. I had this up earlier.
Absolutely.
I feel comfortable doing this because I formulated my own opinions on this now. I'm turning that shit off so that we can focus after this. Otherwise, that shit's gonna happen. What the fuck happened to the cooldown? The cooldown's not working for some reason, and I'm not sure why. I'm very confused as to why it's not working. It's a Tangier problem, not a me problem. I know because I was testing it earlier and I put a cooldown and then it was just like, yo, fuck you. Cooldown's not working. So it's fine. I'll give you this one. I'll give you this one. We'll see what you fuckers get up to. Then we'll watch Preacher's video. How does that sound? I want to see his Living World Season 1 opinion. His Living World Season 2 opinion. There's another person I want to watch today. And then we're going into Path of Fire and all of the bullshit that they had going on. Let's find that. There we go. Let's see what you bullshit idiots are up to. Defeated a troll, defeated a goblin. Oh, you're just doing normal shit. You're just going through the HR department. Gets a new fetish. Getting destinied. Oh, God. Fuck the Thanksgiving turkey. Why is everyone fucking the Thanksgiving turkey? AP, thanks for the sub. Oh shit, that was a sub. I hope you're enjoying the view. You subbed at the perfectly wrong time to look at my balls and watch these people do bullshit in a fucking Tangier dungeon. Farted in an elevator. There it is. Some of you fuckers got some gear. Interesting. Man, I really gotta figure out a way to better moderate that thing. So, Preach, I've been accused of copying Preach and his opinions in my playthrough or my videos that I did of Guild Wars 2 talking about the original story, right? And I don't think that's weird because I think a lot of people are going to come to the same conclusions that I did when it comes to the core gameplay experience. That's completely unsurprising to me. I feel like it's very difficult to come to a different conclusion about how fucking disappointing Zaitan is. How the build-up for it actually gets you interested. And then they just fucking ruin it. By making the most disappointing press F to win fight. Holy shit, is it disappointing. Now, Preach himself also comes from WoW. So, he's also got that link with me. I also come from WoW. I've had the unfortunate displeasure of seeing some excerpts of cow animal sex. Oh, I didn't know you were reading Guild Wars 2 sex books. Oh, no, I know that book you're talking about. My wife was laughing at it. My wife was laughing at it because she went on Instagram and some of the very lonely 35-year-old women who can't maintain a relationship are like gushing about it online. And my wife was like cackling like a fucking witch about it. She thought it was the funniest shit ever. Now then, you got your Tangier dungeon. You got an extra one in there, you sneaky fucks. Let's see what Preach had to say about Guild Wars 2 Living World Seasons. Now, I'm assuming this is Living World Season 1, based on his description down here. I wonder if he did. Okay, he did Living World Season 2, then we'll do Heart of Thorns. We're marathoning this shit. I want to prep entirely for Path of Fire. Let's see what he thinks.
I asked Ian Hazakostas when I took the trip to Blizzard Entertainment why we don't have a living, breathing world. Well, Guild Wars 2 does, and it's not quite what I expected. Let's take a look.
I bet Ian Hazakostas' response to him for World of Warcraft was, but that's hard. I don't want to do that. You know why World of Warcraft doesn't have a living, breathing world? It's because once upon a time it actually did. They did that with events. That's what Encourage was. Back in the day, they had massive, like, world events that changed the way things worked in World of Warcraft, and they realized that the payoff wasn't worth it. It's much easier to build a cash shop or release an expansion and make a whole bunch more money instead of just getting the people who are playing Encourage to continue to sub on a monthly basis. It's just way fucking easier to milk more money out of people, not doing the difficult stuff and doing the easy shit. That's why.
When I checked my encounter journal, I saw these things called living worlds, and I couldn't help but realize that several of them were locked, inaccessible. I had to purchase them. Now remember, Guild Wars 2 is not a subscription-based game, so it makes sense that there's certain content that's monetized, and I took the assumption then that if this is not part of like the core game and its expansions, which I have, this is supplemental content. This is extras, like going out of your way to read some extra lore, things like that, a little bit of extra stuff. And I found out that Living World Season 1 was removed from the game for many, many years and was then brought back.
Oh, it was? They deleted Living World Season 1? Why? What the fuck would be the point? It was okay, but maybe it's because I'm looking at the revamped version and I never got the original version. Yeah, I kind of forgot that you told me. Living World on WoW will feel weird because of the subscription. You could miss shit because of being poor, while on Guild Wars 2 you miss shit for being stupid. So they could potentially... So think about it, Bestia, you're thinking in a false dichotomy here, right? You could have the living world behaviors in World of Warcraft, but what that would require is to make it into an event that occurs on a certain time period every single year, or at some point in time, so that people can continually experience it over time. But they won't do that. They won't do that because why the fuck would we do that when we can just milk people for the WoW token? Why would we do that when we can make an in-game cash shop mount and make an infinite amount of fucking money instead? That's why. Right? And reminding me of Living World Season 1 being removed and then re-added, you could do that with the Encourage raids. You could do that with the build-up to Hyjal. You could do that with the attunements you needed to get. You could make that relevant content. But there's no reason for them to do that because they already got your money.
Back by sort of popular demand, and they now included it in the version of the game that I had. But I wanted to get onto the expansions. I've got a character that's missing talent points, and I can clear the entire base game's maps to get hero points to do it, but for my current spec tree that I have, this elite specialization of Vindicator, I need 200 hero points, and I think if in the base game alone, there's only 100.
This cheap bitch. Of course he was playing Vindicator. Of course he was.
89, and I've already collected quite a bunch of them. So I can't get that until I get to the expansions, and I'm excited to get there. Apparently my DPS is going to triple at some point. I want that to happen. And so I was itching to get into the...
To be honest, when he says that your DPS triples, yeah, you feel that. You play Scrapper. You feel that DPS triple big time, and you feel way more survivable. Also, what's wrong with Vindicator? It's the easy spec. I'm sorry, I've tried Vindicator out. It's actually, it feels really easy. It feels old age home easy, if that makes sense. Two-Tone Bandit, thanks for the sub. I appreciate it, man. Damn, it's already been 4 months. Holy shit.
Expansions. And then my Twitter happened. And my Twitter was like, if you don't play Living World Season 1, I will come to your fucking house on Christmas and I will piss all over the presents of your children. I swear to God. I was like, whoa.
Aw. You see how nice Guild Wars 2 players are? They didn't even threaten to fuck his children. This is what I mean when I say Guild Wars 2 players are built different. They weren't trying to have sex with underage children.
Okay. Respect the story, Mike. You did it with FF14. I did, but I also enjoyed the FF14 story, including A Realm Reborn, better than I enjoyed the Guild Wars one. That's just a fact. That game is known for its story. Even at its weakest in A Realm Reborn, it was still a very, very good story, and I was far more into that. So, the story I had was cool in the core game, but then had that weird Zaitan ending, so I wasn't, like, inspired to do it. But at the same time, I do...
This part of the game is so fucking depressing that you're like, really, I'm gonna keep playing this pile of shit after what they just did to me. Man, it was, oh, fuck.
You want to know what the devs saw as a problem. I know my problems with the core game. What did they see as the problems and what they need to immediately fix? I thought, okay, fine. We'll give Living World 1 a shot. Why not? We've got to investigate these things, see what they're all about. But my expectation was something pretty short. Something that I would compare to a mid-patch of FF14 story stuff, similar to WoW stuff, where, you know, you get a few cutscenes and generally it fleshes out the story, etc., etc., etc.
And it wasn't that.
So that was my expectation. And once again, was incorrect. Living World is, and I probably should have got this from the name, is aptly named because it is a living, breathing world. The world map itself is changing and things are happening in the world. And it was great to find out that they had teasers to things going on. Mysterious things were happening in zones before the Living World ever launched, indicating that something strange was happening and something was coming. Something was brewing under the veil. And that's what Living World was. So I started it off and received a little letter in the mail to get it kickstarted and immediately noticed dramatic changes. Now, after completing this and my team then filling me in on the details and doing the research on it, this is a revamped Living World 1. It is not exactly as Living World 1 was originally. They remade it, remastered it, however you want to call it.
If they remade it or remastered it or made it better, I'm glad that they did because it was a good enough experience that it kept me playing the game. And all I really have to say about it is now do the same with the core story. Come on. I know you can do it. Fucking lazy fucks. Fix Zaitan, goddammit.
The modern era only came back last year, and it does contain some things that are present in the end game of Guild Wars 2 now, but they're very good things, which is great, such as simple basic stuff, like actual marking the quest, the story-related mobs, the objective mobs. That has been a bugbear of mine for ages, especially with the heart things out in the open world, is that they just don't kind of point you in the right direction of where they are, and some of them have a massive radius. And you can be looking around for 2 or 3 minutes, like, I'm not quite sure what I'm supposed to be killing. I have the quest text, but I'm judging it based on when the quest sort of disappears because I've walked too far away from the radius, and then I come back and it reappears. So it's somewhere in this area. This time they just mark them. Wonderful. Thank you. And they also changed a
See, it's a little quality of life improvements like that should be in the base game.
lot of the maps that I did in the instance content to being much more linear, like properly designed linear, so it's not a straight corridor, but it's clear where you're supposed to go. And that was so wonderful. Many times in some of the little instance spots, I was getting mixed up, confused as to where to go, and it was frustrating. Now it's like, it's very plain which direction you're supposed to be going in. There isn't multiple paths that lead to nothing. That kind of thing was going on. But I will say, I didn't realize it was episodic. And I thought it'd be kind of one quest chain. Where in fact, although it is an overarching story, it's many episodes that were released over a period of time which culminate in the full Living World episodes. This was like almost like time gating, but really sort of thick, juicy content in each single one, which I really liked. And the next thing they did, and I wonder, and I'm going to have to do some more research on this, whether they drew inspiration from Final Fantasy on this, is they...
Look at that fucking useless character on screen. This one too. Only one worse than anything is Norn Mommy over here in the middle.
Dramatically reduced the amount of characters and created just like 5 or 6 important ones. Ones that I remember their name.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Jesus. Oh my god, there was such a good fucking change between the fucking base game and the story. Oh my, the fact that the fucking characters are consistent enough that I can remember who the fuck they are because they don't die one quest later was such a huge relief, because I was like, there's no fucking way I'm gonna remember all these pieces of shit. The most core gameplay experience character in Living World Season 1 is Marjorie's sister, because she just shows up and immediately dies and gets turned into a fucking sword.
Thank you. Thank you. Because if I want to be connected to your game, I need to give a shit about the characters. And the only way I'm going to do that is if you don't have 50 characters doing various things. And they clearly took note of that immediately. We're like, okay, we have way too many characters in the story. We need to squash that down. And we essentially formed the Guild Wars 2 equivalent of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, which is what I'm guessing right now is what will continue on. I know Rox, I know Braum, I know Logan, I know Timey. I know these people now. I know Marjorie Delacroix, I know Neris. I'm now familiar with them. I know what they're like. I know her.
To be honest, Marjorie is fucking worthless in Living World Season 1. She like acted like a hot shit detective, and she just stood there and did nothing and then just told us what to do and then took credit for it. She was actually really fucking irritating in Living World Season 1.
Sister, I know Queen Jenna. And now I understand, I care a lot more. These characters integrated. Not that I like them and dislike them. I like Rox, I like Marjorie, I like Neris. Timey's okay. Really hate Braum. Meet your friend.
Thank you. Ah. It's not just me. Oh, thank you. That's such a relief. Oh. At least I know there's another WoW player out there who loves kicking Down syndrome kids in the face.
Friends. Oh, who we got? Oh, no, man. Who invites him anywhere?
Yeah.
Why would I invite that guy to open a tin of beans that was already open?
Yeah.
Look at this place. Some say the humans are at the end of their rope. Don't worry, you brought me along. Two of us is way better than one written.
Oh, that exact facial expression. This one right here. Just look at this facial expression. That's exactly what I had on my face when I saw that fucking dialogue line. God, he's so fucking cringe. He's such a cringe piece of shit.
The only date that guy can get is on his fucking tombstone.
Aye.
Really hate this youngster, Giga Chad, wannabe loser. I really hate Logan. He's a foot sniffer. 100% that guy sniffs toes.
Yes.
Of Queen Jenna. This Simplemus Maximus.
Fucking based. Oh my god. Thank you, Preach. Oh, you're validating everything I think and feel.
Is what he is. But that's why I need to feel...
All I need now is for Preach to say at the end of Heart of Thorns, thank fuck Traherne died. That's all I want him to say. That's all I need him to say now.
I need characters I like, I need characters I dislike, and that's how I'm starting to feel. So I already felt much more integrated into the story in this one. So the gameplay was much, much better, besides episode 1, which almost put me off finishing Living World. I'll be honest with you. Of these, I think it's 5 or 6 episodes per Living World. Episode 1 was just like Horde mode. Now, it did not help that
Episode 1 wasn't bad, it just wasn't memorable.
The instance kept crashing on me. Apparently it was an FPS bug. I had to limit my FPS to 60 to stop the instance from crashing. It crashed at the same point 3 times in a row. So it probably felt like I was in there for much longer than I would have been if it had not crashed. But I definitely felt like I was just doing Horde mode for a while, and it wasn't particularly engaging. And then, you know, it would move forward, and then it was another Horde mode, and then move forward, and another Horde mode. But I will accept the bias there is that the instance kept crashing, so I ended up redoing it like 3 times to get through it. But it did nearly put me off continuing with Living World. I was like, oh, so it's kind of like a bit of lore and kill some enemies, a bit of lore. And I'm glad I didn't, because the story really picked up pace.
That is the most infuriating scene to see ever playing this fucking game, is when that little window pops up. It's infuriating.
Glad I didn't, because the story really picked up pace in the second part. Like from episode 2 onwards, the story really kicked into gear when it involved murder mystery and it involved like gaining pets, like gaining a pet called Frostbite and the connection to that and finding out like the drives and motivation of these characters. And then the actual story picked up. I liked that we had a villain I could invest in better than Zaitan. We had Scarlet, and Scarlet was interesting.
Oh, there she is. There she is, my little fucking psycho second place. It's Air and Scarlet, and I can't believe both of them are dead. Look at this fucking little psycho. God, there's something wrong with me. There's some level of brain damage I've incurred from being around crazy bitches my entire life. This little fucking psycho, god damn.
Good backstory, an engineer, a genius gone mad and driven by sorts of things, and building giant mega robots, fighting like Liberty Prime on various platforms was really fun. But the most important part that I got out of Living World, besides a much better story...
This fight was actually great. I went back and did this on my second account. This fight's actually pretty fucking great.
God, really picked up. And much better gameplay overall, was really good. Nice big set pieces, very epic. Was that they changed the world. This was wonderful. This was really cool and culminated it well with an awesome battle, which made... I did not know up until this point why the main city of Lion's Arch kept changing. Sometimes it was a pirate village, and then sometimes it was a really sort of Stormwind-esque statue place with giant lobster buildings and things like that. And I was like, why does this place keep flipping? Clearly, at some point, they redesigned the city, and I didn't know...
Yeah, they redesigned the city, they revamped it, and they rushed through it. This I missed on, like, a first viewing. The fact that they kept flip-flopping things when it came to Lion's Arch. Did you know they nerfed the marionette's tits? Yes. Which was incredibly disappointing. She used to have bazookas. They should have made them bigger, not removed them.
Why? And now Living World fleshed it out for me. It's like what actually happened there. And that was really, once it started led towards, I was like, oh, okay, now this is going to make sense. It wasn't just a case of, hey, we're redesigning the city in the next expansion, just giving you a heads up. It fit into the story as to why they did that. And it led into this living, breathing world concept of, here's the maps that we presented you with, and over time we're going to change these maps because our timeline is continuing. The clock is ticking, and things are going to evolve, and they're going to change. Love this. This is what I've been missing, particularly from WoW, and a little bit from FF. FF does it better by just changing skyboxes and things when events are happening in the story, so the world does feel like it's under attack or in danger. WoW's done it a little bit, like putting Argus in the sky, but for the most part, the world could be coming to an end in WoW, and the world...
WoW's done this by putting Argus in the sky. He just compared an alteration to a fundamental zone in Guild Wars 2 to the Blizzard devs uploading a PNG to the skybox. Holy fucking shit. Now that is WoW player cope. I'm sorry, I love World of Warcraft and I've played it for 15 years of my fucking life non-stop. And then on and off after that. But that is such fucking cope. Holy shit.
Normal. And that is intentional. After speaking with Ian, it's like, yeah, we can do living, breathing worlds. But it, that needs 3D artists. It needs a lot of people that also create raid tiers, that also create other content.
Moonstone? What sword?
And we have to decide where that resource is best spent. And his point on it was, we can do this living, breathing world, sure. But how many of you are going to visit that versus how many people are going to play the new raid? It's not even close. And after experiencing it, yes, it's awesome. Am I going to go back to those zones and check them out?
No, absolutely not.
Not really. Not unless they give me a reason to, which is kind of our point.
It's a one and done. It's good enough that it's a one and done. It ties things together and you feel no need to go back. Right? It's like a thank you very much, have a nice day. But it's good enough that you want to go through it at least once.
With the sword in World of Warcraft is like, for me, there should be a town there now. There should be a city. People would be investigating this giant sword of cosmic origin that's sticking out of the world. Trying to make armor from it, weapons, trading resources, all kinds of scavengers would be there trying to get some stuff. The Azerite...
Sargeras confirmed as a Dr. Disrespect fan, because everyone knows that Azeroth is an unborn titan. And Sargeras was doing his best to penetrate something that hasn't even been born yet. Number 1, tier 3 subscribed Dr. Disrespect fan right there.
Right, leaking out of the world. But unless you give me a reason to go there, you're right, all that design work and stuff is probably not going to pay off. Just as I don't often visit the Sunwell city, I can't remember the fucking name of. I don't know. I can't even remember. Kel'Thas City. I genuinely can't remember. Silvermoon. There it is. Silvermoon City. Yeah, I don't visit Silvermoon City. I don't visit the Exodar. I go to Orgrimmar. I don't visit Thunderbluff. You're kind of right, yeah. Unless I have a regular reason to visit those places, which comes hand in hand with creating yet more content. I see your point. I've definitely been to the new raid far more times and the dungeons far more times. And
yeah, because you want to do the repeatable content because it feels good to do those things. Yeah, you're not going to sit there and like go do this niche piece of content over and over again because it's like it's good enough to be a one and done. If you have a basic understanding of the lore, you'll know how much of a crappy fanfic character Scarlet is. Cyro, she's hot enough that I don't care. She's enough of a fucking psycho that I do not care. Also, Scarlet did nothing wrong. She was, as most Sylvari end up, fucked up by an Asura. Again.
Yeah, probably an extra dungeon would make more sense. So I see the point. Not to say that experiencing a natural living, breathing world and an evolution of the original maps in a natural way that makes sense and comes with a story wasn't fantastic as well. It was a great experience. And I will be doing all the living worlds now. Without question. It's not a problem. I'm going to be doing Living World 2 before we start the Heart of Thorns expansion and do it gladly.
Good.
As it is bringing new things to it. Now, one of the things that I discovered for the first time while doing Living World was the achievement system. I wasn't really paying attention to this throughout my base game.
Right now, I could not give a single fucking shit about any of this. If it just so happens that I complete an achievement, then yay. But I could not give a singular fuck about the screen with the achievements in it. The only thing I cared about was completing Khalid-Bolg. That's it.
Game playthrough. And the achievement system is something that may interest a lot of you that are collectors, is that throughout the Living World episodes, instances, dungeons, we can call them that, although you do them in NPCs and stuff, there are a multitude of achievements to be earned inside. Now, these don't just reward achievement points. They actually give cosmetics, they give armor sets, they give all these things, pets, titles, along the way if you want to do them. And it gives you, if you're a collector for sure, it gives you a lot of reason to replay these instances. I didn't know about it until I started picking up some ore in Living World Season 1, and it said, you have collected 1 out of 5. I was like, oh, there's like 5 ores in this that are hidden.
I did this exact, holy shit. I did this exact same thing. And I was like, oh, wait, there's an achievement to this. Oh, well.
Hidden away, and that's what it was. There was a mine, and off to the sides there was, if I did a little jumping puzzle or something like that, there was ore to pick up. So I was like, okay, I'll do this. And then when I got 5, it upgraded to 15. I was like, oh god, there's another 10 inside here. And it's like, yeah, the achievement has levels to it. You got like the base bit, but there's like to do the full thing you need to do. I was like, okay. And then I discovered other things that were hidden away, like lost notes, hidden memoirs, things like that, that were also hidden away throughout the Living World progress. Give you a reason to sort of new game plus it and go back and do it to get cosmetics and things. But I've given up on that now. Because I tried really, really hard. I got 14 or 15.
There's no fucking point. Fuck that. It's like, this is completionist content, right? For anyone who doesn't understand, right? If you're starting to play a game and you get to that point of completionist where it starts to feel like a second fucking job, maybe you shouldn't be doing it. Do it if it's enjoyable. What the fuck are you doing burning yourself out on a goddamn video game? Oh, you've only collected 11 out of 50 Zabooples. But if you get all of them, then we'll give you a word that you can put above your character's head. Like, who gives a fuck? Let me play the fucking game and just enjoy it. I understand completionist content is for people who are having a great time and there are specific types of autism that lean into it. But that's not my type of autism right there.
15 or I was very frustrated because the nature of the instance brought it to an end, and so I was very frustrated at that point. And I'm not an achievement hunter as it is, and I generally don't chase cosmetics. It's not my cup of tea, but a great reason to go back. What I will say though, for me, the thing that I enjoyed the most was the clear development in boss design, and it's some of the most fun I have. And I ended up fighting a knight at the top of the Nightmare Tower, and I didn't know I killed it now, and it took me 45 minutes to defeat it. It was really hard. I got an achievement for it, and I didn't know I was doing it for achievement. I did it because I thought I could kill it, although it was extraordinarily hard, and it kept killing me over and over and over again, but I'm a stubborn fool when it comes to things like this. If I feel like there's a way I can do something like this, I'll probably bash my head against it, and I've done it many...
And this is why I say Vindicator's bullshit.
Many times throughout the years I've been playing games. It's like, this is doable if I outplay this encounter. And we did manage it, and it was stupid of me to do it, but I did it, but it was some of the most fun I had.
I'm going to be honest with you. I do think that it's really impressive that this is an optional thing that you can do in Guild Wars 2, right? If you're looking for the challenge.
Fuck that guy! Fuck that guy! Woo! We got that, dude! Oh. Moments like that really get me fired up in video games when I have this sort of skill-based thing. I'm rubbish with jumping puzzles. I'm terrible at those, but if you give me something like a
you see, WoW players, we all have the same fucking problems. We've got the same issues and the same opinions. We're all the same person.
Fight and like a Dark Souls fight, and that's why I love the Souls games.
Did you know that Guild Wars 2 has proximity voice chat? I think I did at one point and then completely forgot.
Can outplay in some way, then I'm going to bash my head about it. And that was great, because all the boss encounters that I had pretty much throughout the Living World were...
I'm pretty sure you're probably lying. I might be thinking of fucking New World right now. Let me think about this. No, I'm thinking of New World, because I've bound the V button to dodge in Guild Wars 2, and the V button is the button I used for trolling people in New World. So I'm thinking of New World. I'm not thinking of Guild Wars 2. It's Jimmy, so you're probably fucking lying to me.
Considerably better than anything I'd faced in the base game. And that's clearly something that the devs addressed, especially after Zaitan, no doubt, is like, we really need to step up our game on these boss encounters, especially if we're doing a big build-up to these encounters and then disappointing everybody as they cross the finish line. That's not a good thing to do. And it's worth me, for my personal taste, to play through the living world, not only for the story, which is good now and I'm getting the full world picture, but to encounter all these bosses and have fun with them, especially because a lot of them have interesting mechanics. They're not just like DPS fiestas. There's more to them going on. They're not all winners by any means, but it was such a good indication of what the mindset of the devs was at the time, is we keep building to these encounters and they're disappointing.
Yes.
That needs to...
Oh my god, that's such a big fucking problem that Guild Wars 2 has. They keep on doing like this amazing build-up, and then the finale is dog shit. I finally figured it out, by the way, right? Right? I finally figured it out. The best way to describe the way Guild Wars 2 builds stories. Right? Let me see if I can find it. God damn it, I'm gonna have to use an AI to find this. Give me a second. This is really, really fucking important. Right, this is like the perfect way. This is the perfect way to describe European ad. I need to find this. I need to find this. This is like the perfect God, I know this exists. I know this wasn't a fever dream. This is so important. It's like the perfect descriptor of the way Guild Wars 2 does story build up and the finale. Fuck, even the AI is struggling to find it. Yes, here it is. Here it is. This is the perfect way to describe the build-up and payoff of Guild Wars 2 stories.
Vykouřila bys mi ho?
Vykouřit? No, to radši asi ne.
Třeba rukou bys mi to neudělala?
Jak jako rukou?
Oh, it's coming.
No.
Oh, yeah.
Vem si, že je to třeba, já nevím, lahev od kečupu. A ty se snažíš ten zbytek
Oh, it's
dostat
about to get
ven.
good. Saucy.
Kečup?
No.
No... OK.
That's the descriptor of Guild Wars 2 stories, perfectly summated right there. You think it's about to get good, and then... That's it. That's the perfect way to describe the way that Guild Wars 2 builds its stories up. You think it's about to get good. and then they slap you on the top of the fucking cock. That's what they do to you. Every time. It's so frustrating. I'm so annoyed by it. They did that again to me in Living World Season 3.
Change. We need less build-up, because I mentioned in our base game story how much they built up the Zaitan encounter, only for it to be just flat fall on its face. Less build-up, bigger payoff. Put the resources into that side of things. And that's a great change. Not only did they change how the camera works in the cutscenes, so we lost this weird sort of comic book style where you were separated out and people...
God, I wish Brain
out. We had a
died
nice
here.
swooping camera of everybody talking. My character stopped talking. Praise be to that.
Yes, our character speaks much less as well. I actually missed that. He's 100% right. The fact that the commander speaks less makes whatever they say later feel more impactful.
Yes, my character has shut her mouth, thank God. And now we're actually getting in a more immersive environment as well. So it's so cool for me to see. And yes, I know this is remastered. In fact, Living World 2 might take a step back from this. How the devs recognized those same issues that I found playing through the base game. And I was like, yeah, this is just not working for me. And they've immediately addressed it. And so where this goes from here, I don't know. Our current game plan, Living World Season 2, then into Heart of Thorns. And get that... I'm sure I'm going to fly mount or a boat or something, because I keep seeing them everywhere. And I only have, right now, my biggest complaint about Guild Wars 2 right now, I only have one mount. I got a Raptor at like level 20, and that's all I have. And there's a lot of mounts in this game. And people tell me it's the best mount game in the world.
I'm in the same place as him. I've got my Raptor and I'm happy.
And I don't know how I get a singular different mount. I don't know.
I'll get to mounts later. I think that's Path of Fire that we start looking at mounts. But I'm so glad that I haven't gone out my way to go grab a bunch of fucking mounts and ruin the experience. I'm so glad I did that.
Well, I'm sure it'll come. I'm sure it'll happen. I'm sure it will happen. I hope you're enjoying this journey as we go along with it. I'll be back soon with probably entering Heart of Thorns and see what we're up to for that. Thank you very much, guys. In terms of Final Fantasy 14, though, our Project MMO is not just in Guild Wars 2, of course. We're still in World of Warcraft. We're starting Destiny 2 shortly as well. And our Final Fantasy 14 progress is Savage
What based opinions. What absolutely based World of Warcraft I've been playing too long opinions. He understands me on a fundamental level. I'm going to get so much shit for any future video I release on Guild Wars 2 because some of my opinions are so fucking similar to the way Preach feels. Holy shit. I'm so glad that I wrote this all down in a document before I even looked at these videos. But he is too nice about it. Now on to Living World Season 2. Let's see what he thought about Living World Season 2, which I think was actually better. Like, I thought about this a lot. I think Living World Season 2 was actually better than Living World Season 1. I think there was a lot more grandiose scale to the things that occurred in Living World Season 2 versus 1.
We're dipping into Living World Season 2, which is actually kind of the first one, as the first Living World got revamped, and I also think that we're getting a massive dragon fight, and I think ArenaNet might be the kings of doing proper MMO teasers. Let's go. Let me clarify. Stepping into Living World...
Okay, let me clarify. This is why I liked Season 2 so much. It felt like the correct build-up that Heart of Thorns required to make Heart of Thorns make sense. Is this your second channel with a wig? So, you know, what you don't understand, right, is that every single MMORPG streamer, content creator, we're all the same person, right? I'm actually Preach, and right now I'm taking a break, right? We're all balding middle-aged white guys. And when I'm done taking a break, what I'm going to do is I'm going to fly to the UK. I'm going to put on a wig. I'm going to sit down at my desk and I'm going to go, oh, fuck, time to make another video. And then I'm going to put on the British accent. I'm going to say bottle of water a bunch of times to like prep myself. And then I'm going to make another Preach video.
World Season 2 is the original version of Living World Season 2. Living World 1 got revamped, so I saw a lot of things that are more present in the end game of Guild Wars 2, but they're not present in Living World Season 2. Also, interestingly, as I was playing through Living World Season 2, ArenaNet announced that the Living World concept, the idea of this content, is going away, at least being put on hold for now, until they decide to do something with it later, more in favor of a more traditional MMO structure of more regular content updates, rather than massive amounts of content coming out and then being gatekeeped over several months. They're going to go for more clear-cut patches and updates that should be better for players overall. We'll see how that plays out, as I'm not in the Heart of Thorns expansion yet. That is my next piece of content that I'm going to be tackling on this adventure during Project MMO.
God, I bet this guy's going to be just like me. Fuck, based on that first video, I bet he's going to be just like me. And like there's going to be a little twinkle in his eye when he's playing Heart of Thorns and talking about it. I bet he's going to be like a toddler in a fucking candy store about this. Oh my God. I can see it already. I'm going to have the exact same opinions as him. Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck.
First things first, I was under the impression, based on Living World Season 1, that we didn't really get new zones. What you got was changes, things that were happening in the world already that were altering it in some way to give the idea of the living world. It doesn't just stay the same as we've seen in many countless MMOs where the zone is kind of as it is now, that it was 10, 12, 15 years ago. Not really changed much. Living World is going to be this constant evolution of the map to change things and give you teasers.
It's preached it actually did metas and raids. I did one meta. I'll do the raids at the end. Raids are in-game content in my head.
About what's going on. Living World Season 2 kind of threw me into some new zones with new gimmicks, new interesting things, which makes sense. Right? Ultimately, you can go back and retrofit on old things, and Arena has done that from what I can tell. But if they want to put something new in, like jumping puzzles...
Please God, no. No more jumping puzzles. We don't need more of those. Yeah, there we go. Get fucked. I know that feeling.
They kind of need a different structure of a zone for that. So that needs to happen. So off to the desert, I went into Dry Top and suddenly it was like, what is these things? Now remember, I'm going in with no patch notes. I've not seen any preview videos, any trailers or anything like that. I'm going in and just discovering these things for the first time. So I was like, ooh, okay, we've got all these new things where I can now teleport across platforms. I could jump and do all these kinds of things. And it was pretty cool, especially for these zone X.
You know, I was talking to a friend who doesn't play Guild Wars 2. And I accidentally, like, had an autism moment when I was talking to him about it. And I was talking to him about how, like, dog shit the core game was in comparison to what comes after it. And I said the words dry top to him. And I could tell he was checked out. Because he like, heard the words dry top and he checked back in. And he was like, man, I fucking hate when dry top happens. When a girl's giving you a blowy and she's got, like, a dry mouth, God, it feels so fucking bad. And all you feel is the scraping of her teeth. I was like, that's not even what I was talking about. Man, that fucker just, like, he checked out of that conversation. He heard the words dry top, and he was right back into that conversation on a different topic.
Exploration style that Guild Wars 2 is known to. A lot of the stuff is for zone completion, right? So I didn't do that. I played through a lot of the story and collected what I want on the way. I'm still on the fence about dipping into the, like, achievement collectibles. I'm aware they now provide a lot of cosmetics, which is a great way of doing things. Is if you complete this zone, you get all these extra bits, and also you get a lot of replayability by going back and redoing sections of the quests in order to gain achievements, which will give you a new skin, new pet, new something along those lines. I've done some of them accidentally, but invested into them I've not done yet, especially because I did one where I collected 13 out of 14, and then I had no time to get the 14th, or I'd missed it at the beginning or something, and it drove me crazy, because I really looked everywhere to get them all.
Yeah, fuck that.
But I did enjoy going into new zones, and then got another one later on, which had some issues, but we'll get to that later on. Let's talk a little bit about characters. One of the things that I've really struggled with in Guild Wars 2, and they very quickly started to correct that in Living World Season 1, is that the base game threw a ton of characters at you, just way too many, and you couldn't give a toss about all of them. And the ones that were present a lot, like Traherne, for example, I didn't really enjoy, so I didn't feel...
Give me a second, I'm coming in my pants. He just validated the last thing I wanted him to say. I never want to hear again that my opinions are wrong. I never want to hear it. Not a single fucking time do I want to hear that my opinions are wrong when Preach feels the exact same way that I do.
Much of a connection. They have this big build-up to the Zaitan battle, and Zaitan is just a worthless piece of shit, so it wasn't worth getting into. Living World Season 1 started to build essentially a Scions of the Seventh Dawn, where we had, like, interesting characters that we were repeatedly doing content with, and then I started to build that relationship. The best thing I found in Living World Season 2 was that they really doubled down on investing in that and starting to work on their villains. The villains have been a big problem for me in Guild Wars 2's base game. Like, talk about Zaitan, which has no payoff at all. I actually quite enjoyed Scarlet. I liked the Scarlet.
Okay, now, I enjoyed Scarlet for different reasons. That tight little piece of broccoli ass right there. I'm mentally damaged. Psychotic women and sociopathic women in my life have fucking damaged me on a fundamental level. This bitch had handlebars. And she did something. She did something for me that I thought I had locked away a long, long time ago. You actually disliked her initially. Yes. And then the further we got into it, the more I started enjoying her.
Character, but then they killed Scarlet in Living World Season 1. And it became apparent that they're running into an almost Marvel issue, is that their villains just kind of appear. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad, and then they're gone. And you don't have to deal with it anymore. So now we have the prospect of a new dragon.
Look at that. That is exactly... I've seen this expression on multiple women's faces. These fucking crazy bitches do something, man. Just remember, you can stick your dick in crazy. Just don't promise crazy a baby.
Now, obviously, I'm coming off the back of Zaitan, so the idea of being another dragon, I was like, this can go one or two ways. This can either, Mormoth can either be a redemption arc. Like, we're sorry what happened with Zaitan. We're going to fix that. Or it's another dragon. And honestly, as much as dragons are a big theme in Guild Wars 2, I've not been excited by them at all. I've also not liked their themes. We've had like a dirty plague dragon who was like filthy and stinky. And now we're getting a plant dragon. When I think of
I quite liked Zaitan. I loved the unique dragon design on Zaitan. I think it was just a complete fucking miss that they didn't lean further into the theme of him being like an undead lich dragon that was just resurrecting everything. And I'm sorry, the final fight with Zaitan was such a fucking disappointment. But Zaitan's actual dragon design, the way he looked, I've never seen such a unique, but also recognizable dragon design in an MMORPG up to that point. It was so cool.
dragons, I think of fire breathing and time corruption and, you know, all these things, the life givers, all these
Yeah, he's got WoW syndrome.
kinds of things, these massively powerful creatures, and it's like, it's the plant dragon. It's like, okay. Okay, but we did get some more characters, and I kind of liked, and I actually have now decided to be invested in Guild Wars 2. I actually got, I knew the villain, Villainous. I knew who that was. I recognized her from the dungeon in the base game, and I was like, oh, I do know who this character is. And
This character was such a disappointment, though. She was built up to be such a villain, and then she just fell off so fucking hard. That's what I mean when I say in Heart of Thorns, I feel like they cut out giant chunks of story, because I feel like she should have been way more of a villain. The only actual comparator I have, is this an old Preach video? Yes. The only comparator I actually have to Foul Lane is Isabella from New World, right? Where you think they're going to be such a huge part of the story, like they're going to be like a keystone character or keystone villain that really changes the way things work and the way the story goes. But she was just a fucking annoyance. She really was just an irritating piece of shit who then just falls over because Dragon Dick Mormoth decides, you're my bitch now.
And the backstory with Keith was something I did want to know about. There's a relation.
What pisses me off, I guess, what pisses me off about the Nightmare Court is it has so much potential to be such a larger aspect of the game, of the story itself, and then none of the follow-through is there. It becomes nothing.
Relationship there that's very much pushed on you in the dungeon, but you don't get much of the details other than this bitterness between them. So it's like, oh, kind of cool where that goes. Living World 2 explores that in great detail, but ultimately the pinnacle of what I found in Living World Season 2 is such a large jump in the storytelling. I made it very clear during the base game, I did not enjoy the storytelling at all. It was very hit and miss.
I think the storytelling in Living World Season 2 falls secondary to the gameplay elements that occurred in Living World Season 2, but the story was pretty good.
Missed. Living World Season 1 was considerably better, but it was setting up a foundation for what should come in the future. Living World Season 2, especially what they...
I love how he talks about how good the story is, and then immediately cuts to Marjorie's sister. She does... I know her name's Belinda, but she doesn't deserve a name. She's such a fucking MacGuffin bullshit contrived character that just exists for 1 second and then disappears. It's such bullshit. This was such a bullshit story, this part of the game.
They did with Jory. Jory and her sister, that whole storyline really got me. This is a really good moment.
I just want to know what happened. What happened in the storytelling meeting for this part of Living Worlds? I still want to know. I'm just imagining like a bunch of guys in an office inside of like inside of fucking the Guild Wars 2 ArenaNet offices where they were like, okay, guys, what can we do to make Marjorie a more interesting character with a character narrative? And there was just some CEO, some guy from like, who had escaped the 1800s in a time portal, who now worked and had like a cigar in his mouth. And he was like, give the Ching Chong a samurai sword. And that's exactly what they did. That's exactly the way I see that meeting going down. That's exactly what they did to Marjorie. It's so fucking funny. I'll never get over that. Marjorie can be killed off anytime with nothing changing. Casimir is useful as a mesmer, and that's it. Yeah, but you gotta understand, right? Casimir is basically the version of a heal slut, but inside of Guild Wars 2. Mesmers are basically just, they're vending machines, right? That's all a mesmer is. It's a vending machine so that you can get free portals to wherever the fuck you need to go. So you can teleport around places. That's the point of a mesmer, right? They're just a teleport slut. That's it.
Did we put her soul to rest? Wait, is Belinda inside the sword? Like that lady from Suicide?
Oh. I put my sister's soul inside the katana.
Side Squad? I think she is, you know. I think she's got a soul weapon now. That's amazing. I was like, this is great. This is really good storytelling.
It's not amazing. It was dog shit.
Invested in. And what I found out later is that there's a section of the story which really impacted me after dealing with her sister's spirit and fusing with the sword. And this is why I kind of hinted at ArenaNet being the kings of teasers, is that they have a moment in that where the soul fuses with a greatsword. And that actually turned out to be a hint at one of the new classes that were coming later in the game. And I felt that without knowing that information. I was like, oh, that's cool. We now have...
Okay, that make you know what? I didn't actually make that connection, but that may because I'm sorry, but I don't even think of Marjorie as really like a character class. Like I see Ritlock as a character class. I see what was the other character? I see Air as a character class. I don't see Marjorie as a character class. But now it makes sense to me that they contrived some retarded piece of story just so that they could tease the character classes that were coming in Heart of Thorns. Logan's not a character class either. Foot sniffing isn't a character class.
Swords that have souls inside them.
Braim's not a character class either because I haven't seen the abandon your baby on a snowy cliffside class while I go fight World War I. I haven't seen that class yet.
Be done with that? Is that something that's going to pay off later? And I was thinking from a story perspective, is this going to come in later, such as the soul of Belinda, Jory's sister, is going to affect the dragon somehow? Perhaps I was thinking more back to an Arthur's Frostmourne style of going inside and maybe there's a battle of the spirits within the weapon, something along those lines. But to discover that this is actually a hint at the upcoming Necromancer Greatsword specialization.
This was peak WoW. This was peak WoW. God damn, it should have... WoW should have ended with Wrath of the Lich King. That should have been the end.
Was really cool. I was like, that's a great way, because I, as a player who didn't know anything about that, absolutely felt like, oh, this is awesome. I wonder if we can do something with that. And the answer is yes.
Braim is a dragon hunter. No, Sasha. No. Braim thinks he's a dragon hunter. You know the same way if you go to like a special needs school, there's always one Down syndrome kid with a red towel wrapped around his neck. And he's got his arms out in a T-pose and he's running down the hall saying, I'm Superman! That's Braim. That's exactly what Braim's doing.
Absolutely. We're kind of hinting at what's going to be coming in the future, and they definitely wanted you to feel excited about that story. Now, I mentioned earlier, when I did the first few bits of Living World Season 2, if we talk about the story a little bit, is that I was expecting a dragon fight. And I was hoping, like I just mentioned, that we would have the resolution to the Zaitan fight. They were like, okay, we screwed that up. We are aware of that. Players not happy. We've seen that in the research as well, looking back at the time. We're going to do something better.
They weren't going to do that. So Guild Wars 2, so based on the amount of abandonware content that you will find in Guild Wars 2, based on the idea that whenever they do something bad, they just kind of pretend it never happened, right? Guild Wars 2 operates on the philosophy of if you burn enough bridges, the only direction you can move is forward. Right? They are never going back to that shit ever. I'm convinced of that, because if they were going to do it, they probably would have done it already. And I still want them to go back and fix Zaitan, but they never will. But they kind of like, they just fuck things up along the way, and then they just leave it alone and pretend it never happened and keep moving forward.
Just give us a chance, we're going to do something better. Misallocation of resources, whatever it was be. And this may be very exciting for what they can do. Like now that they've...
I don't know if you've known... okay, so I used to know a lot of pieces of shit when I was younger, right? I watched a guy get in an argument when I was like... God, this was early engineering days for me. I watched a guy get in an argument with his girlfriend outside of one of the lecture halls in my university. And she was losing her mind because she had just discovered, well, no, she hadn't just discovered. She had learned previously that her boyfriend had fucked 2 of her friends the previous week. And his response to her was, "Oh my God, that happened so long ago. Can't you just let it go?" That's the way Guild Wars 2 operates. Oh my God. Oh, I know I fucked up, babe. Babe, I know, but come on. That was so long ago. Babe, that was so long ago. It was last week. They'll fuck up and pretend it just never happened. I'm huffing all the, I don't know what the fuck that is. That they will do a dungeon touch-up and give it quick play. Everyone wants a fix to Zaitan. I don't think they're ever getting it.
Started to find their feet a little bit with Guild Wars 2's epic gameplay, which is definitely something they struggled with in the base game and got better in Living World Season 1. So I started to have PTSD about the problems that I had with the Zaitan storyline, and it kept teasing me. It kept leading me on with a carrot and a stick that, oh, there's a dragon fight coming, and it just never would happen. It went on for like several hours of, we're almost there, but this. We're almost there, but we need to do this. And I started to get that feel about halfway through. Then I realized I was a moron, and that I knew for a long time, because it's in the menu and stuff, that the first expansion was called Heart of Thorns. And Mormoth keeps spawning thorny brambles everywhere. And it dawned on me, and I got very sad midway through Living World Season 2. It's like, we're not getting a dragon fight because this is clearly the antagonist.
I didn't expect a dragon fight in Living World Season 2. I didn't have that idea in my head. But I do feel like there should have been more input from Mormoth in Living World Season 2, if that makes sense. Right, we did a lot of side character shit. I do think that's actually a lost point, that they didn't build up Mormoth as much as they potentially could have. That they didn't build up Foul Lane more than they actually did. Now, a Heart of Thorns itself, they did a great job with Mormoth, especially if you play as Sylvari. But the Living World Season 2 didn't actually do as good of a build-up, and I kind of wonder if they made a design decision where they were like, if we do a build-up and the payoff fucking sucks, we're going to kill our game. So they were like very hesitant to do that. They built up Foul Lane enough. No, they didn't. Foul Lane was like the fucking dingleberry on your ass that you forgot to wipe away. You're going to hit it in the shower anyway, right? She's barely present. The Nightmare Court is barely fucking present. They should have been a legitimate threat. Actually, I think that the Nightmare Court should have been the primary mechanism by which Mormoth, like, fucked with us and tied them more into the story, but they just didn't do that.
Of the next expansion, Heart of Thorns, because that would be the heart of the thorny dragon. We don't appear to be getting closer to a dragon fight, though, right? Oh, no. It just dawned on me. That's why the expansion's called Heart of Thorns. Son of a bitch, we're not going to get to fight the dragon. Ah!
You see, this is what I mean when he says when I say he has WoW syndrome, right? Because WoW players like me and like him have really, really fucking retarded opinions when we don't see things coming. And then we build up this idea in our head because we've been Pavlov dog trained by Blizzard over years to get super hyped for something happening because we watched a 5-minute cinematic. And then if it's not exactly the payoff we thought it was, we lose our fucking shit. And that's happened every single World of Warcraft expansion. So I understand why he thought this. That's WoW syndrome.
It's Zaitan all over again, man. It's Zaitan all over. It's like, we're going to fight the dragon, we're going to launch an aerial assault, we're building all our troops and all that, and you will get to do that. And I got very, very sad halfway through, is that we were stealing eggs, doing all these kinds of things, and we're not going to get a dragon fight. But continue with the story, I put that to one side. I was like, okay, we're not going to get a dragon fight at the end of this. Mormoth is clearly going to be the villain of the next expansion. Okay, this is setting up the next expansion. This is, if I was compared this to Final Fantasy, would be the final post-story quest before the next expansion launches to set the foundation for it. And I'm okay with that, because the story's become much more enjoyable. That's totally fine. I enjoyed that journey. Let's talk about the gameplay a little bit before we get to the sort of conclusion there. So, my Living World Season 1 experience very much involved a lot of Horde mode. And I'm not going to lie, that gameplay doesn't appeal to me particularly much. So, when we started Living World Season 2 and some things got started, particularly one of the bigger battles that take place at the Pale Tree, I was like, oh, okay, blah, blah, blah dialogue, which was fine. I enjoyed the story. Then there's probably some Horde modes just to give...
I can't believe we invited Brahim into our house. The only reason to invite Brahim into your home is to throw him off the top of the fucking tree.
You some combat, to give you some gameplay. And then we'll
Still can't believe we let him here.
Got a mini dragon fight. Instead, they learned their lesson. Well played, ArenaNet. I feel like how a lot of players must have felt at the time. If I would have been reviewing this like we did with our WoW content, this is the feedback I would have given.
See, this was good.
Horde mode after
this part of Living World Season 2 was really fucking good.
Every sort of big story moment isn't fun. It's not interesting. It's predictable and it's dull. Instead, we got a big shadow fight, which killed me a lot. I think I died like 7 times during that fight. So I was not expecting it, and it was pretty tough to get out of a lot of those mechanics. And it made me much more interested. It's like, oh, okay, it's a shadow of the dragon. That's kind of interesting. That's pretty fun. Unfortunately, a little bit of Maya, a lot of bugs. Surprising amount of bugs, and it's seemingly a vibe that I'm getting from the Guild Wars 2 community is there's a lot of bugs in Guild Wars 2 that just...
Hold on, you see Preach as a nice doofus. I'm going to say it again. He has WoW syndrome, right? If you play one MMORPG for long enough, it starts to affect the way you think about things, right? And you think in certain patterns. And then you try something else, and you're going to be a complete fucking bumbling idiot because you've been trained to think down a certain path and a certain pattern of thought. Right? So I can't blame him for that. I can't blame him for thinking that way, Cyro. Because I've had the same feeling myself.
Haven't been fixed for a really, really, really long time. Like, since this content came out, they just never fixed it. And it's something you want to get fixed, ArenaNet, if you're watching this, because I'm coming in with that fresh player experience, and it's very frustrating having your character fall through the floor, or certain cutscenes that have, like, inappropriate things in them. So you might have a pet out, and it's like a really epic cutscene, and then just a stupid dog just appears. The facial animations just go all over the place. No, kill Fallon! Hurry. No, what? Why would you kill the innocent person?
And then Kaith is the biggest twigger in this goddamn game. Oh Lord, I'm gonna kill this bitch and then I'm gonna steal your property. This Kaith is the Sylvari that other Sylvari fucking hate. And she shouldn't have been redeemed. We should have gotten the chance to kill this bitch. I think this was a missed opportunity by ArenaNet. Kaith should have fucking died. She is so worthless, and she just keeps on causing problems.
Person, what the fuck?
All the firstborn Sylvari are broken. Obviously. Fucking obviously.
The dog.
No. Nothing of consequence.
The pupper just chilling. All that kind of stuff. I had a very, very strange bug in a really unfortunate place, like an epic underground tunnel with ley line magic shooting across it. It's absolutely gorgeous. And for whatever reason, just looking in a certain direction in that tunnel reduces my FPS from 150 to 20. I don't know why.
How mad would you be if Kaith died at the end of Heart of Thorns, but it's Brahim that kills her, not you? You see, I know that would have never happened, Dog Rock, because that means that would have given Brahim the opportunity to lose his virginity to a corpse. And we know that the eternal virgin that he is, they can't break that because that destroys the character himself, right? So that was, I already knew that was never going to happen.
I have no idea why, and we tested this in multiple places. It's just in that one location, just looking in a certain direction. Something's happening there graphically that just screws everything up, and it just takes away from this, wow, this is amazing. There's like all these epic things going on, and then just for some reason, if I look in a certain direction, which I have to because I have to go down this tunnel, it goes into a little mess. Another thing that I found interesting gameplay-wise, this isn't particularly a bug, it's a feature, I believe, but part of the quest involved me having to go through the script tunnels, the rat tunnels. But they're based on what's happening in the zone at the time. You have to fulfill certain quest objectives in the zone in order to...
I remember this. This was pretty confusing initially.
Make these tunnels accessible. And this unveiled some of the interesting quirks that I also see in World of Warcraft with zone hopping. Is that on my zone, I couldn't enter the tunnels and the quest hadn't spawned. So I was just stuck That was it. I was just stuck. I just couldn't continue because not only can I not access the tunnels needed to get where I need to go for a specific story mission, but the quest or the objective, the event.
That's fine. Maybe I just got lucky, but I didn't find this that annoying. This didn't really annoy me.
To actually unlock them hasn't spawned yet, and it might not spawn for another 20 minutes. That's kind of garbage. Like, it's kind of garbage. Now, fair enough. I did what most players would do, which is I just got on with something else. There's so much to do in these zones that it's kind of a whatever thing, but it's still a frustration. And all I could see is a lot of people recommend is like, oh, you need to zone hop. You need to just swap around to different zones, and I'll invite you and move you to a different zone or whatever it might be in order to get around this problem, because it's a pretty regular thing that happens, is that there are events happening on one server that aren't happening on another server, and you can kind of quickly move around in order to find the one you need. Similar to what we do with World of Warcraft with jumping around to find world bosses that are spawned and things like that. And it really takes you out of the game, especially if you're doing a story-based mission. It's fine if you're looking for a piece of gear from like a WoW world boss. Yeah, whatever. We'll jump around until we find the right group, and at least we get a full group out of that. But when you're in the middle of a story and something cool's going to happen, and I think at the time we were opening a sealed door that we'd found, say, 3 chapters ago, this mysterious sealed door where something happened. We're reliving these memories of Kaith, and now we can open the door. We found all the things, we open this epic door, and you can't. And you just have to sit around. And I did get on with things, you know, it wasn't a big offense, but it's one of those things that just seems very unnecessary to have those things happen. But once again, what you get...
I think that's minor. Honestly, I don't even remember that bothering me. I think that's such a minor thing.
Inside, what you
and
have...
if they're not going to fix Zaitan, they're definitely not going to fix this.
Going on is fantastic. Reconstructing statues, again, not just the horde mode, coming up with little epic encounters to go along with it. Really thought that was fantastic. I loved that, and I like the fact that these zones are still very, very popular. Loads of people farming, loads of doing some wonderful, wonderful things. What I would say is, like, as a general thought here, Living World Season 2 is really fun, and I'm really happy I did it, because a lot of people were asking me not to just jump to Heart of Thorns, and there'll be some sort of catch-up video in order to fill you in on what happened during Living World Season 2, should you have not played it, as Living World is optional content technically, you have to purchase it in order to play it, but I'm glad I did. I had a really good time. I'm glad I got to live through that Jory storyline, and more than that, I did get the epic dragon fight that I was hoping for. I did not get to fight Mormoth, but I did get a really good dragon fight with the Shadow of Mormoth at the very end, and it was miles better than Zaitan. It did redeem that whole situation and made me feel really good about going in.
Yeah, I think you did the right thing by not skipping. I think if you're playing through Guild Wars 2 for the very first time, I think it would be a huge mistake to not do Living World Season 1 and 2 in order. I think that's a massive mistake, because you're not going to get the impact out of Heart of Thorns that you would otherwise get if you just skip through it. I think you need Living World Season 1 and 2 because it's such a good narrative build-up to Heart of Thorns. And if you skip the Heart of Thorns, it just doesn't feel as good. Also, thanks for the follow, Fang. That was close. That was close. My sinuses are blocked. I nearly said another word there.
To this first expansion. It totally rejuvenated it for me. It actually cured a lot of things that were bothering me from the first game, and you can see this level of progression that ArenaNet went on. It's like, okay, that's a problem, but we did this right, we did that right. Let's do the other bits better and try and improve on the bits that we did right, but not make them worse. That absolutely paid off. It absolutely paid off. It's still got some sort of childish, confusing elements to it, which feels a little like Destiny 2's base story when it originally came out, where it's like, okay, this is kind of written for teens. World of Warcraft still suffers from this problem, where the power of love will let somebody look past genocide, essentially, which...
World of Warcraft lost me when Jaina didn't get to take her fucking revenge on everyone for the fact that they magically nuked her entire city after she went out of her way to sacrifice her own dad's life to keep the peace and to move forward. And then it's just like, no! Revenge is wrong! I fucking hate stories that do that. I am so annoyed by millennial writing. I am so fucking irritated by any of this millennial writing that comes from my generation, where they, like, you get to the end, you get to this great build-up, and then someone goes, no, but I'm choosing not to do this. Like, I fucking hate that so much. That's such a cliche bullshit line. And I think this all started with, God, what's The Last of Us 2? Where everyone just decided that's the storyline they're going to copy-paste everywhere. And it was so fucking stupid that every single story after that started doing it. And it oh man, it made me want to throw myself out a fucking window. I hate that trope so much.
Which is in the case of Kaith and Phelan, you know, these horrible things, and murdering your friends just so they can't give information, and it frustrated me. But other than that, the story is considerably better. But what I loved, and I think this is the most important thing that any other MMO company can take away from this, is that they...
Also, just a side note. Look at what a bitch Uther looks like. Let me show you something. This is Uther. Here, hold on. Let me make this picture bigger because you can't see what the fuck I'm looking at. This is Uther from Warcraft 3. Look how big and chunky he is. Wielding a big fucking hammer and a book. This motherfucker's out here to beat your ass. Actually, I prefer my soy latte tepid instead of hot. For fuck's sakes. Why do they keep doing this?
But what I loved, and I think this is the most important thing that any other MMO company can take away from this, is that they actually put in the trailer for the next expansion, which players did not know existed, did not know they were getting whatsoever, at the end of Living World Season 2, and that's how that's done right. I have literally sat with the top developers of Blizzard and talked about this process of, like, how can you surprise your players? How can you do that? Because it's so important to have that power in a living world, which MMOs are, the ability to surprise your players. And that could be with changing environments, and it can also be with dropping some big surprise at the end. And Final Fantasy's done this as well, but of course with Dalamud and Realm Reborn. Having these moments in MMOs brings together memories that are...
I wouldn't know this reference. I don't have enough homosexual tendencies in me to play Final Fantasy.
Cherished by so many players because they were there at the time. And it's what gives people that connection to the game. It's like, dude, I was there and they could do that again at any time. And perhaps they have done that again in the future. And I just don't know about it yet, but I will endeavor to find out. I have to say overall, Guild Wars 2 I'm very much enjoying. And Living World 2 was great. Absolutely great. But now, my friends, we are at our first expansion. What were their big changes? What were the ones where they were like, right, we're revamping all this, we're making it better? I don't know. I have watched the trailer for Heart of Thorns. It was epic. It does involve characters that I think I would have appreciated more, like Ritlock, if I had played different races. But because I was definitely watching this epic Ritlock scene and being like, do we care about Ritlock? He's lost, isn't he? But he's definitely coming back. He's in the trailer. But this whole setup and the payoff at the end, I regret massively that I was not there for when it happened, but that won't happen in the future. That won't, as long as I can get to the end before the next one comes. Thanks so much for listening, guys. Our next stop, first expansion, and I believe it has...
Here we go, Heart of Thorns. Now into Heart of Thorns. Let's see what he has to say about it.
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Oh boy.
Have you guys ever gone into an MMO expansion, like in your life, and just after 8 hours of playing, not understood what the hell is going on? Well, that was my experience. The Heart of Thorns expansion. So many messages. You've got to start it. Get going. Get into it. Don't do Living World. Just jump into Heart of Thorns. Well, we did all the Living World, so we could appreciate the story. And I got blue balls.
Whoever told him to skip the Living World seasons is fucking retarded.
To the ends of time. And then we jumped into the Heart of Thorns expansion. I was so hyped for this because I watched the trailer, I looked at some of the feature releases, and this is when the raids came in. I hadn't seen a raid yet, only a strike. So that was very exciting for me, as our Project MMO mission is to clear the raids and understand how the endgame processes work in all these MMOs. So in we went. Oh boy. First things first. How beautiful is the Verdant Brink zone? Good God.
So
I spent the first few minutes just looking around. This has to be one of the best intro plateaus I've seen to a new zone in a really long time, if not ever.
The design, the actual map design, the way everything is set out, the way the visual storytelling works in Heart of Thorns is peak.
I spent the first couple of minutes just looking around. Torn from the sky. Whoa!
Stay sharp, people. Mormoth hit the pact hard. It's up to us to pick up the pieces.
Oh, this is cool. That is really spooky. That is giving me vibes from Outer Wilds. I think they felt pissed off about how their story went in the base game. Like, look at this. This is so much better. Like, even for the Battle for Lion Zones, this is so much better.
Compare this to the parts where Zaitan starts becoming a threat in the core game, and it's almost like you're playing a completely different MMO.
The atmosphere, the fires, the crashes that have occurred following the Living World story, and then this thorny, oppressive world where, it reminded me of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Many of you younger guys might not have seen that, but the kids get shrunk down and they end up in their garden, and what they see is nightmarish. It's awful when you look at the garden from that side, and that's what I felt like. I felt like a tiny, minuscule piece of this puzzle looking out upon just a hellscape. I compare it to the Maw, which was supposed to be a hellscape.
Yeah, grand scale was pretty good. The one thing I don't like about the grand scale of things, and I think all MMORPGs do this, is they put this like almost like misty filter over it, right? Where it's like looking into the distance, it's like looking into cloud cover almost all the time. And I feel like that kind of ruins it a little bit. Because it's like your character's like, I don't know, suffering from fucking some eye condition where they can't see into the distance. Like their fucking corneas frosting over or something. It's really annoying. And I wish that games wouldn't do this, and they wouldn't rely on this so fucking much, because it just feels irritating. It really feels irritating. I feel like there's a better way to obscure what's outside of your visual range that wouldn't like ruin people's GPUs. But that mist filter, I'm getting really annoyed with it. That's what it really comes down to. The maps are often really good. Environmental storytelling, awesome. It's just writing and mashup of non-combat mechanics that fall apart. It's just the writing and mashup of... I think some of the writing is really good, and then every now and then it's like the writer walked away and some retard came along and like changed the story and he didn't notice.
And looks nothing as dangerous as this place looks, with its thorny brambles that were 4, 5, 17 times as thick as I was, stretching high into the sky and down into the valleys below. So I was pretty excited about that. Now, I went into this based on my decades of experiencing MMO expansions, not just World of Warcraft, but Final Fantasy, Neocron, all these MMOs that I played. And so I got started with the story. That makes sense to me. I've got a mission, I've got a quest, it should get going. And so off I went on my story. And, okay, the next little while is going to sound like some complaints, but stick around to the end of the video. I decided to get very, very, very frustrated. I opened the map up because, of course, it's Guild Wars 2. A lot of the stuff is map completion, and I see just...
It's the verticality that's going to fuck him up, isn't it?
So many things. All over the map to do. Things to do.
Yep.
All grayed out. I spent the first couple of hours just kind of wandering around with, like, escort missions and pick up supplies and kill things. And I can see all these people having fun. This zone is still massively populated all these years later. And they're all doing stuff, and I can't take a part in a goddamn thing. I travel, because what I started to do is travel to explore a little bit. It's like, oh, this is a bouncy mushroom. Yeah, you can't use that. Oh, there's updrafts around. Yeah, you can't do that. Oh, there's these things that are going up. People are getting on helicopters for Christ.
You see, that was frustrating him. I thought there was a good build-up. I thought the fact that it visually indicated to me, you are going to be using these things in the future. These are fundamental components of the map. I thought that was a good build-up. Right, the fact that I couldn't immediately use everything all the time, I think was actually a good thing, because your choices are slowly build up to it using like the mastery system, or just give the player everything all at once and confuse the fuck out of them.
Christ's sake, yeah, you can't do that. You're too poor. You're a poor person, you can't do that. I'm like, God damn it, man. I've exposed this new expansion, and all these new features are here. I can see the raid, by the way. I can see it. I don't know what to do with it, because I didn't understand a key fundamental thing. This is already endgame. There's no leveling. This is already endgame. Now, Guild Wars 2 does bend the rules, its own rules a little bit, like the Holy Trinity, right? The tank, healer, DPS, classic combo of MMOs. After doing the strike at the end of Living World, I realized that, well, that's not entirely true. They did bend that a little bit. Yes, there are healers. Yes, you can choose people who tank who are better at it, things like that. You can absolutely do that. Those things do...
I wouldn't even really say there's healers in Guild Wars 2. I would say there's support. Right? It doesn't really feel like someone is a dedicated healer who does nothing else. I've yet to see a single player playing on my second account. Whenever I've tried things out, and maybe this is still coming, but I've yet to see a single player who's done nothing else but hyper focus down on healing and doing 0 damage and doing 0 output to the world. But I mean, then again, I've only been through Heart of Thorns in Living World Season 3. That's the latest content I've been through.
Exist in their own form. And I'm already level capped. But then the story, I did like maybe 3 or 4 missions, something like that. And then the story went, oh, okay, you now need to just kind of grind out a mastery. And the mastery was a new feature that came with Heart of Thorns. So it makes sense that they want you to engage with the system, check it out and do stuff. But I'm surrounded by things I couldn't do. And then it's saying, yeah, you just kind of need to grind out these not particularly exciting missions. You got to defend camp, you got to do this stuff. And then the reward for doing those things is things you can't take part in, right? That's that.
A healer in Guild Wars 2 raids is also boon support, and most of the time also the tank. Yeah, but you see, that's what I'm talking about, Yark. I feel like healer is kind of secondary to the idea of support, whereas in other MMOs, support is secondary to the idea of healer. If that makes sense. Now, maybe someone's like niche down to make healing like the only thing they do, and I just haven't seen that yet. But my experience so far has been that if someone is healing in Guild Wars 2, they're doing a lot more than just healing damage.
That's what I was presented with. It's like, do the crappy missions, and then you can't do anything. Earn your Exalted Markings Mastery to continue the story. Son of a bitch!
There it is. There's your leveling system. There's
So I
your
was definitely
progression
getting a little
system.
frustrated with this, and I was playing around with it, and eventually I did unlock my first mastery. It actually didn't take long, It was just the fact that it took maybe 30 minutes. It was just the fact that I couldn't do anything, and the story hard stopped. It's like, you can't continue the story until you do a mastery. I was like, oh, okay, so you're just kind of forcing me to go and do these sort of mini quests now. All right. Not particularly great. But I also want to go back to the mindset of the people on day one who wouldn't have been able to access anything else as well, and they're all probably thinking like, what's going on up there? What are these
Yes, they're having the best time of their life. They're having the childlike wonder of experience of being, oh damn, I'm going to be able to do that in the future. He's getting frustrated because he's falling into WoW syndrome, right? Where you just expect to be able to access everything out there at all points in time, always. In Guild Wars 2, there can be a dedicated healer where they do nothing else but it's completely suboptimal. Yeah, but that's what I mean, right? Any healer not doing support will be laughed out of the groups. Exactly, but that's what I mean, right? In, like, the idea of support in a game like World of Warcraft for a healer is so secondary of a factor to please make sure my health bar is always topped off, right? Where in Guild Wars 2, every character has a heal. Every character has some form of boon that they're giving someone else. There's always some extra factor involved.
helicopters? What's happening here?
I'm gonna be right back. I hear something outside. Give me a second. There we go. Alright, it was no big deal. It was no big deal. It was just my solar system telling me to switch over to a different battery. While I was downstairs, I got something. So, I've told you at the end of this month, I'm going to be part of a charity event. And this is like the first charity event thing that I'm a part of, so I'm hoping these guys aren't scamming pieces of shit. Right? I'm really, really hoping they don't fuck people over. But we'll see. I suppose this is how we learn our lessons. And it's dry now. My cosplay mask for the end of this month is now dry. This is what I'm going to be wearing. Now, I'm still building the suit. But the paint job on the Kingpin face is now done. Because it's not always about the money, Spider-Man. I'm still figuring out whether I should cut out the mouth or not on this. But I'm pretty proud of this. Particularly because I fucking suck at painting. Holy shit. I'm so bad at it. Wait, you're cosplaying as yourself in a suit. So the idea, Sasha, that I had was, if I'm wearing, like, the Kingpin cosplay, and I remove the mask, it still looks like I'm cosplaying Kingpin. That's the idea. Because I needed something where it's like, if I start boiling over in that fucking costume, and I need to breathe before I pass the fuck out, I still want it to look like a cosplay. Maybe make the eye holes bigger. No, I don't want to ruin the effect. There's a trick I can use so that I can see through the eye holes so that I can see everything in front of me. Can you breathe? Yes. I'm not George Floyd. I can breathe. Right, let's continue.
Yeah, we can't do it yet. We need to get going with some stuff. So eventually I unlocked gliding, and I immediately went to the store and purchased the best glider in the game, unquestionably. Anybody who denies this is just a liar. And of course, the mastery sets are essentially new leveling protocols. So although the actual character levels have stayed the same, you have got the system on the side where you can level other things which are called masteries. And the gliding one is the one for the Verdant Brink where I was. And it was, okay, you've unlocked gliding now, but you've kind of got hobo flying. And you need to level all the other masteries in order for your flying, your gliding.
Fucking hobo flying. You know how excited I was to glide, and here he is fucking shitting on it? Gliding felt so good. Gliding is such a cool system in this game, and I think it's so fucking underappreciated because he's so used to flying mounts in WoW.
To be better, which is a lot of grinding out. And after the start I'd had in the zone, I had no interest in that whatsoever. But the story had unlocked a bit more for me. Okay, so I've actually got something I can go and do now. And I did. I went back into the story as I would do in any other MMO and carried on. And very quickly, like 30 minutes after that, the zone came to an end. And it was moving me on to the next zone, which is kind of what atypical. If I think of something like World of Warcraft, that's exactly what would happen. I would follow through the story, I would complete the quests, and then it would take me off to the next zone whenever I was ready.
You won't be able to level gliding in Path of Fire. I'm aware that the masteries are locked to the different zones and shit, but I don't care. I'm moving forward into Path of Fire, and that's all that matters to me.
Because there's no levels to speak of, then it's just keep going. And I was like, okay. And I looked back at the map before I went off to the next zone. I looked back, and I realized I've only uncovered like half of it. Or at least what I thought was half of it. That would be a more accurate description of what, at the time, I thought I've only seen half this zone. There's still half of it uncovered, but I didn't really enjoy this zone. I wasn't having any fun. I was just denied to be able to do a ton of stuff. So I was like, I'm ready to move on. Like, I don't know what's going on here, but whatever. So I move into the next zone. And it happens again. It happens again. I open the map. There's loads of stuff going on. There's watchtowers. There's base camps. There's all this kind of stuff going on. There's a big central city. And I can't take part in anything. And after a couple of missions, once again, the game says...
Yeah, because you gotta build up to it, man. You can't just... You gotta have the starter meal before you have the main course. God damn, dude. You can't... You don't jam your dick in dry. You gotta make sure she's as slippery as a seal first. Come on.
Okay, that's enough story for you for right now. You now need to grind out a mastery level before you can continue. And I was like, God damn it. And again, the missions were kind of lackluster. It was basic stuff. It was escort quests. It was find this missing doctor, find this missing weaponsmith, things like that to get me back into the mix of things. I was like, oh my God.
That I would say is a low point of Heart of Thorns, is if you are really hyper-focused down on doing like the story and going through the quests that you care about, that like are the through line of Heart of Thorns, the fact that it tells you, nah, you're not allowed this next piece of story until you get this mastery, that does kind of like, that can get annoying, but it's only annoying if you have no sense of wonder and don't want to go look around Heart of Thorns and see different parts of the map that are really interesting and then experience parts of the game. So this didn't bother me as much as it bothered him.
This is like... And in the back of my mind, I'm streaming this, obviously, and I'm trying not to like really badmouth the expansion because I've only been playing it now for maybe 4 or 5 hours at this point, and part of me is like, I don't think I want to continue with this. Like, that thought has entered my head. It's like, I'm not having any fun. I'd rather play something else at the moment than be cock teased with all this stuff and just end up grinding and grinding and grinding to level masteries so I can play around with this stuff. That sounds just really boring. That sounds not great. As much as I enjoy the story, and I do, the story is actually getting much, much better now in Guild Wars 2. It's something I'm invested in. And then what happened is, and mini spoilers here for people who haven't played this, so just bear that in mind. They killed off 2 characters just completely unceremoniously to the point that I just felt nothing, even though I enjoyed...
This pissed me off so much. This did piss me off that Air died here. Not just from like a narrative perspective, but it kind of pisses me off that she died in the way she did. Right, I figured that Air would go out like fighting like 100,000 like different enemies that just overwhelm her. You know, the kind of thing that Forgul did but didn't get the build-up for, that Air could have gotten the build-up for. That or drowning in my semen, those would have been the 2 acceptable deaths for Air. And neither of those occurred.
Those characters, they just died.
I like my
Got a
chances
dinosaur?
better this way.
Rude!
That's not how death happens. Guess what? This isn't real life. This is an MMORPG where they're trying to tell a story. Yeah, here's something you can never confuse, right? Women do this all the time. Never let a woman watch The Notebook because she'll start thinking that's how love is supposed to be in the real world. Same thing, you gotta separate reality from the game. This is a story. This is meant to be about epic shit that happens. This part of the game, she just kind of looks like a battered housewife and then your dad fucks her. That's the problem, right? This was a low point of the story because it felt like they could have done something better with Air. And also was pretty fucking disappointing that she died instead of Brahim. Brahim could have done one good thing in his life by dying instead of his mom. And that didn't happen.
Oh.
Outplayed! Oh, we're not killing Air, surely.
Yep, Air's got... Oh, man. Man, look at that shot. Look at that last glorious cinematic shot. Oh, good lord. Oh. At least we got that shot. At least they were brave enough to give us this shot before she died.
Why is her face all goofy? Yeah, we're killing her. Okay.
No!
Yeah, that was fucking annoying.
Where was Bram jumping in front of that? What an odd choice to kill off Air so early in the expansion.
Just let me say goodbye to her. Not until I see more
It
dramatic.
just seems so abrupt and random, right? We didn't even get a refresher of with Air and
whatever
everything
time
before
you
this. But I guess they're falling straight from
Lieutenant
Living World Season 2.
The side cheek was 100% necessary for story development. It absolutely was. You know, there was a little bit of a miss in that cinematic. They could have torn a little bit of her clothes in, like, strategic areas before she died. I feel like that was a fundamental part of the storytelling that they missed out on.
We lost a lot of good soldiers in the past few days, guys.
Listen up. I need a volunteer.
It was
to stay
too sudden,
behind.
I don't feel
Rand will
anything.
get his time, but he needs someone to watch his back.
I was like, what the hell just happened?
It was a
And this happened in
disappointing
Zone,
death.
but at the same point, I was like, wait, we're just killing off those characters? And it felt like a lie. It felt like, oh, they're going to come back. And one of them kind of does. And I was like, did their voice actors just not get the job or something? They just, like, wipe these characters out. And it's like, is this what we're doing now? We're just killing off these characters? Like, I appreciate the fact that you're willing to kill off story characters. But certainly, from my back history, it's like, these characters needed a more ceremonious send-off than what just happened. And I'm like, more annoyed now. Like, okay, this is more annoying. So I'm walking around the second zone. Everything's the same. I'm joining in. This, again, very heavily populated. Lots of people doing things. And I happened to stumble into the city because I was exploring. I stumbled into this central city. And while I was there,
This was cool as fuck to see for the
an
first
attack
time.
on the city. These massive Goliath elite monsters spawned. And I was like, what the fuck's going on? Like, what is happening? And then suddenly these
This shit to see for the first time was really fucking cool.
walls appeared that needed flamethrowers and turrets, and I swear to you, like a waterfall falling from the sky. It reminded me very much of when a dam breaks in a movie, like The Fall of Isengard, when the dam broke, and just suddenly people just came crushing down the sides of the city, because the city is like sunken into the ground. Hundreds of people just flooding down. I'm like, what the hell is happening here? This is MMOs. This is gaming. This is something going on. And I had no clue what was happening. So I'm trying to figure out if
See,
something
there's fucking lines on the ground. I'm glad it fucked him up as well.
this progress bar of north, south, east, and west towers and doors need to be dealt with and defeated. And I can see the health going down. I'm like, well, west isn't, so how the hell do I get around there? And I'm trying to find, typical to how we started this channel, is how do you become the baller? And the baller is the guy who is doing a lot of stuff, making success for the group, but, like, people don't really notice it in MMOs. Like, no one's going to give you a pat on the back, but that's your role, is to try and guarantee success, whether it be in dungeons or whatever. And I'm like, how do I make myself useful here? And I'm trying to figure it out because I'm not quite sure what's going on. So I'm trying to figure it out. It's like, do I move to the west side? Do I stay here? How does this work with these turrets? And how do I melt away these layers of slime that are clearly blocking our way? How do I do all this stuff? And I'm trying to figure it out and muddle it through as people are barking orders and stuff. And I'm like, wow, the chat is a frenzy with people trying to organize things. And then we failed the event. The event failed. And suddenly, all 4 doors opened because the event was over. And just everybody from every corner of the city just piled together and were exploring and doing stuff. And that's when it started to dawn on me. I've been doing this wrong. I've been doing this wrong. Because
Does he get it? Does he get it? Does he actually figure it out? Oh my god. Did he have a moment? Did he realize what he was fucking up? Oh my god. Okay, I'm so excited. Oh, please tell me he figured this out.
Came in with the mindset of other MMOs. When new content and expansion comes out, you kind of work through it, all of it. You see all the new zones. You kind of get introduced to some features. And then at the end of the story, then at the final zone, then the game opens up with its end game. That's when it kind of blossoms. It's like a mushroom, essentially. You have this...
He got it. He figured it out. It took him a while. WoW Syndrome took him over for a long while there, but he figured it out. He finally registered that this was, at the time of the release of Heart of Thorns, it was one expansion. There was no Path of Fire. That people had to play through that expansion after the core story. And so you can't just shit out every mechanic all at once. He finally figured it out.
Thin stalk that kind of shows you where to go, and then at the end it just balloons out into more stuff. That's not how Guild Wars 2 works, and I should have known this. I should have known this because that's how I felt playing the base game. I remember distinctly on our first day of this project in Guild Wars 2 saying the game isn't pushing me to do anything because you can do anything. If you want to stay in the first 2 zones and level to the cap, you can do that if you want to. Or you can go and see every zone and do a little piece of the pie. You can do whatever you want. The story's kind of showing you where to go. And Guild Wars 2 has taken this approach that, hey, you're already level capped. Every single zone here is designed to last forever. From the start. There's no just showing you the zone and then you'll come back to it later. You can stay in that first zone forever. But the problem was, of course, I'd played the Living World series since then, and I'd kind of forgotten that because...
No, that's not the problem. The problem is you played WoW. And just like me, you've got WoW brain. He's got the same problem I have.
The Living World stuff is very story-focused, it's very on rails, it's very linear. And so I'd forgotten that aspect of Guild Wars 2. And also, I don't have the benefit of actually playing Guild Wars 2 on a day-to-day basis after I've completed the main story and the main campaign and stuff. I haven't done that because there's so much content for me to consume, in which case I would have understood how these zones were likely to work. So I did something I've never done before. I said, I'm going to go back. I'm not going to push forward. Even though the story is telling me I can go on and do other stuff, I'm not going to do that, actually. I'm going to go back to Zone 1. I'm going to start again. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to come into this with fresh eyes, with a fresh perspective, and see what this zone is about, because this zone is already at its end game level. I just didn't appreciate that at the time. So, that was the next mission. I spent the next 6 to 7 hours just in Zone 1 of the expansion, and good God, was it fun.
Yes.
Once I understood what was going on,
there we go,
and how to unlock all the things that were on this map for me to do, I don't think I've ever seen a denser zone of content than the Verdant Brink. And I haven't gone to the second zone yet. This is just my first experience with the expansion.
Land right on it. Angle was slightly to the right. We might get branched.
There we go.
Good.
There we go. I think what he also missed out on is why he was getting so frustrated is he probably didn't register, because this took me a while as well, is how much verticality there is to like a single map. That there's all these different layers that you can interact with shit on. And so he probably saw like he had WoW brain. This is pure WoW WoW syndrome that he had, where he saw a small teeny tiny little piece of the map and he was like, is that it? And then he saw a bunch of shit he couldn't interact with. And he was like, why can't I interact with this? Because in World of Warcraft, when you hit, if you hit max level in WoW, progression ends. That's it. You've got your gear progression, and that's about it. That's all there is, right? There is more progression after you hit level 80. And that he probably feels this way because he's thinking like a WoW player. Oh, I'm at max level, so it's just about the gear now. That's probably exactly what's going through his head. That's why he felt the way he did.
Get the correct height.
I haven't got onto the Path of Fire stuff. We're going through that after I look at Preacher stuff here.
That's good. 3, 2, 1.
We need to
missed it.
Get in!
Oh, he got it.
Woo!
Oh, shit.
Woo! Easy game! Easy game! He nearly showed the whole fucking second of it. Yeah! Oh, fucking get in there, baby!
Yeah, that's a good feeling.
Me. Might as well stop some of my shit we've done in ages.
That's how I feel when I complete a 2-step jumping puzzle in the core game.
159.3, buddy. 159. We had time to spare.
It's so dense and so vertical in design that there's, what, 3 distinct planes up on the top of the canopy of the trees, the midland, and down very low in the valleys. But there's a ton of places in between that need to be seen as well, with all things going on. And then, you got Guild Wars 2 players have had Razageth for years. For literally years, because I was eventually able to get onto the choppers. I could start using the bouncy mushrooms. I could start gliding and stuff properly. And so I took part in this meta event, which then was like, right, now the choppers are here. That takes you up to massive world bosses, the Patriarch and the Matriarch, where we're on top.
You can see his tone changed right here. He figured it out and his entire tone changed. I understand.
Giant spires of towers fighting enormous dragons, and we're hanging on the edge of the platforms to find eggs, and then we're doing bombing runs with our gliders over the top of the dragons to break its shield, and then everybody floods on top, and then it's throwing you off in the big Razageth style, getting back in and fighting it. It's like, okay, that's one of like 5 bosses. Now we've got another one to go and do, so everybody get here. I joined a commander's squad who was leading his troops across the battlefield.
Get fucked. Yeah, you can tell he's a professional DPS because he got killed by the dumbest thing imaginable.
Assigning them to different camps to make sure we got the absolute mega bonus reward. Which boss are we all going to next? And just like any proper true MMO, we're all flooding to the locations to deal with these enormous and deadly bosses that are so well designed that they should be endgame raid bosses.
This is the boss you wanted me to fight. Well, I will end up going back and fighting it, Super Sploof. At some point, I'm going to go back through all of the expansions and fight through all of these things that I'm going to make a list of all the things that I think are like the most interesting that I missed out on. And I'm going to go back and look at everything I missed out on.
And dealing with all that stuff. And no lag. Like, played perfectly. It was really cool. It was really awesome to experience that as well. Something I know is like, there's like 200-300 people here. No lag. Totally fine. Absolutely great. And I had an amazing time in there. I also had an experience. And this is probably the happiest part of my day. Was I had an experience I haven't really experienced in an MMO since vanilla World of Warcraft. Now, I just said we were playing with hundreds of people. I do the same thing in Final Fantasy. If we're doing a hunt train or something, the sky is filled with people, and it's beautiful and it's glorious. But I generally know what's going on. I'm usually taking part in it before it starts, or being aware of it. And as a streamer, there are definitely people there who have come along because we're streaming, we're playing, we want to play together, and they're members of our community who've also come along on this journey with me. They're trying out Guild Wars 2 for the first time, and we're kind of playing side by side. So there's that aspect to it. But while I was in the Verdant Brink, and I'm doing the hero points, which are now group-focused missions, which is interesting, because they were soloable up until this point, but now they're very much group-focused. I turn a corner, and I just see a good couple of hundred people just flood past me on mounts. Doing stuff, nothing to do with me at all. I was hoping they would be... Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, there we go.
What in the fuck is that?
Yeah, I've had that happen a few times. This is always so good to see. Like, you don't see this in most old MMOs. Like, actually, no, that's a lie. You see this in most old MMOs. You don't see this in most new MMOs, actually. Right? Where people get together to just do some shit. This is always exciting to see, even if you're not involved, because it means there are other people actually playing the fucking game. That feels good.
That is a sight I have not seen before. This is just MMO gamers doing MMO stuff in an MMO. And it made me really sad for WoW's phasing technology. And I understand why they do the phasing technology, but at the same time, there's something lost there, because I basically reverted back to being like a 17-year-old, being studied on Goro Crater, and watching 2 guilds on epic mounts, which I'd barely seen an epic mount by that time of playing the game, flood across Ungoro Crater to go into Silithus to fight Thunderen. And I didn't know that's what's happening. I just turned a corner and a stampede was coming past me of people in shiny, glistening armor on these things that I couldn't hope to afford. These heroes, these actual knights, flying past me on some sort of mission that I had no concept of the level or scale that was available in this MMO, and it really sold me on the game. And I had that moment again. And they were doing a hero point train. And I'm sure it's a very average thing to a lot of players, but if you're new to an MMO, and you're like experiencing playing an MMO with thousands of people, and you see something like that, it just gives you intrigue, it gives you mystery, it gives you desire to see what the hell is going on. And I had that feeling again while going back and replaying the Verdant Brink, and I'm so happy I did.
He gets it. He gets it. He understands. This is the one advantage vanilla WoW players have, is that when they see shit like that, they get really excited. Because they understand, like, the grand scale of how impressive it is that there are still huge communities of people doing shit like that, even in old content. Do you know how difficult it was for my guild in, I think it was Cataclysm when I stopped playing? Do you know how difficult it was for them to try and figure out how to get people to want to do a Karazhan raid? The magic was lost there. The first time I saw a huge group of people heading towards Karazhan, and I was playing, I think, like a level 20 warrior at the time, and I just see this fucking group of people marching towards it. I was like, what the fuck? It was so cool. And every time I see that in Guild Wars 2, it brings back that nostalgic feeling. Even if you're not involved, it's just fun to see. Also, thanks for the follow, fantastic. It's a hero point training and very cool because some people help others with things they can't do, like get to specific points with portals. Yeah, I know, I've seen them do it, Pedro. And this is like something you've got to say for Guild Wars 2 is that the fact that there are still people out there doing trains like that, running trains on the maps, the old maps that they would otherwise ignore in a game like World of Warcraft, like it's a police officer, that one white girl police officer and all her co-workers. The fact that they're running trains harder than that in Guild Wars 2 is super exciting.
Did, because eventually I kind of understood the zone. I was diving down, and obviously completing these missions unlocked a lot of stuff that was locked off, including the Adventures feature. A new feature of Heart of Thorns was the Adventures, which are just mini-games. I had no idea what they're going to be, like little side quests, little chain quests, whatever they might be. But no, they have that standard. These are just mini-games, which are hit and miss. I gold medaled them all. I had a lot of fun doing it, besides, I think, Burn the Thorns, which was not fun, and Chase the Bugs. I didn't enjoy that one. But certainly Flying Circus, I spent an hour and a half, I think, doing Flying Circus, because I had level 1 mastery, which is just the ability to use the glider, and I believed it was doable.
See, now at some point, when I'm through all of the expansions, I'm going to go back and do the stuff.
Stubborn Preach kicked in. Stubborn Preach exists, and I like that challenge. I knew if I went and got another mastery points, which I could have done very quickly, it would have made it too easy. And so I wouldn't have had anywhere near as much fun. Overcoming the challenge is the fun part, right? And I felt it was doable. And it was! I beat it after an hour and a half. It was beatable. As much as the entire stream was like, this is just not doable, dude. Like, why are you doing it? We managed it with some real heavy min-maxing to get across that finish line. I really hope ArenaNet was watching. They have been watching the streams. We've had the devs appear in game to say hi. I really hope they saw that, because it was just ridiculous. It was such a massive waste of time. I know that, but God, I had fun.
It's done so effortlessly now. So that's one of the reasons I kind of don't want to go back and complete, like, the masteries and shit. Raise, I want to kind of, like, wherever my mastery ends up at the end of an expansion, I'm happy to leave it there and not max the shit out of it, and then try these things to see what it's like when it is actually a challenge. Because I know a lot of the time, once you've maxed out everything, you're playing the game on easy mode. And I feel like, look, as frustrating and as bad as I am at jumping puzzles, there is a part of me, there's some small autistic part of me that loves that challenge and can't let it go. That's why I'm scared to touch jumping puzzles. Because I know I'll sit there for 4 hours just trying to do fucking Clock Tower and failing miserably. Like, October will end before I finish Clock Tower, and I'll still be trying it every day.
I had so much fun doing it that it doesn't particularly matter. And I explored this whole zone. So I've now played this expansion for about 14 hours, I think, and I would consider that I haven't even seen Zone 2. As much as I have been there and I've seen the event, I don't know how we lead into it or anything like that. And now I understand this expansion. And I now understand Guild Wars 2 expansions. I think they obviously might change this formula going forward. But goddamn, what a refreshing way to look at an MMO expansion. So refreshing. So just enlightening. It's like, hey, everything here is not just to breadcrumb you to the end, and then we'll put stuff in at the end for you. This is like, yeah, you're in expansion. Go to it. Have fun. It doesn't matter if you want to spend all day in Zone 1, move straight into Zone 2, just complete the story. You can do that too. If you're just here for the story, you can do that pretty quickly, but you're going to miss out on a hell of a lot of stuff. But that's your choice to make. That's your choice. It's optional.
Yes.
Everything here is optional, and I'm glad I took this option. So I cannot wait to
That's the best part, is it's all optional. You are going to miss out on things, which is fucking fantastic, because at some point you can go back and do them and get a whole new experience you never had before.
Where this expansion goes, I'm so excited for it.
Have you planned when you'll try Clock Tower? It'll be at the end of the month when I'm doing the charity stuff. Then I'll do weird shit in Guild Wars 2 and other stuff as well.
And of course, I'll let you know. But God, what an eye-opening experience this whole thing was. Thank you so much for watching, guys, and I will see you again. Bye-bye.
All right.
We are on the...
Now, this is the last Preach video I'm going to watch. Right? Because Heart of Thorns, I don't really care about his opinion on Season 3. I'll watch that when I'm through Path of Fire. And I'm preparing for the next expansion. But Heart of Thorns, the fact that he thinks it's embarrassing. Oh boy. Oh boy, is he about to shit on Heart of Thorns? Is he about to upset a bunch of people?
Cusp of actually getting into Guild Wars 2 raiding. But as I came to the end of Heart of Thorns, I have never ever been this embarrassed by an MMO in my entire life. Let's talk about it. Last time I left you, we were middle of the Heart of Thorns expansion, and we were ever so close to hitting our goal of Project MMO, which is to get into the raids and see what they are like. Because, of course, I found out raids did not come with the launch of Guild Wars 2. They came with their expansion. And I realized that I had completely fouled up how to do an expansion in Guild Wars 2, because it's the first time I've dealt with a horizontal-style expansion where you're not progressing through the zones and doing all that stuff before you start the endgame. You're in the...
I'll say it again. WoW syndrome.
End game immediately, and you just get rocking and rolling. So I went back and I had the best time in the Verdant Brink, and it was easily my favorite zone of Heart of Thorns. I'm going to put that out there right now. Loved it. It was time for me to move on to zone number 3. And I couldn't help but notice that with the live audience that was watching me, they were...
Look, I'm just saying, I think he's saying he is getting embarrassed by Heart of Thorns, because just look at that. Look at that little twinkle there. Look at that little twinkle in this man's eye. Look at it. This is a kid asking Santa at the mall for a new dad. And Santa's like, sure kid, I'll fuck your mom. Really? Not understanding. That little twinkle in his eye tells me that he was embarrassed by Heart of Thorns as opposed to Heart of Thorns being embarrassing.
They were snickering. It's coming. It's coming. And I'm like, I can see it in the corner of my eye. And I'm like, what are they? But they're so good at not spoiling things for me, because they know I want to experience this blind, so I could generate my own thoughts. But they were snickering, and they were conniving. They knew what was coming. And it was because we were going into the thicket. Now, I don't know which heroin-fueled maniac created this zone, but screw you, it's awful. Now this is one of those things. This is one of those things where people who have, like, lived this zone, have loved this zone, have spent years in this zone, know it like the back of their hand, and their immediate reaction is, it's not that bad. And there's a smugness to it, there's an arrogance to it, there's an indolence.
He's right. These are the same people who kept on talking about pocket raptors. Pocket raptors ain't shit now. Maybe they were dangerous back in the day, but not now.
To it. Like, you've been a bit of a pussy. This zone is awful. Awful. 5 multi-layered zones. Like, the verticality in here is crazy, and it's so...
The frustration he feels is what makes this so interesting to me. That's what I love about this, is the fact that it's layered on top of each other. Like, his frustration is exactly what made me enjoy this. I loved getting frustrated in these zones.
So twisty and windy, and it's corridors going left and going right. And I got there, and the first like hour of my gameplay was just trying to get to the story marker. That was it. That's all I wanted to do, because there's a process to these zones, which actually comes to bite me in the ass later. But the process is do a bit of story, and then it will hit you with, hope, pop your brakes. Now you need the mastery to explore the rest of the things. So I was into a routine that made sense. Then you want to take part in the meta events and do all this kind of stuff. So I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. So I was off on the way, and I just couldn't get there. Let me guess, it's 500 meters underground. Dude, nothing on this frigging map is where it looks like it is.
Oh, God. Oh, he's experiencing exactly what I did.
Nope, it's below me again. Son of a...
Yeah, there we go. What the fuck do you mean it's not here? What do you... And then you, like, you mouse over the map, and it's, like, 2,000 meters below you, and you're like, oh, for fuck's sakes.
I was just wandering around, and everywhere I went, there was just, like, armies of mobs, and then there was things diving on me, and then it was like, this isn't even the way. It's actually, like, 3 stories above you, or it's 2 stories below you. You need to come back out, you need to go back around, you need to circle around, you need to do all... And I was just... It was driving me nuts. It was driving me mad. And after a few hours of, like, finding my way, and sort of getting used to the zone a little bit, like a very naive early look at the zone, I do not like this zone, like, at all. I actually hate it. I hate it so much. And it was one of those zones that I knew in my heart of hearts, yes, there is a point in my future, if I stick with this, where this zone just isn't that bad. And I know where I'm going. But I also know that when I
remember you thought TD was easy at first, and then you hunted for hero points. Yes. And you know what? As frustrated as I got, as confused as I got, I will remember that zone. It was memorable. That's what matters.
Reach that point, I'm probably kind of going to be done with what I want to do with this zone, and all that knowledge is just a waste of time. There's a level to accessibility that's just not frustration, and I felt so much frustration in this zone, just trying to get around to places, diverting away through it. It was very, very awkward. On top of that, I really did not like the adventures. Like, in the past video, going through Heart of Thorns, I made a point, because adventures were new, and I wanted to try out new bits of content that Arena had added. I got a gold medal in everything that I did, even if it was, like, slightly wonky, like the shooting range and things like that. When it came to the adventures in the thicket,
oh, look at him. He's using Fortnite mode to do this adventure.
They just weren't as good, and that was a little frustrating. They just weren't as fun. They were more clumsy. There was definitely a few that I believe would have required a little bit more mastery, like using the speed mushrooms and stuff, which is always a little frustrating, so you can't do it. You need to go and grind before you can come back and do this and get a gold medal. And ultimately, I didn't want to do them anyway. It wore very thin on me. So overall, like, as a whole package, I'm not a big fan of this zone whatsoever. But that's okay. There's going to be better. There's going to be worse. That's normal, right? It's just part of the... Of course, I preferred something else to something else. So it was time to move on to the last zone. I had done the meta event. I had really kind of good fun with that, with the challenging the lanes and understanding that they'd drawn from MOBA influences in order to generate what they were doing, the large bosses that appear and racing around. One thing I really discovered, and I think is one of the best aspects of Guild Wars 2, and I know so many of you have now jumped into this, is the commander feature. The commander feature, like Guild Wars 2, for me, at this point, does not work without that commander feature. And if you're not sure what I'm talking about, is you have to pay a significant sum of gold. It's like 300 gold. And you are able to designate yourself as a commander. And that's not a role that is taken lightly in Guild Wars 2. Don't think of it like a Final Fantasy mentor or something like that, where you can do a certain amount of achievements and you'll get the mentor tag next to your name, and perhaps newbies will ask you questions because you have this special thing. If you designate yourself as a commander on a map, you will appear on the map as a commander. And people could just right-click that icon and they can join your squad. They could be part of your team, and you then lead those people. And when it comes to meta events that have multiple lanes, so think of League of Legends, think of Dota 2, where you have multiple lanes going on, this is what happens in these meta.
I wonder how many times someone has accidentally designated themselves as a commander and just been a complete fucking idiot who had no idea what they were doing and just ruined people's day in this game. I can just imagine that there's 2 groups of people fucking up people's day, right? The guy who's listing himself as a commander who has no idea what he's doing, and a guy who's listing himself as a commander who knows exactly what he's doing. And he's got a kink for people yelling at him. And he's just gooning it while you scream at him. He's just like, keep going. I'm not done yet.
Meta events, you'll have multiple commanders on the map. And it's vital for this whole process in Guild Wars 2 of these...
It's hard to do it by accident. You say that. You say that, but I'll do it by accident.
Enormous, massive meta events that the whole zone has to take part in that happen every hour to 2 hours to have these people. Because without these people, it's a disorganized cluster of people just all over the place trying to middle the way through it. And what it also enables people to do, like me, who have no idea what's going on, it's my first time in the zone, there's all these things happening, but I'm not clear on what the situation is or what the process is. You could jump into a commander squad, and if you get lost or you get confused, as long as you're like with the commander, you're probably fine.
You're fine,
And that enables
yeah.
you to take full part in these massive scale events to get your eyes on what's going on, to get the idea of what's supposed to be happening. And then after your first run, you get a good solid idea of what's actually happening. So the next time it comes up, you can be fully involved in it.
So it's kind of stressful for, I don't know if you know those people who have that like performance element to them, where they feel like they always have to be on task performing at peak, right? Those people stress the fuck out in these kind of groups. But what I noticed in Guild Wars 2, at least watching other people play it, with the whole commander thing, if you are completely lost, then congratulations, you're just like half the other people following the commander. Everyone is lost. And the people who know what they're doing are usually fucking up on purpose or just doing whatever the fuck they feel like because they can. I have yet to see someone get yelled at for being completely fucking lost when they're joining a group with a commander. It's like a group of retards just running at something. It's great. I love it so much. The thing is, no one wants to tag up as a commander. I had a whole groups of 50 people break apart, in which at least 20 to 30 people had the tag because the commander left and no one wanted to take responsibility. Oh, have you tried out World of Warcraft? Have you ever seen a raid fall apart because one guy left? I have. For years I've seen that happening. That's just par for the course for me.
In a much stronger way. The commander system is a fantastic addition to a game that requires zone-wide cooperation from all these players. Absolutely fantastic. So I just want to put that out there, is easily probably one of the best social features I've seen in Guild Wars 2 is just the commander feature. I also like that it's gated off by gold. Now, there are obviously ways you can buy up to it, but it's actually something you would probably want to buy because you feel confident enough to do this process. And even if you have it, you're not permanently set as the commander. You have to say, I can command here, right? You can be that guy. I can be a commander here. And as long as you're on me, you can follow through it. And so far, I haven't bumped into any commanders who are just like trolling and clicking it on. People are not part of
There you go. Yeah, okay, so it does happen.
Who are becoming commanders.
All the time.
And are just like, oh, this is how this game works. And it works so well because it doesn't matter if you have highly advanced elite level knowledge or it's your first time in the zone, as long as you stay with.
How long are you still going to be live for? I'm going to be live for as long as it takes to get through every piece of thing that builds up to Path of Fire. I'm going to say this again. If any of you need to go do something in your life, I do not give a fuck how minor it might seem to you. It is infinitely more important that you do something for yourself than you hear in the stream. Go and live your goddamn life. The stream is here. The VOD's always on YouTube. You can always come back later. You can always call me a racial slur later. But if you've got something that needs doing, go do it.
With your commander, you're probably going to have a good time. You don't feel like that idiot wandering around like I did in like the base game sometimes. I was like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. You could just jump in with the commander and you're like, oh, okay, this is what's happening. Especially with events that have like a 30-second delay, or they're requiring other lanes to do things, because it can feel, if you're in an efficient area, you clear your area and then nothing happens. And your temptation as a player is to just wander off into the wilderness and see what's going on. But if your commander's staying still, and then you notice like, oh, you're with the commander and there's 20, 30 people nearby who are all staying still, something's probably going to happen. And you've just got to wait it out, even though you're not quite sure what that thing is. And the likelihood is people in lane A or the top lane or north lane, they need to finish their thing and then something will happen in your area. So that was great. So, like the meta event, did it all properly, checked out all the adventures, did a plenty of explore.
Did he just call the meta event the meta event? I haven't encountered this level of wow brain damage. Did he just call the event the fucking rusted up vehicle from that one car movie? Wait, or am I having a stroke? I need to hear that again.
You're not quite sure what that thing is. And the likelihood is people in lane A or the top lane or north lane, they need to finish their thing and then something will happen in your area. So that was great. So, like the meta event, did it all properly.
The meta event. The meta event was great. I got myself a bottle of water. And then, bruv, I saw me Jimmy's getting wrangled in a frangles. Fucking, how can they invent the language and then not speak it? What's wrong with these people? I changed my mind. Maybe the UK does need Sharia law. Because those Arabs will teach him how to speak English properly. Because they're not standing for the shit. Thanks for the sub, Farrell. Thanks for making my taxes harder, you bastard.
Checked out all the adventures, did a plenty of exploring despite my frustrations with the zone, and then I was ready to move on because I had checked everything out for the most part in that zone. And then I moved to the last zone, and this is where the second time I think ArenaNet has completely thrown me for a loop and, in my opinion, dropped the ball. They did it with Zaitan. And Zaitan and I made the video, I was like, this is insanely
Oh,
stupid. For
man, the press F to win button. Jesus, this was so bad.
build up to this encounter, the actual epicness of arriving at this encounter, the whole process of reaching Zaitan in the base game, the big final boss, and you end up with an absolute trash fight that looks like it was put together in about 10 minutes. And it's, what is this? Like, it's so disappointing. So moving into the final zone, I followed the process that the game had taught me, which was do a bit of the story, you'll get a little lay of the land, you'll get an understanding of what's going on, and then you'll probably be hit with some sort of mastery wall where you can then start playing around with the features and stuff of the zone. So I followed the process that the game had taught me to do. So I enter this next zone, I go to the story guy, and then immediately I'm thrown into a scenario, into an instance scenario area, where I rose up and I fought and killed Mormoth, and that was the end of Heart of Thorns. And I was like, what in the fuck just happened? What? I was deflated. I was like, it's a real...
I was about to say, with that clip he was showing with that plant thing, I was a bit like, that's not Mormoth. But no, I see him fighting the testicle here. I don't know, I felt like the build-up was good. I feel like maybe he got distracted by so many of the side elements in the game that he kind of forgot what was going on and what the build-up to the story of Mormoth was. I like the Mormoth fight. I like the fact that Traherne died like a bitch. The way he deserved. The fact that he shattered the PlayStation controller that we had to put back together because he needed it while he was doing the admin. While he was sitting behind a desk, he needed that legendary sword that we got. Motherfucker. I still don't forgive him.
Reasonably epic encounter, although I would argue the Living World encounter with the ghost, the shadow of Mormoth was a far better fight. It was reasonably epic, if not a little dull in places. The music was fantastic, the setting was fantastic, seeing all your old guys. But while I was doing it, I'm telling myself, well, this isn't the end, because we had, like, no build-up to this, really. We had, like, no... Comparing it to the Zaitan encounter, and the sheer balls, the gall, the spit-in-your-face attitude of actually mentioning the Zaitan...
There was less build-up to the Mormoth. I will give him this. There was less build-up to the Mormoth fight than there was the Zaitan fight, but I think that's on purpose. I think they were scared that they weren't going to give enough payoff to the Mormoth fight, and that people weren't going to go do the meta event where you actually fought the dick dragon outside of his mind. Right? So I think they were scared to do a strong build-up, and I think that was a bit of a miss. But if I had to pick between the build-up to Mormoth and the fight with Mormoth and the build-up to Zaitan and the fight with Zaitan, I'm picking Mormoth any day of the week.
Encounter just before you go into this was almost like they were just laughing. And again, similar to the Zaitan encounter, it's like they ran out of steam. And that's what it felt like to me, because I did maybe one story thing and then immediately proceeded to finish Heart of Thorns. The cutscene at the end, credits played. It was done. And I was so confused. I was like, well, this was kind of cool, but it didn't feel like an end encounter.
The later parts of Heart of Thorns was listening to Timey babble. Yeah, that was probably the lowest part of the game. Was listening to that little fucking hobgoblin in a fish tank give the most millennial takes I've ever seen. God, I fucking hated that so much.
Oh, that's an anus. That's an anus with a person in it. That's disgusting.
Yeah, there we go.
That's absolutely a prolapse.
That's Kanek, based man. Based plant man.
Oh god, is Traherne becoming a dragon boy?
What he doesn't understand is Traherne literally died trapped inside of Mormoth's foreskin. That's all that happened to him.
Don't say it's like the soul of Traherne, reborn as a dragon. Oh no, no, salad dragon? That's the worst. Okay, what happens now? I feel like that is...
A fitting reward.
Is that really the end of the Heart of Thorns story?
Yep.
Abrupt.
That's it.
And no blue balls in. And I'm kind of sat back in my chair like this, and I'm trying to, eloquently put forth what I'm thinking about this fight to the people watching. And I'm like, so that was the end of Heart of Thorns. It just seemed to come out of nowhere. Like, I just entered the zone, and then that's it. I killed it. And so I look over at the chat, and they're like, you've not finished yet.
Yes, and then he's going to do the meta event, and then he's going to realize where it is. It's vitally important you check my Discord DM too. I swear to God, if you sent me a picture of your dick again, you made an army. Oh, congratulations. Well done. No one's going to understand this picture who hasn't played Nine Kings, but you finally did it. I nearly destroyed my fucking PC doing this as well. Do you see how fucking powerful the King of Progress is with the rat army. Holy shit, it's so bad. Like, your PC starts falling apart when you get enough rats. Like, literally, it turned my PC into a PowerPoint slide. I'm running a 4090, and 9 Kings turned my PC into a fucking PowerPoint slide, where I had so many rats that the round would start, and then there would be one frame of the rats attacking things, and then it's just like, you won. Well done. Destroying... What round are you on? Oh, you're only on year 58. Wait until you start getting to, like, year 250. With rats. Oh, it gets rough. It gets rough on a PC, that game. Also, you got too many shrines. You can delete those now. You should be stacking rat pop on every single square. But congratulations, well done on destroying the Steam Deck. You know what you need to do is you need to email that to Gaben himself and say, I found a flaw in the Steam Deck, please fix. An indie game destroyed me. King of Progress is OP, same as King of Stone. If you get there, is just unstoppable. If you get the right turns with the King of Stone or the King of Progress, nothing touches you. It's the same with the King of Greed, but it's more temperamental. But if you get the right cards for it, you're unstoppable if you click the auto mode, and it machine guns everything with the lightning strike. Anyway, let's continue.
You've got to do the meta achievement. Now, to this point, the game has taught me the meta achievements are really large-scale epic encounters that usually reward a good bunch of resources, a good bunch of bosses, and they're very, very fun. But they're not super story-related. Like, you know, they're like just tied into the theme of the zone in some way, such as the crash landings and protecting the egg. You know, there's some story links to them, but, like, I mean, people were screaming at me about, you've got to do this other zone. You've got to do the meta. And in my brain, I'm thinking, yeah, of course we're going to do the meta. I'm just amazed that the end of the expansion just kind of happens as soon as you reach the last zone. So I came back.
Yeah, you see, this is WoW brain again. This guy's going through WoW syndrome because the way he sees it, right, is the same way WoW has trained him to see it the entire time, where he believes that, okay, because this is the main through line of the story, because the main through line quests have stopped, that means that's the end of the storytelling progression of this expansion, right? Whereas that's not how this works. It's hard to comprehend for a WoW player. I understand, because I had the same problem. There is more to the story. There's more development that occurs in the world around you outside of the questing. And that's so hard to understand if you've been playing WoW for a really, really long time, because the idea of a world going beyond a quest line is like, that doesn't exist. That idea is non-existent. It's like, imagine the concept of a spoon was deleted from the universe, right? There were no spoons, the word spoon didn't exist, and then someone develops a spoon out of nowhere, and you're the first person to see it. You have no fucking idea what you're looking at. It's the same thing, right? Like, quest lines being tied to, like, the progression of the world around you is such a WoW-centric idea that I don't think I've seen any other MMORPG develop their world outside of a quest line. That's how big of a problem it's become. It's like trained people into a specific way of thinking, and the second you step outside of that bubble, you're like, oh shit, it doesn't have to be this way.
Out, and I was definitely feeling deflated, but also somewhat excited because that now meant we could do the raids. But I was like, okay, we'll check out the meta event, sure, why not? But, you know, definitely feeling a touch disappointed. You're probably wondering why there's chat written on here. It's because the Final Fantasy live letter was last week and they did not give us chat bubbles again, so Yoshi P, there you go. And it turns out, as many of you Guild Wars players now know, and you're probably like, yeah, there's two parts to the end of Heart of Thorns. One is you defeat sort of the brain of Mormoth. That's what I did first, and it's okay, you know, it's got epic music and stuff, but, you know, it's alright.
It is still really funny to me that Mormoth's, you know, his self-esteem is so low that when you go into his own mind's eye, he doesn't see himself as a big dragon, but as a fucking testicle with legs. Like, damn. Dad has some real low self-esteem. Dad needs to read some self-help books if that's what he thinks of himself.
The other part is actually defeating the body of Mormoth itself. And that's the meta achievement. And the entire last zone is 100% dedicated to one boss fight. And it's the size of a zone. And the whole place is entirely designed around one.
And that's the grand epic scale that you were looking for.
Enormous boss encounter. That's Mormoth. And it's the whole... The concept behind this is amazing. Because essentially what they're doing is every soldier on this battlefield must come together to defeat this massive boss. It's not just you. Everybody needs to work together to bring this beast down, and then you...
Look how cool that is.
I'll come back to this in a second. And there's another part to it.
Look how cool that is, that the canonically black dragon, he's just a giant flying penis. God damn. And they did such a good job with it.
Where you actually defeat the inner brain, the inner workings of Mormoth. That's the solo part, but the other part of it is everybody who plays this game needs to work together. And you really do feel like that. I have to say, watching Mormoth rise through the clouds in his full scale size was extraordinarily cool. These are just numbered islands. 1, 2...
I want to point something out, right? I want to point something out. This is really, really important. Now, this is how you can tell someone's wow-brained, right? And this is if World of Warcraft was to do the Mormoth boss fight, what this would be is this would be one singular platform, right? Over here. And all the players would populate this one singular platform. And Mormoth's head here would pop out and start attacking players. And you would never see the full scale of the enemy. And you would just fight the head. And when the head dies, it just falls and slinks down into the abyss here. And then you get your treasure chest. That's how WoW would have designed this fight. The fact that Mormoth flies around you, the fact that you got to jump to different platforms, that you got to use your gliding, that you got to figure out what the fuck's going on, that you've got everyone else has to like coordinate and work together, and some of the platforms fall. All the elements of this boss fight blow fucking World of Warcraft out of the goddamn water when it comes to this kind of shit, right? Because this felt so goddamn dynamic in comparison to any of the WoW raids I've done. Power creep ruined it. Yes, I think, honestly, I think that flying mounts should be disabled. When the boss spawns, and if you get in a certain range, flying mounts are disabled. I think that's what needs to happen. That would fix this immediately.
What the fuck is that? What in the hell? See, that looks like Mormoth. It was amazing, because I didn't know what was coming.
You're talking about Wrath WoW. Yes, I'm talking about peak WoW, Devilous. I'm talking about the pinnacle of WoW.
I'm going in blind. Everybody's on these platforms, again following the commander because it's a meta event. And then suddenly this absolutely world-scale dragon appears through the clouds and is snaking around me. And I'm just looking up with my camera like, holy God, this is incredible. This is cool. And then something happened that I've never done in an MMO. It killed me, which is not that surprising. Of course I've died in an MMO. But by the time I got back, it died. And I didn't even get credit for being there. I did not even get to hit the dragon once. I think I actually died twice. I died, got respawned.
I've said this before, but I feel like if you're playing a ranged class in Guild Wars 2, you have significant advantages at some points in time with the way the game functions.
He's away, got back into the fight. The fight is enormous. As I said, it's like a zone-wide encounter. And by the time I had glided, because I was still on like level 1 mastery of gliding, the boss, it like killed me again, or the platform disappeared and it was destroyed.
No, everything you complain about in WoW is from Wrath. Oh yeah, because, you know, the fight with N'Zoth was so much better. The fights that happened in the Shadowlands was so much better. Oh, it was so peak. Oh, it was so wonderful. The closest I can say to Wrath's peak is probably Legion. It turned into such a theme park fucking gacha system nutcase that it lost all uniquity. Oh, let's go fight a giant fucking maggot worm underground. Oh, it spawns a circle in the ground? How unique and novel in BFA.
Right, things like that. And I didn't even get credit. The game didn't even acknowledge I existed in any way, shape, or form. And I was super deflated again. Needless to say, my initial end of Heart of Thorns impression wasn't great, considering how much fun and excitement I had throughout Heart of Thorns. I think they did such a tremendous job with the zone design, making you feel like Mormoth was watching you every step of the way. Every vine is Mormoth. Everything you're touching, the floor, the vines you're crawling through, they're all Mormoth watching and learning what you're doing. And this was my culmination. So I made, obviously, the decision like, I'm going to do this again because I want to fight it properly. And hopefully, there'll be kind of less people there because, obviously, I'd come to the end of the expansion. A lot of people who were there were part of the stream. So there was a lot more people there than probably usually there is. That's fair.
Wait, I'm back. I was having network issues. I'm not going to get rid of the shrines. The shrines will cause the rats to level up 10 times with every round. What you need, right, is you need to space out in a diagonal pattern a bunch of forests between the rats. And then watch everything around you shit the bed.
So, I came back to do it again. Had a better time, did get acknowledged for being there, but still, didn't get to take part much. And I didn't even die. And this is where
So this is one of the issues, is he's playing Heart of Thorns outside of it being part of the end game expansion, which means everyone's got flying mounts, and so if you're a new player going around with your glider, you're gonna get fucked. You're gonna get left behind a lot. And it's kind of sad because I feel like this would be so much better if no one could use flying mounts in this area. This would be such a better boss fight if people weren't using flying mounts, even if there was power creep beyond that. You got lucky and actually had a late meta. You saw the champ phase most of the time is DPS past. Yeah, I did get lucky. You're right.
To talk about, because this is exactly the reason we get involved with things like Project MMO, is the decisions made to satiate the current player base and the negative effects it can have on new players and give entirely the wrong impression of what this is. So this massive, for those of you who are following along with my journey, this encounter that you're seeing on your screen right now originally was like 30 to 40 minutes long. It's massive, with multiple phases. So much going on. A lot of learning, a lot of coordination. The whole team having to glide only, because this encounter came out before flying mounts existed, having to glide between all these platforms to the correct places, learn what the boss does when it's down, deal with its ads that spawn that try and crush the platform. And Mormoth eats the platforms you're on, ultimately giving you a sort of soft enrage is that there's nowhere safe from Mormoth if you do not kill it in time. Since that time, though, the fight has been nerfed, and also flying mounts have been introduced. Gliding is significantly slower, especially if you're on lower mastery, which people would have been at the launch of Heart of Thorns until later on. In which case, the whole team would have had to coordinate its spread, who's going where, how you're getting there efficiently, getting on target, doing all those. Obviously, power creep is also a huge, huge deal. People are just generally stronger. Even though it's a horizontal expansion system, they still increase your power in some way, otherwise the RPG element would be lost. And therefore, people do massively more damage than they did originally, meaning a lot of the big elites that are spawning in the fight, the servants of Mormoth, just die.
Honestly, I think Guild Wars 2 has a way to fix this. I haven't figured out quite what way that is, but maybe there should be two versions of the meta. Right, you know how they had the two dragons that Muckluck showed me? Where the two dragons are French kissing each other? And you have to keep their health relatively balanced? I feel like you could probably have some version of Guild Wars 2 where it's like if you're a player who hasn't been through certain story elements on your character, you're playing one element of the raid, and other players who have all their flying mounts and bullshit and are overpowered as fuck are playing another element of the raid. I'm not quite sure how to make that work, but I feel like you need to split these players, because the new players are going to have such a worse experience than they were meant to have in the Mormoth meta event than they were initially intended to. Would you like they disable flying mounts for other metas? If it's not originally intended and when they built the fights, then yes. Dragonstorm is ass. It was terrible. I kind of like the visuals. I thought Dragonstorm looked great. I loved the way it looked. I didn't really know what the fuck was going on, obviously, because I was doing it out of sync with everything else. But I really liked it. I liked the way it looked. The fact that there's two gigantic fucking dragons, what the fuck is this? Oh, this is the end. Yeah, okay, to be honest, this part where you're on the ledge, I had too many stars in my eyes at the point in time, but this part where you're on the ledge here, yeah, it's kind of cringe that they just throw you out to the side. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, there we go. There it is. Yeah, that's how it works. That's exactly the fight. That's exactly the fucking fight. Hey. Hey. Why go across the street when you can go down the hall? Your family member's right there. And they're going just as unfucked as you are. And you can fix that right now.
You just fall over. And in many occasions, I was flying to platforms because it looked like there was something to do. And by the time I'd landed, because everybody else had a flying mount, it was too late. And I was just kind of gliding between places and places. Despite my best efforts to take part in as much of a good way as possible, it was kind of fruitless. And ultimately, I came to decisions like I could just kind of hang around until Mormoth lands so I can at least hit the boss and do something. And they one-phased it. So we killed Mormoth in like 5 minutes, even with all his phases, compared to the 30 to 40
yeah, the power creep's rough on this one.
minutes that was originally designed around this encounter. Now, and many of you, and I know a lot of viewers were like, oh, they made this fight kind of garbage now. Now, there's a number of things they could do, and I would really recommend that ArenaNet probably looks into this. One is probably disable flying mounts here. It really spoils this encounter.
Yes! Even he says it. Even he knows. Even he knows.
Because I cannot even eloquently say just how epic this encounter is, and then how deflated you feel when it just kind of dies, especially as a new player. You come in and it's like, oh my god, this is cool, and then you just kick it in the face and it falls over, and you're like, oh, okay. And you also feel, if you don't have that flying mount, you haven't got all that way yet, it's like, you're just useless. You're just this useless encounter, and it also makes the fight just go way quicker. Now, I'm not saying they need to make the fight harder, but they should definitely try and keep it closer to its roots. And I think this is where Final Fantasy XIV excels, and World of Warcraft's been trying to do that with its time-walking content as well, is to get a similar feel to what it should be like. It's not going to be perfect, but a similar feel to what it should feel like without being disruptive or too easy in many ways, because it just takes away from the epicness of the encounter. But that has to be carefully balanced, because your current player base and the people who are farming this encounter for certain drops, who are no longer impressed by the epicness and the scale, those guys do not want to do a frustrating 30 to 40 minute fight every couple of hours after they've already done the meta events or even spot.
Nah, fuck them. Fuck them. If they're really farming for something, fuck them. They can have the 30 to 40 minute fight. It's meant to be an epic fight. It's a goddamn dragon that when you kill it, it fucks the world up a little bit more. Nah, fuck them. They really want that. They want that piece of gear. They want that fucking item they're farming. Fuck them. Make them fight for it.
Farm this fight and give them a chance to actually fight it, right? They don't want to do that. They've done that 20 times or whatever. It's like, it's too much. You're asking too much. So there's a balance to be had. I think a simple fix in an encounter like this, you can't change the player's power, but simply removing flying mounts would probably go a long way to adding to the fun of this encounter, because there's something definitely lost with a zone of this much effort to just fly from A to B and just kill the guy and then just leave. And it definitely, at the end of Heart of Thorns, despite I loved this expansion right up until the very end. I mean, I really, really loved this expansion right until the very end. Was just taken and lost me. I felt deflated with both ways. I then learned that apparently both of these things are happening simultaneously. You're attacking the brain of Mormoth, and the body of Mormoth are supposed to be happening simultaneously. So the idea is that while the whole world has come together to defeat the body, you're in the mind, and you're working on the mind, which is weakening Mormoth, which is helping the people on the outside, and the people on the outside beating its body to death and weakening it on the inside, and you're both working hand in hand to get it done. That cannot work in an MMO, because the player experiences these things separately. It would have been considerably more logical and made far more sense and would have led to a simply just better finale to me if you had to do the meta event first. And I believe initially that was how it was done, and they changed it because the meta event might have gone quiet. Now that's understandable. An MMO requires people, and you can't have people doing the story mode turn up, and they've got a meta event to do, and they get cock-blocked, and it's like, it's not even happening for an hour. Okay.
Yeah, I can forgive them for this. I can forgive them for making this contrived thing where you don't have to do the meta event technically, and if it goes dead, then there's no one around to do it, and therefore you can't finish the other component. I can forgive them for that contrived point. I've seen so much worse out there that this doesn't even register on a scale of things that upset me. But he's probably right. Also, Palmesia, thanks for the sub. And the follow. Fuck me. You don't have to do that. You know that, right? You don't have to sub. This shit is free. I do this shit for the love of the game. You don't have to sub. Also, I'm gonna be honest with you. I just got done doing my taxes and I submitted them yesterday. And I'm still suffering PTSD from going through every single one of the subs for the last year. Before I gave it over to my accountant. Man. Man, I fucking hate Excel spreadsheets so much.
And then there's not enough people that show up, so they have to go story. So I understand why it's been done, but the end result just doesn't work. Which is, I'm hoping in the later expansions that they learnt from this. So I'm not looking at this as like a disappointment or anything like that. I'm looking at this as like, okay, there's clearly some issues here, right? There's clearly some issues. What did they learn from this? How did this come out in the next expansion, which I don't know the name of? How did that come out? How did this come out in the wash? What improvements did they make to this process? Because it doesn't play well. That's all I'll say. As a new player, it doesn't play nicely. I thought I was done. I would not have done the meta event if I wasn't being pushed. I would have been, is that it?
I can forgive them for all of this. Get those filthy ads out of my face. Okay, that's a fair reason. I genuinely wish I could completely turn off ads on Twitch, but they won't let you do that. And I've tried to get out of the partner program, and every time, like the affiliate program, and every time I do, they just ignore the email. It's really annoying. But good seeing you. Thanks, though. Imagine having to do taxes. Yes, no, listen, I live in a country that if my government finds a penny that I missed out on, it's a criminal offense, right? Mistakes are a criminal offense on taxes. That's how my country functions. It's fucking terrifying.
Okay, I guess. And then left. And maybe come and check the meta event later on. I would have missed out on this giant epic encounter. I understand why it's been done, and we should be very clear on that. I get why it's been done.
Oh, God. Stop it, 8X. Stop it. I know you've got a kid on the way. Save your goddamn money for your kid. Put it into a fund so that you can buy them MMORPGs later, so that when they're old enough, you can turn them into a little slave that does all the grinding parts of the MMOs that you don't want to do, and convince them it's fun, and then step in when the cool stuff is happening. Oh, God damn it. Now Dark Dario's done it as well. Stop it. Stop. Motherfuckers. I do appreciate it. I promise to use your money irresponsibly on stupid shit like buying a wheelchair and then trying to justify to my tax accountant when he's like, okay, but why did you need the wheelchair? Hookers and blow. No, that's, I believe that's Hassan's stream, but all the hookers are underage. And the blow is his dog blowing up in the background when he electrocutes it.
I totally understand it. It doesn't change that it didn't work. And whether or not they went in the future and were like, okay, let's not do that again. Let's work on something else. Because it does feel like the ball got dropped there, and it's no doubt because of changes over time. And every MMO in the big MMOs that have been going for years and years and years have all run into this situation and all handled it differently. I don't like how Arena handled it in Heart of Thorns. Whatever happens next is going to be important. But crucially, the crucial thing is, the next time I will speak to you on this channel about Guild Wars 2, it will be about the raids. We have reached it. We are there. We are going in.
Boy.
I've seen it on the map. I know where it is.
Okay, now that was a good set of videos. I mostly agreed with everything you said.
Coming up
but I do have to say, Preach is definitely suffering from WoW syndrome.
We are on the...
This poor fucking man is thinking like such a fucking WoW player. He cannot escape it. He cannot escape the WoW mentality. It's so obvious, and I can understand because I feel it too. You play WoW for long enough, it destroys your life. It just, like, you start thinking there's no other way to build something aside from the way that WoW's built it. And it's such a limiting way of thinking. By the way, your Guild Wars 2 videos cured my Doomer mentality, my wobbly sausage. Well, that's good to know. I always love fixing people's wobbly sausages live on stream. Now my wife hates me more even though it's fixed, because I'm playing 2 more hours of Guild Wars 2 every day. Worth it. Tell her that this is a requirement. Tell her that a doctor told you needed to do it. Tell her that, look, the options are you play Guild Wars 2 every day for 2 hours bare minimum, or you can go back to pushing rope in and see which one she'll say yes to. Thanks for the follow, Kyori. God. Would you buy a shock collar for an Asura like... And I'm not buying a fucking shock collar for anyone. Oh, no. No, don't tell me that the fucking live stream just died. Did I just get banned? Nope. Nope, it's just the live stream dying. Come on. Come on. This is a Twitch issue. This is a Twitch server issue. It should be back up. Give it a second. Give it a second. Yeah, that's not a me issue. So that's a Twitch issue. Just give it a second. Give it a second. If you're on Twitch, just refresh. That is a Twitch server issue. that I've been looking into recently, right? I've been monitoring like my bitrate, my data packages sent. That is not coming from my side. That's from Twitch's side. Twitch is like, you talking shit about my boy Hassan every time. Every time you mention that terrorist cocksucker, they come for you. That's just how it works. There's no escaping it. That's their little baby boy, don't you understand? But no. So, sorry about that. That's Twitch servers. There's nothing I can do about that. We're back up. We're back functioning. I agree with about 80% of everything that Preach said, but I can see he's got WoW brain. He's got terminal WoW brain, and it's excruciating. So I get it. I see why he's suffering, right? It's difficult to get out of the concept of WoW brain. It really fucks you up. So this is where we're going to go from now, right? I have one video left that I want to watch before we start leaning into... What's wrong? What do you mean, Cyro? What's wrong? What, you don't like Star Wars? Everyone loves Jar Jar Binks. I saved this one just for everyone today. I knew how upsetting this image was, because the first time I saw it, I got up and left my PC and I needed to walk outside for like an hour. And I felt like sharing that pain with all of you. On Preach, yeah, Preach cannot bear that another game isn't WoW enough. I actually quit Final Fantasy after 7 years of playing it because it felt like a Diet Coke of WoW. Comparing that game to WoW every time, burnout of the game. Discovered Guild Wars 2 4 years ago, fell in love for one main reason: it's not goddamn WoW. Yeah, this is the thing, is Guild Wars 2 is the perfect alternative for recovering WoW players who haven't had the ability to play anything but a theme park MMO, because it just operates under such fundamentally different mechanics and systems. That's why old WoW players actually love the way Guild Wars 2 is now, because it feels like it feels like you're coming home to a memory you never had. Also, thanks for the follow, King Briel. I think that's how you say, you know. Twitch is still shitting itself. It's just used to it. Yeah, no, Twitch is a fucking mess. And I know my bitrate upload rate to Twitch has been stable as fuck for the last 3 hours or so. So I know this is a Twitch server issue. But you gotta remember, Twitch is kind of dying slowly, right? So it doesn't have that much ability to keep going. I genuinely think that there's a chance that Twitch is gonna fucking die. I'll say this again. Twitch is a dog shit platform. It does a bunch of manipulative bullshit where it tries to get you to like sub on a hype train or waste a bunch of money on shit. And the only way, and it throws ads at you and does a bunch of dumb shit, right? The actual only reason that Twitch is worth anything is quite literally because of the viewers. It's you. You are the reason people stream on Twitch. If everyone left tomorrow, like if all viewers decided that there's a better platform tomorrow, Twitch would not be able to compete and get those viewers back. Because it's just that bad. Also, thank you, Anonymous. It's probably 8-ax again. You bastard. Man, I'm so scared that I fucked up my taxes that this weekend I'm going to be spending like an hour just going through an Excel spreadsheet, listing these now so I'm not in the same situation I was in, like this week. Send me that wallpaper. My D&D group is going to fucking hate me. I'll put it in the Discord later. Playing Guild Wars 2 is just rewiring your brain. It's worse than that. It's worse than rewiring your brain. Guild Wars 2, if you've played WoW for a really long time, you start playing Guild Wars 2, and it's like you start having these weird existential moments where you're like, oh shit, an MMO doesn't have to operate like this. Holy, an MMO can do that? What the fuck? Like, it's so confusing. Because it like you're stepping into an alternate universe. And it's so strange, especially for WoW players. You have a lobotomy. Yes, I said I was a WoW player. Did I not make that clear? I played WoW consecutively for 15 years of my life, and then after that I played WoW on and off. And it's so fucking weird to step outside of World of Warcraft and play another MMO that doesn't operate like a theme park MMO. Because like World of Warcraft has collectively psyoped the entire gaming MMO dev community into believing you need to make the game exactly like WoW. You want to know something really fucked up as well? Go find a private server and play Rift. And you'll probably enjoy it more than retail WoW. That's my hot take for the day. That's my unfiltered dog shit opinion. Go find a Rift server and play that game. And you might feel a little bit of that old magic that WoW used to have. I mean it. And you can disagree with me, and I completely understand if you do. But something about Rift. Old Rift. Not over-monetized dog shit Rift. But private server Rift. And it's pretty solid. At least for a little while. You get so used to Blizzard butt-fucking you that you wonder why you don't feel something up your ass while you're playing an MMO. Exactly. Ass. That's not what I play MMOs for. I came here to play a shit game and bitch about it on the forums. That's it. Let's all go play WildStar. I would love to. Oh my god, if WildStar saw like if there was like WildStar Reforged or some new updated version of WildStar, I think people would play it for at least a week. Right. Now, the last opinion I wanted to see, before we dive right into prepping for Path of Fire, was Snabzor's video. I have had this saved as a video. I do still have your vid, Sarah, don't worry. Don't worry, I've got a list of them. I have saved this video since before I started Living World Season 1. This has been sitting in a note that I've had open on my PC for fucking months. Because I want to understand why he specifically loves Guild Wars 2. And then after that, we're going to do the Path of Fire prep.
Up here.
Let's see what he has to say.
And, you know, the last video was a little bit heated. I was a little bit upset, and I think I was maybe a bit sensitive about some things that I ought not to be. And it's...
By the way, this man got turned into a slug in Guild Wars 2 for anyone who doesn't know. He made a post saying he would cover himself in Vaseline and cosplay a slug if Guild Wars 2 did something. I can't even remember what it was. And then Guild Wars 2 did it. And you know what? Props to the man, he followed through. He's a man of his word. So let's see what he has to say about why he loves Guild Wars 2. This is a 10-month-old video. His opinion may have changed in that time. Because, you know, the longer you play an MMO, the more jaded you become. Let's see where he goes with this.
It's a also, human flaw of mine. I take things pretty seriously, especially when I'm really passionate about something. So I want to thank you for all the comments that I think kind of woke me up to that a little bit. But this video, I want to be a little bit more lighthearted. I really just want to talk about why I play Guild Wars 2 at all. Like, what's the story?
Come on. We don't have to do the song and dance. You know what? Actually, you know what, Rosario? If you can send me a link, I will pull that up immediately to give you context on him getting slugged. I will happily pull that up. Just so you have some context of what I'm talking about. But you see he's doing the song and dance, but what he's going to say in this 20-minute video is the ass and the titties on the Norn female characters are the best he's ever seen. That's what this is going to come to. Also, thanks for the sub cover. You fuckers keep on making my taxes harder. Like I don't know why. It causes me anxiety when people sub. And I'm like trying to like not fucking shake when people do that. You fuckers, save your money, goddammit. The stream's free. Snap couldn't cope with the perpetual lockdown that was with the lockdown and was stuck in perpetual depression after it. Poor man. I love the lockdown.
I think everyone has a...
Wait, is there a hype train on my channel? If there's not, that shouldn't be there. I disabled hype trains specifically because I don't like the idea of Twitch psychologically manipulating you into keeping some arbitrary bar active at all points in time. So if that's active, please let me know and I'll find a way to delete it. I fucking hate them. I really hate them. I don't like the idea of these companies like manipulating people into doing like pushing a hype train. Now, maybe I'll change my mind if one day I do a subathon and I just torture myself. But until that moment, no. Fucking hate them. Okay, is this the slugging? Yeah, this is the slugging, isn't it? Yeah, there we go.
No, other like that. That one isn't.
Yeah, there we go.
Exactly what we wanted. There's so much explanation needed before showing you this.
Imagine the conversation that Sneb had to have with his poor wife about this. Babe, I don't need you to ask me any questions, but please, I need you to cover me in Vaseline while I wear the slug mask. No, babe, it's not a sex thing. I promise it's not a sex thing. We'll save that other thing for my birthday. Please, babe, please. I need, if you ever loved me, you will do this. That's probably how that conversation went before the stream. Oh, this poor man. Oh, man. Oh, that's got to be so uncomfortable.
Oh, stop.
Oh.
You have to stop.
Oh.
You have to stop.
For reference, right? This stuff right here, Vaseline. I've worked in factories before, right? Now, when workers want to prank each other, what they do is they throw a tub of Vaseline in a microwave. Then they take it out, and then they take a paintbrush and they paint everyone's tools with Vaseline so that every time you try and use something, it slips out of your hands. I can only imagine how fucking uncomfortable it must be to be covered in Vaseline. Jesus. Slug mount exclusive.
Streisel.
Jesus Christ.
I'm telling our bedroom secrets. Streisel says it looks like they've done this before.
Oh my god. This poor man.
What do you mean? Other people don't roleplay like this? I thought everyone roleplayed like this.
I'm never showing my face on this stream ever again.
That's right, dissociate now. Hey, you said there's a better version. Hold on. Is this the better version? What is this? Is this just another angle? Is this going to be the ballsack angle that he's got us with? Oh no, there we go. That's the part. That's the one I was looking for. Oh yeah, look at that. That's some. Oh come on. Yeah, you know what? I felt like this was a real miss because if he wanted about 10 to 50 more subs, all he had to do was arch his back just a little bit.
What is happening?
Yeah, there we go.
What has my life come to, you guys?
Should have done it shirtless. Absolutely.
Salting the slug? I can't. Yes, this is the salting of the slug.
Oh God. You could tell he was so unprepared for this to actually happen because he just like cut open a trash bag. He never thought this was gonna happen, and then they fucked him. And then I believe they put a goddamn NPC in the game or a mob in the game called Slugzor. This poor man. Imagine you start Guild Wars 2 and your first contact with Twitch community of Guild Wars 2 is Sneb's slugging stream. Can you imagine Sneb starting to play Guild Wars 2 live on stream many, many years ago. And right now, his very first stream is running through his head of him playing Guild Wars 2. And he's just lying face down with a slug mask on, covered in Vaseline, getting covered in salt. And all he's thinking to himself is, how the fuck did I get here?
All right. Rip. Oh. Guys. How do you know the wife is not? Close enough.
Guys, I think she enjoys it. I think she enjoys it.
Oh yeah, she's enjoying it.
Oh, it's cold. It's cold. Oh, it's cold.
Oh man, this poor man. Jesus. You know what? You know what, Guild Wars 2 devs? I forgive you for the Bang Bus ad. For making Snebs or do this. I forgive you for the old school Bang Bus ad you did back in the day. Because for all that cringe, this moment alone was worth it. Also, thank you, Otter. Damn.
You must melt, or we're doing it all again.
It's beautiful. Is that not beautiful? Now let's see why he loves Guild Wars 2. Now keep in mind, the slugging happened after he made this video. So it's very likely, it's very fucking likely his opinion may have changed between then and now.
Story of how they got into like their favorite hobby or what led to that. And so I'm just going to ramble for a while. You know, my kid might walk through the door and say hi. The dog might come in and go, but whatever. I'm just going to ramble about
Sure, that's fine. But okay, it's only fine if the dog comes through the door if you decide to electrocute it.
I don't remember if it was 2005 exactly, but I do remember the first time that I played Guild Wars 1. I think it was 2005 when the game had just released. It was out for a few months. And I had a friend and he was the kid that lived next door, right? He lived next door to me and we played every day. It was so much fun. And then eventually he moved, but we still remained close friends and we would like bike to each other's houses and stuff. It was really fun. And he had an older brother and that older brother really liked video games too. And he always had the cool new thing. He was a teenager and he would buy his own stuff because he had a job.
Oh God.
And that was like really cool. So we would go and we'd always.
So for some reference, right? People like Sneb and me are old enough that we can still remember that time when Jesus's mom accidentally left her purse on Moses's ark. So, this was back in the day when child labor laws would allow you to work as a teenager. Are you still running your engineer? Yes, absolutely. I love my engineer. Now, back in the day, teenagers could work because the child labor laws weren't as bad as they are now. I had a job in order to pay for my WoW addiction. And my job at the time as a teenager was being a waiter at a really fancy restaurant. And they trained me up real good on how to be a waiter. And I could play WoW. And that was back in time when WoW was actually worth playing. I quit that job the second I stopped playing WoW because I had no reason to continue. What the fuck is this? Okay, that's the raid experience. I'm not going to look at the raid experience. I'm only going to look at the raid experience way past that. Way past now, like probably when I'm through all of the expansions. Okay, let's see what he's going to say.
Questions and stuff. Anyway,
Okay,
their
chat is
computer down in his
multi-chat.
basement.
I'm pretty sure it is.
My friend says, hey,
Let me see.
there's this game that's like RuneScape, but with better graphics.
Oh, it's probably broken.
No way,
Let me fix
I
that.
said. So we go in, and I remember I created a character. I actually know this for a fact. I did create a character called Slick Blade Point at one point, and it was a warrior, and I played him pre-searing. And I remember I got a black die drop, and my friend's brother was like, "Whoa, that's actually like kind of valuable," and it was like helping us navigate our first. So I race home, and I tell my dad that I must get a copy of this game for myself, and that's the account that I have to this day. And so I played Guild Wars 1 a lot. I played all into my teenage years. And in my teenage years, I started making videos about Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2 before it came out, saying how much I was excited about Guild Wars 2, different theories I had for it. And I put a few like little things out for Guild Wars 1. It was funny because not that many people were making Guild Wars 1 videos. So it actually got what I thought was like a reasonable amount of attention. We made like a guild and a big community out of it. It was super fun. And believe it or not, there are still people
hold on.
that I talk to this day.
For the people on Kick, I see that the messages aren't coming through. I'm not sure why. So this is what I'm going to do. You see, now you understand my grand plan. Now you get to see. When I went out of my way to set up another fucking monitor, this is what I predicted, because multi-chats are unreliable, unfortunately. Right? They don't work all the time. So the Kick stream, guess what? Your messages get their own dedicated monitor. That's what that was for. In case shit broke. Because I keep breaking things. It just keeps happening. I just unsubbed from Teapot and blocked Nike on X, and my enjoyment of Guild Wars 2. I don't know what the problem people have with Teapot is. I haven't really seen Teapot do anything that's... I don't know. I haven't watched Teapot, if I'm being honest with you. He's not one of the one of the Guild Wars 2 people I watch. I think you need another monitor. So do I. And when I find a cheap one that I can repair on Facebook Marketplace, I'll get another one.
Because of those things, those videos and stuff that I made in Guild Wars 1. And I just think that's really neat. So then Guild Wars 2 came out.
Oh, yeah.
I was so excited. I remember I went to Walmart and bought, like, I have picture memories that pop up on Facebook every year in August for the launch of Guild Wars 2. It was 2012. I made all of this. I had all this food prepped. I bought all this junk food, chips, pop, you name it. I had all this stuff, and I played all night. And I really mean, like, until I collapsed.
Man, I've done such similar things, but with parts of World of Warcraft. When Dragon Age Origins released, I installed that game on a school holiday. And I played Dragon Age Origins non-stop for 2.5 days. So I understand that magical feeling. I didn't sleep. I barely moved from my chair. And when my mom realized what I did, I got my ass beat so goddamn hard. She kicked the shit out of me on that day. And when she was done, under my breath, I whispered to myself, worth it.
Right? Like, until I could no longer. And my friend played like that too. I can't, this part's a little bit fuzzy. I can't remember if we did a LAN and he came over and played with me, or if we both just played online together. But I swear I had a friend there that we did like a LAN party, so to speak. So then I just fell in love with the game. Like, I just really liked it. I thought it was a lot of fun, but I did struggle that it wasn't like Guild Wars 1. It was such a different game than Guild Wars 1. It still is, of course. But I kind of struggled with that. And I think in many respects, I liked Guild Wars 1 better at the time because it was more...
Guild Wars 1 was different. I didn't, I never did like a direct comparison in my head to Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2, right? Like, because they just operate in such a different way from one another that I never put them on like the same level. Like, sure, it's the same game company, but game companies make different games all the time. And sure, it's supposed to be a continuation. And I gotta be honest with you, Guild Wars 1 is good. It's enjoyable. You can get lost in it. but I do think that Guild Wars 2 beats it so far. At least as far as I've played the game. Though I never will forget my dervish.
More familiar, and because the combat style was a little bit different, right? So I did play Guild Wars 2 all the way until I left. I went and lived on the islands of Micronesia for 2 years, and I did like volunteer work and served with people, and I didn't have access to internet or anything. I was like way off the grid. A lot of people don't know that about me, but that's what I did. And so I spent 2 years there, learned a language called Chukese. And then I came back, one of the first things I wanted to do, because this is going to sound weird, but when I was out there and I was talking to other people that were doing what I was doing, they'd ask me about my hobbies, and I would tell them about this legendary game called Guild Wars 2. And I would just say, oh, it's like so cool. Like, this is how it works. And they were always like really interested in it.
That's a big mistake. Big mistake telling other people. I made that mistake as well. I was in school and I talked about World of Warcraft. The next question was, are you gay? I had to invent an entire girlfriend so that people would leave me alone and stop calling me gay because I played World of Warcraft. Never break containment. That's right, Dogrock. It never leaves the internet. That's how this works. IRL is something different. That's a different MMO. You don't take the online MMOs into the IRL MMO. That's just not how it works. You don't do that.
Because I would talk so highly of it. So when I got back, I like loaded into Guild Wars 2, and like some of my friends were still there, and I just thought it was so neat. But I wasn't really very active publicly speaking. Like I didn't make content anymore, really. I was just a guy that like really liked that stuff. I didn't really do any of it anymore. So I then went to school, and throughout my undergrad, I got really into Guild Wars 2 PvP. I loved PvP. And
oh, big mistake. Big mistake. That's how you can tell he's a masochist. Now we know that the Slugzor video was a sex thing. You get involved in PvP, that means there's some part of you that really, really, really enjoys getting punished.
I still have like a love-hate relationship with PvP. I've like 6,500 games played. I played the crap out of it, okay? I used to motivate myself to do economics homework, I would play a match of Guild Wars 2 PvP and then do like 10 questions, and then play a match of PvP and then do like 10 questions. And the questions were usually like quite hard. So I was doing essentially like 40 minutes on, 15 minutes off, 40 minutes on, 15 minutes off for studying versus playing a game of Guild Wars 2. I played so many, and there were some days where I would just sit at home and just like do PvP for like 8 hours straight. I watched the big PvP tournaments. So I had different streamers.
That feels so good when you're doing that with the MMO that you're in love with. Oh god, that feels so good. Those moments. Ooh. I'm actually really sad I didn't get into Guild Wars 2 earlier. I feel like I missed out on something there. But at the same time, I was having those experiences in World of Warcraft. And those days, oh god, they are so good. Oh, there's nothing that comes close.
Streamers and casters that I always watch, and I never really said anything in the chat. I was always so afraid to talk, but I was really into it. So I played PvP a lot from 2015 to, I want to say 2018 or so. And then I kind of took a break from the game. I'd like log in and like play some of the PvE stuff. I vividly remember when Dragonfall came out. I think that's the map name, season 4 map. I remember just being like in awe of how beautiful the map was. I thought it was excellent. I remember my then girlfriend, now wife, I went and got her and was like, I know you don't play video games. I know you don't like this really that much, but like, look at how beautiful this is. This is so cool. And she's like, yeah, honey.
I've done the exact same thing with my wife. I've showed her some of the vistas and some of the views in Guild Wars 2. And she was like, oh, cool. Is this like a game that's like released last week or something? And I was like, yeah, last week. Also, I've said this before, but my wife's phone broke a while back, and what my wife likes doing is she likes listening to music while she does stuff. So for like a solid week or two, she stole my phone, and she found the Heart of Thorns Guild Wars 2 playlist on it. And she just started listening to it, and she was like, damn, this shit's great. And for an entire week, she was just listening to Guild Wars 2 music on my phone. I didn't see my phone for the whole goddamn week. It was actually pretty interesting. when someone who doesn't play the game listens to the music and is like, damn, this is a banger. Your wife is obsessed with music. Yes, she is. She loves the music of Guild Wars 2, and she doesn't even play the game. That's how good it is. Guild Wars 2 is old enough to get finger blasted in the cinema. Another way to put that, Super Sploof, is that Guild Wars 2 is so old that it wouldn't get touched by a Roblox player.
It's cool, right? So I did like little things here and there, but it was really only, I think it was it was 2020, sometime in April. Iceberg Saga had come out, Drakkar had released, and I really liked Drakkar. So what I did was I just started.
I haven't gotten to the Irritable Bowel Syndrome expansion yet, but a lot of people have told me that it's bad.
Just started to just throw up a commander tag and just play and get people to do the boss with me. And then I created this whole thing about how we're trying to beat the world record, we're trying to be fastest, and we had all these little things that we did together as a community. And you know, that was really special. That was a special time. That was when I first met Teapot. And it's funny because I actually had kind of a negative, I had a negative perception of Teapot at first. After,
why do I keep on hearing that people have a negative opinion on Teapot? Like, I don't watch his streams in particular, so I know nothing about the guy. I've seen some clips, and he doesn't seem like. What is he doing on stream that's pissing people off so much? Is this just like an MMO community thing where people get irritated with the man? Or is this like, what did he do? Because he's a smug asshole. Okay. So you just described like 90% of all streamers. Hold on, I missed one here. Talking music, Path of Fire music is just unreal. It feels like high quality Hollywood score. The mad guys in the music crack house. Yeah, I hope it's good. I'm going to hear it now. He's fine, he just prefers WoW, and I think people are salty about it. Wait, so he prefers WoW and that makes people upset. He should play more WoW then.
After that interaction, because Teapot, like, I didn't get his humor or anything. I didn't really know him, and he like made like a little comment about me or something. Like I was joking with him about some stuff, but he didn't really know me that well. So it was like kind of awkward. And then I just felt really silly because I started streaming around that time and I didn't really have like a big community. I was streaming to like 5, 10, 15 people sometimes. I was really excited about that.
Oh, cool. That's where I am now.
Just doing it for fun. I didn't really have anything else to do. I thought it was like a cool way to, spread my enjoyment of the game. And he was like the top dog. And so I felt like so silly. But then Teapot reached out to me later and like of his own accord. And he just said, hey, I just want you to know we were just messing around. Like it was nothing serious. I think what you did was really cool. And blah, blah. We just like chatted back and forth. And so we started talking like a little bit here and there and became friends over time. And that's when I started jumping into tea time and giving my...
Man, what happened? What happened, huh? What happened to all of us where someone has a different opinion from you and you can't be friends with them anymore? What happened? I don't get it. Like if someone else prefers something or they think that something else is shit that you like, I don't get why all of a sudden now you can't be friends with this person. It's very strange to me. Ask Teapot if he reads the side effects of the COVID jabs and he will lose his shit. So basically people have been poking him. People have been prodding at him, making him lose his shit.
Hot takes or whatever. And it's funny because I never really thought that anybody would really care. And it turns out that, people seem to, and I think that's really neat. And I'm really honored by that a lot of the time. Like the fact that any of you would comment, even if it's a negative comment, the fact that anybody would comment on a video of mine, I think is interesting because people clicked the video. So I'm very humble.
That's a great feeling. The fact, I think this is really underappreciated, and I think a lot of people get lost in the sauce. But if you make a video or stream and even one person enjoys it, that is such a good fucking feeling, right? I think people, over time, they become so jaded to the idea of people watching their shit that they lose the magic that they felt initially. of the idea that they got one person to have a good time. And I hope I never lose that feeling. It's man, it's such a lost art. I had a positive opinion. Hold on. Let me just read your novel there quickly. I had a positive opinion of Teapot at first. He was trying his best to push positivity in the community. Before, when we were in the tunnel map phase, everyone was hard dooming in the end of the Dragon Patch, and he just abandoned his mission, said fuck off. The game must become WoW to survive, and not him, but Nike, which is part of his group, is kinda a hot topic on himself. I think Nike's kind of a pussy, if I'm being honest, because he did that bitch made shit on Twitter where he was like trying to take a stab at Muckluck, but he was too much of a bitch to just say Muckluck's name. So I see him as a real pussy for that. The studio is always the biggest L take on Guild Wars 2 and its community and attacking people online like an... Okay. So, yeah, he basically gets under some people's skin. Well, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. If he gets under your skin, but he's got his own community, then let him have his community and go find the things you like. That's the best thing to do. There's no point in sitting there being miserable about it.
By that, I suppose. I don't really think I'm anything special when it comes to like real life stuff, right? I'm just a dad of two who grew up playing this series and who like really likes the game. I don't know that I'm anything remarkable skill-wise in the game.
Do you think he wore the slug mask? Do you think he procreated while wearing the slug mask? That's the real question here. We need answers, goddammit. That slug mask was the only thing that was prepared for the slug stream. Which makes me question things. You won't lose that feeling because you'll always be irrelevant. Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's a fair take, James. You're probably right about that.
I don't know that I'm the best leader in the game. In fact, I think I have some qualities that probably aren't that good. Like I'm a bit impatient, or, you know, I'm maybe a bit sensitive at times. And I don't know. I'm just like a regular guy, and like somehow it's turned into this. I suppose much of this is spawning in my head because today I was recognized like 3 times in Guild Wars 2. And I don't know. Like every time that happens, I'm just like really honored. And I try to convey to the person, you know, my gratitude for them saying hello or whatever, but I never feel like it's quite enough. But anyway, back to the story. So I met Teapot, started streaming more. I actually only ever got into raids because I wanted to get the White Mantle portal device so that I could do Drakkar faster. And then it just blew up. I started going in the LFG, and I got into raids by accident because somebody, it's actually a Quader. Some of you might know a Quader. A Quader DM'd me
no
one
idea
day
who that is.
In game and was like, hey, you down to do raids with us today? And I was like, I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are. And I want to do raids. I don't know them. Like I did one training. I got super turned off by it because we were at Veil Guardian for 3 hours and we didn't kill Veil Guardian. And I was doing 3 times the damage as everyone else in the group. And I was a noob. Like I didn't know how to do any mechanics or anything, but I just felt frustrated because we weren't progressing. And so I stopped. I just thought raids were too hard. And then this Quader guy was like, no, just like jump in. Like just jump in with us. Like you'll figure it out. We go into Wing 6. I have no idea what's going on. I'm at Kadim. I'm like running around the platform. I'm falling through the cracks. I die like...
The context I pull out of this is he was thrown into the middle of a raid, had no fucking idea what was going on. You know what? That's the best experience to have with people you enjoy playing a game with, because when they shit on you, you know they're shitting on you in good nature, right? And you can have a laugh about it afterwards, about how much you suck at the game. And everyone's having a good time. You don't actually have someone who's like doing a pirate software and screeching at you. Yeah, you're all just laughing at each other. That's honestly, that's the peak gameplay experience, is dragging one of your friends into a game that you're really good at and watching them fuck up all the time. Also, thanks for the follow, Caper.
Like multiple times. I can tell people are getting frustrated with me. I'm in Discord listening and I can tell that they're just like, I hate this guy, right? But they took some time out of their day to help me learn something new. And wow, what an honor.
Yeah, you don't see that much in MMOs anymore. They just shit on you. Also, thanks for the follow, Froffies. Yeah, I thought I was going to miss that one. It sounds like he's got some core memories that he developed in Guild Wars 2. And I'm curious to know if Sneb still feels the exact same way he does now about Guild Wars 2 as he did way back in the day.
I'm still grateful to Quater and all the folks that let me in there that day. It was great. And so from there, I just caught the bug. I thought it was super fun. I thought raids were the greatest thing ever. I wanted to do more and more and more and more, but I struggled to get groups. So I had a commander tag anyway, so I just started making my own groups. And then people got frustrated with me. They flamed me out because I didn't know how to do the markers right, the subgroups right. And I just kept asking questions and questions and questions. I'd go into people's, and so this is when I turned to Twitch. I started going to Twitch chat, and this is when I became even more active with other people's communities. I started asking other people what they thought I should do.
That's genius. Be a complete retard on stream, and everyone will correct you. That's so genius. Oh my God. That's like the quickest learning curve you're ever going to get. Is some autist in chat is going to like link you a bunch of shit because he can't stand to see you fail again, because he might put his dick in an electrical socket because he just cannot handle watching you fail. It's beautiful. And you know what? I've had the same experience. That's why Super's in here all the time. Not Super Sploof, the other one. That's why he's in here. He can't help himself. He gets the tism and he needs to correct everything he sees. It's really fucking funny, actually. Especially when I decide to do the exact opposite of what he's putting in chat. I love doing that and then watching him lose it.
And they would, give me various advice about builds and whatever. And I just got really into it after that. I wanted to make a static because, I still was doing the Drakkar thing. I wanted to make a static because I was having a hard time with pickup groups. And 20 people wanted to join the static. So I made 2, and then we made 3, and then we made 4, and then we made 50, and then we made 100, and then we made 140. And that's where we're at today with the Skane gang. We expanded to Fractals and this guild, this community that it just kind of spawned out of nothing. And, I guess we're getting close to Christmas time, and I always like to think about what I'm thankful for and what I'm grateful for as we get closer to these sorts of things. And I just wanted to say that I'm grateful for you, for watching, for listening, for...
Okay, don't try and fuck me. Buy me dinner first if you're gonna fuck me, okay? I don't respond to words. I respond to food. I'm fat. You're gonna fuck me like this? Give me a candlelit dinner and a steak. That's how this works.
For being a part of this story. The reason I'm so passionate about Guild Wars 2 and the reason that I care so much isn't because there's some ego thing about being a commander. It isn't because I must have the purple check mark on Twitch or anything. It has nothing to do with that and everything to do with feeling like I belong. I've actually been critical sometimes for saying that I feel like I don't belong anymore. And I think that's just because things ebb and flow, things change, friends come and go, and there's these feelings of isolation or whatever. But at the end of the day, oh man, the devs have been I've gone to these meetups and
hold on, what the fuck? Funny enough, that's a Soisel Engarian and information stealing. Man, you are speaking the language of gods. Just tell someone you want a specific information from the information you want from them, but tell them the wrong thing, and they'll most likely tell you the right answer because they need it to be better right. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Say the wrong thing, you'll get corrected a million times. Had a question on Guild Wars 2, did not ask Muckluck as I find him quite superior. Teapot said he answered 10 minutes before in his 199 comments a minute. Finally asked him from a smaller streamer who actually helped and spent time. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Go find the people who are going to respond to your question and give you an answer that's not fuck you. That's what you need.
I feel like I'm in such a privileged position to be able to meet the cool people that make the game and the cool people that play the game that help make the community. And wow, I played this game for such a long time. I get so defensive about it because I love it. Like, it's a part of who I am. It's a part of my identity. It's part of me. I grew up playing this game. I remember my house almost lit on fire one time. It's a weird story, but I was using...
Happens all the time in my country.
Using my dad's old computer to play Guild Wars 1, and I left it on overnight because I was trying to do the 9 rings to get the lucky title. And this is why I don't have the lucky title, by the way. and the computer started smoking. It almost lit on fire.
Nice.
I don't know, right? But it was,
that sounds like my current stream PC.
It was bad, okay? So, of course, my dad was like, no, you can't do that anymore. So I wasn't.
Oh, fuck. Oh, these fucking first worlders. I bet he's a little rich boy who wiped his ass with toilet paper too, instead of leaves and sticks like the rest of us. If my dad saw my PC smoking, and I'd left it on, and I nearly burned down the house, my childlike body would have been launched across a fucking room like a goddamn rag doll. His dad says, like, just don't do that again. God damn. I can't believe he got healthy parenting. How dare he?
Leaving it on overnight like that. But yeah, I love the game. I've been a part of it a long time. That's part of my story. Of course, you can fast forward to now. I've been on Tea Time. I've done my own thing with LPP. I've talked to cool people. I've been to the 3 meetups. I remember in 2017, my wife and we got married that August, and then later that August, they had the.
I swear to God, if this man had a Guild Wars 2 themed wedding, I would actually be impressed.
Guild Wars 2 year 5 anniversary party. And there was this posting on the Guild Wars 2 forums, and it said, hey, like, if you want a ticket, let us know. And I sent a message to Gail Gray at the time, and I said, my wife and I just got married. We're going to be in Seattle for our honeymoon. I would love it if we could go. And she gave us 2 VIP tickets to get in ahead of everyone else. And what's crazy to me now is that I think in that same line were many of the ArenaNet partners and other people, but I didn't know anyone back then. I just played the game. I didn't really know the other people in the community. So I was at that party, and I sat at the table alone with my.
I have the other problem that he doesn't have. He's a nice person who can interact with people on a socially acceptable level. I swear too much. I'm too much of a brand risk. I fucking wrap my head in a towel and act like an Arab with a machete. I say wild shit all the time. None of these people are ever going to want to communicate with me directly. And it's almost, I almost feel like I'm lucky that they don't, because then I can avoid all this drama bullshit at the same time.
My wife and ate a bunch of the food and just.
Did you ever find out why exactly you got banned? Yes, I got banned because Jimmy made a clip of me saying I support extremism. And what happened was the Twitch's automated systems saw that clip, saw the word extremism and the word support, and then just auto-banned me, right? And when I asked about it, then they unbanned me, but they were like, oh, we're going to leave the mark on your channel for a year, so you can go fuck yourself.
I just grinned ear to ear, just being surrounded by like cool people and stuff. And then I remember that Mike Z came up to me. Mike Z was, I think, the lead director for Path of Fire. And he came up to me.
Hey, that's the expansion we're going into.
I just explained how much I loved the game. He signed a shirt. I have that shirt somewhere. I think it's in the case behind me, actually. But Mike Z signed a Path of Fire shirt for me. I was too shy to talk to anyone else. I was too shy, okay? I was way too shy.
Yeah, you know what? Moonstone, you're right. Next time, if I don't want to get banned, what I got to do is I've got to be electrocuting my dog on stream while talking about how I love the idea of slitting the throats of politicians and shit. Then I'll be good. Oh, I need to throw in some things like some slurs about Jews as well on top of that, because I know Twitch likes that.
But he offered to give me a tour of the ArenaNet studio, and I was too, I was so shy. I was so excited, but he said that they would have to do it on Monday, and I couldn't go because I was going back to Canada, where I'm from, of course. So he gave me his email, and he said the next time that I was in Seattle that he would personally take me on a tour, and then he left the company. So then I had to become a ArenaNet partner so that I could go. No, I'm just kidding. But he did actually leave the company, and I always thought, oh man, I missed my chance to go visit the ArenaNet headquarters. And just this past August.
Isn't that something Muckluck did recently, where he went to the ArenaNet headquarters? That's like a 3-hour long video. At some point, I have to watch that.
Yes, I was able to go. And I just want you to know that whenever I'm critiquing the game or something, it's just, I've been there. I've seen the people like doing their thing, you know, and they love what they do.
Do you hear that? Do you hear the glazing happening there? Do you hear it? ArenaNet's standing over Snebzor while he's in his slug mask, and they're like, "So I heard you were criticizing our game, boy. Let me show you what happens. You're gonna squeal like an Asura when I'm done with you, boy." Let's be honest though. A lot of devs do work their best and they get fucked over by a lot of management people. But every now and then you get a tool who doesn't know what they're doing, and they really fuck up everything for everyone, and they ruin it with toxic positivity. We need more devs with ball sacks out there to say, no, the system is shit, we need to fix it. And cut through all the bullshit. Because all this polite office talk doesn't work when you're making a game. Because you're not making a game for other devs. You're making a game for players. And players are not professionals. They're assholes. So make the game for the people who are intended to have the game. And thanks for the follow, Old Dirty Hag. That's just how it is. Do it right.
At least a lot of them do. At least the ones
Get it
that I've
right.
met.
Get it tight.
And I was just blown away. Like, it's so cool. It is so cool, and I'm so grateful. Anyway, that's just part of my Guild Wars 2 story. I collected all this merch throughout the years because, to me, this stuff like symbolizes my love of the game in some way. And I think back to my childhood and the different things that I did, and my time in university when I was playing PvP, and what a crazy ride it's been.
Yeah, those are good memories.
Anyway,
those are always
Guild Wars
good memories.
2 because it feels like home.
Yeah.
Why do you love Guild Wars 2? Why did you play the game at all? Maybe you're taking a break. Maybe
I lost my home. It turned into retail WoW. I lost my home. It was gone forever. It was done. And then they tried to bring it back. And then they promised no changes. And then they changed it. Again. As far as I'm aware, I haven't checked in on WoW in a while. But I think it's gotten to the point where the classic server is now moving towards the Legion expansion. And that's fucking disappointing to hear, that we're already back at the Legion expansion. That hurts to hear. Also, thanks for the follows, a fool. They are remix. Oh, they're remixing Legion. Oh, I'm sorry. How many versions of WoW are they releasing now? Oh, Jesus Christ. Can they not figure their shit out? It's MOP. Classic is at MOP already. Oh, God. Oh, man, I'm so fucking old. Jesus Christ. Hold on a second. Grandpa's got to take his medication real quick. Holy shit, we're already at MOP? God damn.
You're not loving Guild Wars 2 right now, but what initially attracted you to it? What stories do you have from the game? I really want to hear your stories. What
attracted me to Guild Wars 2? It's not retail WoW. That's what got me attracted to the game.
Cool stories or experiences? I've been able to meet some of the people that I played with. I've flown to Chicago, I've been to Texas, I've been to Seattle, I've been to these places and met up with people that I played with for years now. And just what a privilege, what an honor to do that. Like, it is so cool.
No. Air came afterwards. Air was the reason to keep playing. Really gave me some solid carpal tunnel in my one hand. Don't you fucking dare call it Aloy filter. What's wrong with you? That's disgusting. I will not hear that fucking heresy in this goddamn stream.
To be able to have friends all over the world. Anyway, what kind of cool stories do you have about the game? What are your favorite stories?
Yeah, it's fucking great.
Until next time, I'm Sneb.
It's great. It's got good mechanics. Even the core gameplay, even though the story is dog shit and Zaitan's disappointing, there's so many good things about the game that it makes you want to continue to play it. And I'm so fucking glad that Heart of Thorns was a hit and not a complete miss when it came to playing the game, because it gave me every reason to keep wanting to play. If Heart of Thorns was dog shit or was just a continuation of the core gameplay, I would have been really upset. It would have really destroyed me. Now, we have been through everything leading up to Path of Fire. It is now time to start looking at all the stuff for Path of Fire. And the right place to start is probably on the entire list that Cyro sent me. Hold on. I've got it in a notepad here somewhere. Maybe I'll just pull up the DM he sent me. Let's see. Where was it? Where is it? Where is it? I know it's here somewhere. There it is. We'll start right here. Announcing Guild Wars 2 Path of Fire. Hold on, that's Heart of Thorns music. We're going to save the Path of Fire music for when I'm playing the game because I want to experience it while playing the game. So we'll just put on this while we go through this. There we go. Guild Wars 2 tier list, gameplay, build crafting, fantasy, air. You gotta bump air up high on that list. Human female boobs. Human females are okay. Them titties are nice and round, but they do kind of look like basketball titties. Legendary gear, Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire, Snargle fanfiction. Yeah, I'm glad you included Snargle. Right. So, Path of Fire. 2017. An age ago. Harambe was already shot and dead by this point, if I remember correctly. I think Trump had become president for the first time. Where was I in life at this point in time in 2017? I was kind of in and out of university at this point in time, considering giving up on my degree. This was the year I started dating my wife. This is the year when I became homeless with my wife. Man, I was going through a fucking wild time at this point in time. I think I had started doing YouTube videos at this point, just for shits and giggles. And I was getting really excited about New World. What a fucking mistake that was. Jesus, man, I was a fucking idiot. Holy shit. That I thought New World was going somewhere. God damn. What a naive little dumbass I was, huh? Alright, today we're thrilled to tell you about Guild Wars 2 Path of Fire, the second expansion for Guild Wars 2. Soon you'll train mounts to help you explore in all new ways. Unlock 9 new elite specializations to customize your playstyle, and discover the vast lands of Crystal, Desert, and Lona. An epic chapter in Guild Wars 2 story awaits you. Hunt down the rogue god Balthazar, which, Living World Season 3, the Balthazar part was fucking great. I don't know why we needed the theater play of Chapter 6 after that. They should have ended on the Balthazar thing. And put a stop to his campaign against the Elder Dragons. So, what I understood from Living World Season 3 is that the human god Balthazar really wants to suck off every dragon interior that he can. But the dragons don't want him to suck them off because they're still asleep. But that's never stopped Bill Cosby before. And that's basically about the start of it. So for an overview of all the expansion features, along with the images, blah blah blah, okay, we've got those links open. Answers to frequently asked questions. If you missed the announcement live stream broadcast, check out the new video below and learn all about Guild Wars 2 Path of Fire from game director Mike O'Brien and members of ArenaNet development team. Let's see the expansion announcement.
Peggy 12.
Destroying 2 Elder Dragons.
Based Traherne dying. Fuck that motherfucker.
Saved countless lives. But it also created a devastating magical imbalance. Unique energy spectrums from the dead dragons surged across the...
Anyone hearing that buzz? Hold on. The buzz you're hearing. Hold on, let me check what that is. Let me see if I can fix that for you. Did that make it any better? You can probably hear the bird outside. It might be my mic setup because my mic setup's a bit fucking weird. So if I hear that, if I see that buzz, then yeah, it's probably me. It might be from me speaking. It might be because I'm being a little bit too loud into this mic. I just changed the settings, so hopefully that's better.
The globe. The world's magic devolved into chaos as the unbound dragon power spread and merged into dangerous new...
Look how fucking cool some of these character models are.
Magic devolved into chaos as the unbound...
Look at that shit. That's such cool design and texturing work.
Dragon power spread and merged into dangerous new forms. New enemies appeared to exploit the crisis. Worst of
Oh, I remember the KKK leaders.
These was one of the long-absent human deities, Balthazar, god of fire and...
The original white man.
Balthazar disguised himself to muster an army and absorb magic to regain his lost power. His first target was a bloodstone. Then he targeted the remaining elder dragons to harvest their energy, knowing...
This part of Living World Season 3 was so fucking good.
Full well the impact this would have on Tyria. Yet amid the chaos of unbound magic, a new ally also rose. A different kind of dragon was...
I so love the build-up. I so love the build-up to this little shit being born. Because this dragon is so fucking ugly. It looks like a miscolored pug with wings. Hey, remember when I said that the Guild Wars 2 formula for building up characters and stories is basically this?
Vykouřila bys mi ho?
Vykouřit? No, to radši asi ne.
Třeba rukou bys mi to neudělala?
Jak jako rukou?
No, myslím si, že je to třeba, já nevím, láhev od kečupu. A ty se snažíš ten zbytek dostat ven?
Kečup?
No.
No, okay.
That smack on the head there, that's the first time I saw that dragon's face.
Born. Aurene chose you as her champion. You set about preparing her to someday face the Elder Dragons together and restore balance to the world. But will she even get the chance? It seems Balthazar no longer cares about the world, or even those who once worshipped him. He claims to have been betrayed. Whatever his reasons, he must be stopped.
This is such... This is fan service, I'm sorry.
Whatever his reason.
Look at this. Look at the sexy... I'm dying pose. No! Please say... The problem with this is she's a lesbian, so what's the point in saving her? She's not eating my character's zucchini. Also, what was really, really funny about this part in Living World Season 3 was that Casimir is just like, yo, peace, and gets the fuck out of there. She just abandons this bitch. She just leaves her on the floor with like broken legs and a twisted spine. And Casimir's like, you know what, I can't take this shit anymore. And just leaves. It was so good. It was so fucking good.
He must be stopped. Centuries ago, heroes rallied to the Crystal Desert to stand against a renegade god. Will you too now answer that call?
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us.
Thank God. Thank you. Thank you. This is exactly who you want to see. This is how you know an expansion's going to be really, really good. Right? This is how you know, ideally, that an expansion is going to be really, really, really good. This is exactly who you need deving out your games. Dev maxing, unironically.
Today as we announce the next expansion for Guild Wars 2. Those of you who've been following us this past year know that we've been all about delivering a steady stream of quality new content. We shipped a full season of Living World, 6 episodes with 6 new open world zones, plus new fractals and raids, PvP and World vs. World updates, legendary weapons and armor, and more.
Man, look at all of that.
Well, we're not letting up the pace. We've designed the next expansion to slot in seamlessly, starting right from where we left off in last week's season finale, and leading right to the premiere of Season 4, all with no breaks in content delivery. So today, as we announce the new expansion, keep in mind that this also kicks off another season of live content. Another cool thing about Guild Wars 2 expansions is that they're easy to get into. They don't invalidate existing rewards, they don't invalidate existing content. New players.
This is the horizontal progression thing that they're talking about. Now, I want to know from a player perspective. He's saying all these nice fancy words, all the things you want to hear. But is it true? Did Path of Fire cause enough power creep that it did invalidate some stuff? Because if Path of Fire is where you start getting flying mounts, all I'm saying is that's a pretty big fucking way to invalidate the Mormoth meta. Yeah, it's true, but the spec especially were busted. I'm just saying. It seems like some of the features that came out in Path of Fire invalidated some of the older stuff. That's all I'm saying.
Players can join the game and enjoy the same content as everyone else. That's a big deal. So last time we announced an expansion, we talked about all the things we were doing to make that vision a reality. Reworking some game systems and adding new forms of character progression, things like that. But that's not what we're here to talk about today. This new expansion is all about content. At the end of the last expansion, we killed a second Elder Dragon. That victory saved the mortal races, but at a steep cost to the world. Into this chaos, a new adversary has come. We thought that the human gods had left Tyria, but one of them is walking among us.
So here's what's really cool is they're trying to do a pattern break from the formula by focusing on a human god instead of a dragon. And I think this was actually a really genius idea. Because I think if Path of Fire was all about just a dragon instead of something else being the great big evil, I think that formula would have gotten really fucking boring for players. So I think this was a good decision story-wise. Some of the elite specs for Path of Fire were actually undertuned, considered weak.
Balthazar, the god of fire and war. He's building his forces, and he seems hell-bent on killing elder dragons. If the gods really abandoned Tyria, why has one of them returned? Why did he disguise himself and absorb the power of a bloodstone? What's his plan? Today we'll reveal where we're going next with the story of Tyria. We'll travel to a long-lost land, and we'll introduce some fun new ways to play the game. Let's take a sneak peek.
Commander.
Hold on, I disagree. People still swarm the Heart of Thorns metas for a reason. If you need meta events, doing the Path of Fire and Heart of Thorns ones gives you twice as many. Yeah, but you see, here's the thing. You're talking about gameplay, Dargrock. I'm talking about story narrative, right? People enjoying the gameplay is a different thing from rehashing the same story over and over again. right? And I think if it's, there's a big bad dragon, we gotta go kill it. And then the second expansion is, there's a big bad dragon, we gotta go kill it. And then the third expansion is, there's a big bad dragon, we gotta go kill it. That's gonna get old fast. So from a narrative perspective, I think it's a really good idea that they built up Balthazar to want to run out into the world and suck off as many dragons as possible, as opposed to, and now it's the Burny Dragon, and next expansion it's gonna be the Frosty Dragon, and then the next expansion, oh, you didn't see this coming, but there was actually a Sky Dragon. You know. What are they, just the same fucking Pokemon? What is this, evolutions? No, thank you. I'm glad that they did this pattern break with the narrative.
There's something I have to tell you. I went into the mists after my sword, but
this is
found
Ritlock?
something else.
I just gotta say, the voice actor for Ritlock, he's able to do that thing, that like croaky thing with his voice, and it sounds so good. It actually brings Ritlock's character to life. The voice actor does such a good job with it. I think he might be one of the best voice actors in the game.
Refugees are pouring in from Alona.
Oh, refugees, fuck. Quick, shoot him. Someone call ICE.
If he kills an Elder Dragon, Tyria will never recover.
Oh, the mounts? The mounts? Everyone fucking loves the Guild Wars 2 mounts.
They cannot stand in the glory of Balthazar's light.
I will right this wrong.
I just can't. I just can't.
That's what all the lesbians say until their bank account is empty.
Can't believe one of the gods gave up on us.
They cannot escape my wrath. When I am done, I will be the only god.
I'm just saying. This is a complete side tangent. But if there's anyone out there who's looking to make a ton of fucking money off of Guild Wars 2 players, what you need to do is you need to start AI generating naked images and videos of Casimir and of Marjorie and open them up and lock them behind an OnlyFans. That's all I'm saying. It's a free business idea. You will make so much fucking money. Because those bitches are so goddamn hot.
The next expansion for Guild Wars 2, Path of Fire. Path of Fire continues the story right where we left off, tracking Balthazar as he hunts an Elder Dragon. We're adventuring into the Crystal Desert for the first time since the original Guild Wars. This is the same Crystal Desert where the friendly dragon Glint once lived. The same Crystal Desert where...
Man, that artwork style, I fucking love this artwork style where they use like a minimal painting style, right? But they can still like portray exactly what they... Oh god, I love this. I really, really hope, knowing nothing about Path of Fire, I really, really hope that Path of Fire just isn't a big open fucking desert with nothing in it.
Humans once went to commune with...
I hope there are wide open expanses, but I hope it's not just completely unpopulated bullshit desert. That's all I'm hoping for.
Their gods. It's been cut off from the outside world for 250 years, and now it's time to return. Path of Fire contains 5 new open world zones. They're huge. These are the largest zones we've ever shipped.
Oh, that
And
looks
because
good.
there's so much land to cover, this is the perfect time to introduce mounts. The Raptor, the Springer, the Skimmer, and the Jackal.
The Raptor? So this is... Okay, so this is when mounts showed up in Guild Wars 2. This is when they showed up, and you got... I've been bullshitting, like cheating my way through the previous expansions, because I bought the expansions with the game, and then they gave me the mount for free. Right, the Raptor. So this is the point in time where Guild Wars 2 realized that they could do mounts way better than WoW. And then they did such a fucking bang up job with them that it's one of the primary reasons people love the game.
The Springer, the Skimmer, and the Jackal. Each mount has its own unique movement ability, and you can use these abilities to explore every nook and cranny of the desert. We're also introducing 9 new elite specializations that will evolve your profession with all new tactics and combat abilities to master. These are the core features of Path of Fire. We'll talk a bit about each of these today, and then we'll tell you how and when you can play all this for yourself.
Interesting.
In Path of Fire, we were returning back to the Crystal Desert and to Northern Alona. We wanted to go back to a place that means a lot to players and has history for the franchise, but we wanted to look at something that is now fresh.
Hold on, there was also a secret mount hidden in Path of Fire, and also in the marketing of Path of Fire, which was fucking nuts at the release, and the whole hunt for the special secret mount. That's cool. I love it when games do that kind of stuff. When they don't tell you everything and then you got to figure out some wacky secret. And I know it's, oh wow, 4 mounts. So amazing. It's not about just the fact that there were 4 mounts. It's about how the mounts worked in the game. How much more natural they felt than what is essentially the World of Warcraft version of mounts, which is basically just a speed boost. There's no turn radius, there's no acceleration and deceleration, there's no abilities. By comparison, at this point in time, World of Warcraft was not putting abilities on mounts. I see that buzzing. I see what you're talking about. Give me a sec. I'm not quite sure what's causing that. I mean, my dog is like asleep behind me snoring, but I don't think that's the buzzing. Let me try something quick. See if I can fix this. All right, what about now? Is it gone or is it still there? Right, I think I might know what it is. Right, let's continue. Oh shit, now I can't hear anything. Fuck. There we go.
The last time we visited the Crystal Desert was in Guild Wars Nightfall. That was 250 years ago, so a lot has changed in that time.
Thank God. She doesn't have multicolored hair and 7 million piercings in her face. No wonder everyone loved Path of Fire.
There are iconic locations and landmarks that will be very recognizable for players who are familiar with the Guild Wars franchise, but at the same time, we're building the lore and the story in such a way that if you weren't there for the beginning, it's absolutely fine. We're going to help bring you along for this ride. There's a crisis going on in Alona, in an area that we have not been back to in 200.
This area looks cool. This looks a lot better than the bullshit desert area in the beginning of Living World seasons. I think it was season 2. This feels a lot better.
Years.
Path of Fire starts with reports that Balthazar has been wreaking havoc in the desert.
Balthazar is the human god of war and fire. Last we had heard,
Look at him. That's a man's face who says, "I'm gonna suck off dragons whether you want me to or not."
that the gods had kind of stepped away from Tyria.
Human players have been worshipping him since Guild Wars 1. But then he shows up and he's not benevolent, right? He has his own goals and he clearly doesn't care about who gets harmed in the way. Everyone in Alona has the exact same questions.
Why are the gods walking amongst us? Does this mean the gods are coming back?
We don't know what he hopes to achieve at this point, and that's what you and everyone in the region is trying to figure out.
This looks good. This looks good. Okay, this is not just bullshit sand dunes into the distance based on this trailer. The problem is, like, I almost have this unbearable urge whenever I look at new video game trailers where whenever someone does like a preview of something, I immediately want to call bullshit on it because of the editing and stuff. But this wasn't made last year. This was made 8 years ago. And I don't think they'd nailed down the formula of lying to the audience yet. So, like they did with Chrono Odyssey, for example.
Joko has risen into power. He has brought with him an army of undead, and he has totally warped the culture that is there. The civilians believe that he is their rightful ruler. He is their rightful king.
How is this region dealing with these crises? What different
Man, I can't believe they put LeBron James in the game. God damn.
Region dealing with these crises? What different powers are taking advantage of the scenario? How are they trying
Oh,
to
look at the titties on that bird.
solve
God
it?
damn.
And how can you as the player try to help? It's already this volatile mix of different forces in the region.
One of the first factions you're going to encounter are the Forged, Balthazar's army.
Living armor created only to serve Balthazar. They're ruthless and they're just dedicated to achieving his goals.
That sounds like an idea they stole from a really, really old game called Spellforce. I'm just saying, they look pretty similar.
Another faction that you're going to be seeing is the Awakened, the army of the ruler of the land, Palawajoku.
Undead forces, they still have some remnants.
Finally, I'm going to be able to understand why everyone keeps on saying the words praise Joko. Finally, I'm going to understand. It's taken this long.
Of memories. They're sentient, but they will do anything for their master.
You've also got Kralkatork and the Branded.
Mindless elemental stripped of their original self by Kralkatork's power.
And of course, the player is being asked to, come do the hero thing.
So the player needs to form a new coalition here in the desert.
Path of Fire has a great combination of old friends and new, who all have very different perspectives.
Fuck yeah. Canex, yeah, that's all that matters.
On Balthazar.
You've got your warriors like Ritlock, and you've got Casimir, and these people all get together to help the commander.
Oh, it's a desert. I was hoping she'd be in less clothing.
The player. Path of Fire is going to bring 5 whole new maps to the game.
5 maps that are bigger than any map we've done before.
Look at these fucking nerds. God, I'm so happy that these are the guys deving this game. God damn, they look like... Oh, he looks like he's never sat straight in his life. Oh my god, these are the exact people we need deving games today. Bring these fuckers back.
We'll see things.
Someone needs to procreate with some of these fuckers so that we have game devs in the future, god damn it.
Things that have shifted the landscape and see things in a very unique way.
So when people talk about deserts, they think sand, flat stretches, but that's not actually true, right?
It's not just, one massive desert that we're exploring, it's all these different biomes coming together.
The maps go tall, the maps go wide, the maps go under and around in places. We've really decided to bring exploration and discovery back to the forefront of Guild Wars 2. There's elements that make
that
each
looks
map
so
unique,
good.
but we've also got elements that kind of tie all the maps together.
We're gonna have bounties
Just from a visual perspective, that looks so fucking good.
now that players can hunt dangerous creatures that have been threatening the people of Alona. World events, bosses. With the mounts, of course, we're gonna have races. Content both old and new to get players engaged.
In Path of Fire, we really wanted to get back to the roots of what made Guild Wars 2 unique and fantastic.
People who are playing through the main story will really enjoy both the depth and the breadth of experiences they are able to have.
I hope so.
Interesting character.
I hope Path of Fire has a longer story range when you're playing through it than Heart of Thorns did, because it really felt like it was cut short in some parts.
Who, if they go just a little bit further, they'll run into.
Massive maps that are fully explorable, freedom that we haven't necessarily seen as in-depth as when we launched with the original Guild Wars 2.
There's some really cool surprises we're building in. I want them to find this world as exciting and interesting and complex as anything we've ever created. And I want them to feel like they have a place in it too. And complex as anything we've ever created. And I want them to feel like...
You know, it's shit like this that makes me really fucking mad. How the fuck does my ex keep on getting jobs in video games?
They have a place in it too.
In Path of Fire, we wanted to build upon the mastery system that we started with Heart of Thorns.
So we're introducing mounts for the first time into Guild Wars 2. Historically in games, mounts are about traveling fast. To us, mounts are so much more.
A phrase we use a lot in the office is the joy of movement. It should feel exciting to move across the Alolan
Well,
desert
they managed to
and
get
ride.
that fucking right. I've seen that preview already. I know that's good because I've been using the Raptor. There is some joy in the movement of the mounts, especially if you played a game like World of Warcraft, where mounts are a glorified speed boost.
Of ways.
Each mount has its own movement ability, its own places that it can get to and no other mount can. It really just kind of strengthens that feeling of exploration that we go for in our maps.
Mounts are designed to be these companions that you have that are helping you traverse the world, but in addition to that, they're part of...
Hold on, if you have never fought a Hydra before, they're actually plants and not animals. Well, I'm not Hercules, so I've never had to fight a Hydra. But I'm pretty sure they're lizards. Not sure about that. I'll get back to you on that if I ever find one.
Of our mastery system. So it's additional horizontal progression. The idea here is that the mounts themselves are your ally. They're not just a creature that you're riding. They're a companion that's taking you on this journey that allows you to get across puzzles in ways that we hadn't thought possible before now.
The first mount that players get access to is the Raptor, which has this enormous leap.
Which is really fun.
Jump across canyons and over roofs.
The fact that I have enjoyed the Raptor since the core game all the way until now, and it's been really fun, and I really like the fact that it's got that jump and the tailspin thing, and I've had no other abilities and developed it no further, means I'm really, really happy to be going into Path of Fire because I want to see what else they build upon.
Moves.
This can be used to reach areas that might be off limits normally to a player.
Mounts are not really intended to be a combat tool, they're more of a movement tool, but all of the mounts have a single skill that they can use to engage you into combat.
The Raptor's engage skill is this tail spin.
It can like pull enemies together, so it's really good for starting off big fights.
Oh
The next
God.
mount most players will encounter is the Springer, just kind of like a mutant bunny.
It's Muad'Dib!
Or a slightly cuddlier jackalope. It has this leap that takes it up really high in the air.
It's a charged up jump, and the longer that you charge it up, the
Oh, that
higher
looks
up
cool.
you'll go.
That looks
And
cool
it
as
can
fuck.
also be used to get access to some really fantastic stuff. The skimmer is a really interesting mount. It's this manta-like creature with undulating wings and a strange mystical vibe.
He always hovers some distance over the ground. That means he also hovers over things like water or other things that normally would stop your motion.
So you're fucking telling me that the biggest MMORPGs in the world couldn't figure out how to get mounts working with water, and every time you jump into a fucking puddle, you dismount. And these motherfuckers came along and made a unique special mount that skims across the top of lakes and shit. You're telling me that since the dawn of MMORPGs, it took all the way until 2017 until we had a fun, enjoyable mount system that could handle a puddle of fucking water. This expansion might make me really fucking mad, actually. This expansion might make me mad at other games. As I always say, ANET isn't doing an MMO but a video game. That's the whole difference. Yeah, no, these guys are definitely... man, these... holy shit, how has Guild Wars 2 remained in the shadows for so fucking long? When they've done so many things right that other MMOs just completely fucking ignored or never figured out. How is this not like the top MMO? This is proof that you should never work really, really hard in life. You should just find a third world country and institute slavery. Because working really, really hard doesn't get you to the top. Being a fucking bastard does. Meanwhile, everyone is hype right now for Blue Protocol. I've already played Blue Protocol for months. I already made a review on that one on my main YouTube channel. And I'm going to play Blue Protocol during the charity event. And I'm probably going to shit all over it for being the exact same game that it always was.
If you're interested in getting to the most forbidding areas, it's going to be really awesome to have the skimmer. The jackal is a beast all unto itself. It's created with magical energies, it's living dust.
Its primary movement tool is to blink forward very short distance, so you can
that's
use
cool.
it to cross short gaps. Unlike the raptor, he's able to change direction.
I think that's less cool than the Raptor's launch because it feels less like, I don't know, involved, but I don't know how it feels when playing it.
So you can solve certain puzzles that need precise directional movement.
I think there'll be some really interesting things for players to do. Each mount is a tool. When you come to a space, there's different ways to get through the same places, different ways to approach. There's something really fun just about being in the Crystal Desert, moving in this way. And that just opens up the possibility of building places that aren't like anything players have seen in Guild Wars before.
Man, that actually looks good. They're really leaning heavily into the mount aspect of this, and this was such a good decision because they've built on it so well. This was like a winning decision they made, and they just kept building on it, and it was such a good idea. I'm honestly glad ANET didn't become popular in mainstream because Crybaby Majority would make Guild Wars 2 just as dog shit as well. I don't think they would have. I think Guild Wars 2 seems to have a design philosophy that they're sticking to, at least up until this point. And it seems like it doesn't quite matter how many times I bitch about underwater combat being a thing that they need to take a look back at. They don't care because they've got a direction they want to go and they're going to keep going down that direction. And that has obviously negative aspects to it, but it's also got very positive aspects to it. And I like that. I like that a lot. Hold on. I need to read that novel now. Because nostalgia, younger people don't play a lot of MMOs because it takes too much time and isn't an instant reward system. And most people want that play MMOs have WoW brain and don't want to change. Yeah, probably. But also MMOs are like very, very outdated and refuse to update into something that younger people would want to play. But unfortunately, there's also a changing kind of behavior of human beings over time. So we grew up with WoW, Guild Wars 2, old school RuneScape, all these MMORPGs. Do you know what the MMORPG version is for kids growing up now? It's Roblox. Roblox is the closest to an MMORPG that most people are playing now as kids. And you see, like, the formula's also advanced a lot in Roblox, because what would happen in something like World of Warcraft is you'd go into Stranglethorn Vale and you'd go to the arena and you would auto flag for PvP, and a rogue would show up and fuck you in game. The formula's advanced in Roblox because now what happens is you play the game, you log in, you talk to some people, and then some guy shows up to fuck you in real life. But only if you're under the age of 7.
With Path of Fire, we're offering 9 new elite specializations, 1 for each of the classes. And the idea behind the specialization, it's another way to customize your playstyle.
In a lot of ways, that gets back to what Guild Wars has been about from the beginning. Character progression doesn't just mean...
Oh, look at that hairline. This is such a calming visage for me. This is like a calming song. This like makes me relax because I'm like, it's gonna be good. I just look at that disappearing hairline and I'm like, oh my god. Holy fuck, I bet this man knows exactly what he's doing. I'm such a bastard.
Character progression doesn't just mean getting better, getting more powerful. Character progression means having new options, more things that I can do, more strategies that I can employ.
What that means for the player is that they can experience the game in a lot of different ways.
Path of Fire will present you with the options to play the profession that you've known and loved in a new fashion, and in doing so, shake the world up a bit.
The Guardian Elite specialization is called the Firebrand. He specializes in burning his enemies and conjuring magical...
I don't give no fuck about no Guardians. Actually, that's a lie. It's one of the classes I'm maining on my second account. I've got to say, Guardian is such easy mode bullshit. I don't know what it is about Guardian, but it's so fucking easy. God, Guardians... I don't know what it is. Maybe I just gel with that class, but goddamn, it feels like easy mode all the time.
Tomes that he can use to support his allies.
They're the book nerd gone mad. They've got access to all these secret histories and these tomes that give them access to new skills really quickly.
They're basically a paladin.
Instant support for allies in favor of...
It's like they took the paladin in World of Warcraft and took it out of the wheelchair.
Support. The benefits of Guardians taking the Firebrand are that you're going to have a lot more focused support available to you.
The weapon that they're wielding is the axe, a very offensive, up-close and personal means of eradicating the enemy.
You've been entrusted with these secrets, and you have to protect them with your life.
One of the most interesting changes is the Necromancer, who gets the Scourge specialization.
They're rejecting Palawa Joko and
The Necromancer. Now you got to be very careful with the pronunciation of the word Necromancer, particularly when they choose a character of certain complexions. That was brave. That was real brave of them.
Who gets the Scourge specialization.
they're rejecting Palawa Joko and finding this kind of alternate approach to necromancy in the desert. So they're there to help protect the souls that Joko's trying to take control over.
What the Necromancer is going to do is he's going to give up his Death Shroud, and instead he's going to place his life force onto the Earth and protect allies from those locations.
He gets a lot.
You know what I really want from like the Necromancer class? You know what I think would be really, really funny if they did this as like an April Fool's joke, but would probably also work if they put it in the game, is if the necromancers had a hero, like a hero spec, where it was basically, you're not allowed to equip a t-shirt, like a shirt on your character, only pants and boots, no gear, and it just increased the muscle mass on your character when you spec'd for this, and it was just called the deadlifter. And you know what's funny? You know what's fucked up about that? I say that, but based on the recent specs that they showed off for different classes, I bet that Guild Wars 2 could pull that off. I bet they could. Only functioning competitive build guard is easy for Rose in PvE, but if he takes it anywhere competitive as anything but Willbender, he's going to have a bad time. Maybe.
A lot more battlefield control and movement options that the regular Necromancer would not have.
The Scourge gets the torch as an offhand weapon, protecting their allies with it, and lighting the way to, well, damnation for their enemies. The new elite specialization...
Okay, never mind. This is the worst expansion. Never fucking mind. I have been one-tapped so many fucking times. By dead eyes. Never mind, fuck this whole expansion. Throw it in the trash.
For the thief is the Deadeye. They run with the rifle.
The rifle gives them a lot more range. It lets them tackle certain problems from a distance that normally they'd have to face up front.
They form a contract to take out a particular individual, and then they execute on that.
The Deadeye would have me terrified, you know, that there's someone out there stalking me, waiting for me to make a mistake so they can take me down.
I'm sorry, this image screams, I just wrote a manifesto. And there's some school children that are about to find out. This just screams, I went after an ice truck and shot 3 Mexicans. This just screams, I'm gonna aim at the president's ear. I'm just saying. I'm just fucking saying. That's the vibes it's giving off.
Me, waiting for me to make a mistake so they can take me down. They're mercenaries, they're assassins, they're trained hunters. Great to have on your side. Don't get them upset.
The Mesmer specialization, the Mirage, focuses on being a very deceptive combatant in close melee range.
Ah, the prostitute class, of course.
They blend into basically whatever their surroundings are, camouflaging themselves so that you can't see them, and while they're doing this, they can strike at you from multiple directions.
The other interesting thing about the Mirage is that it has a different dodge mechanic. They have a blur effect that allows attacks to pass through them rather than them moving out of the way of the attack.
The idea that they're
See, that's kind of cool, is the fact that they play around with the way the dodge works and they don't just leave it as like a standard thing. That they think outside of the box with their gameplay design. And whether that's good or not, obviously they're going to have hits and misses, but I really like the idea that they'll innovate outside of, this is your ability, this is the order you press your abilities in, and fuck you if you do anything else. Or, you know, as World of Warcraft is defaulted to, this is the one-click button that does everything for you, just keep pressing it, okay?
who now can manipulate the desert itself to kind of provide power to their illusions and phantasms. I think it's a really cool direction for the Mesmer to step in.
So the warrior specialization is called the Spellbreaker, and I guess as the name implies, it's a warrior who kind of specializes in fighting magic users.
These folks were members of the Sunspear Order, the chosen guardians of Alona. When their order was smashed, they picked up stopping powerful wizards.
You know what's really funny about the Spellbreaker class? What it immediately makes me think of is the, God, what are they called? Oh, it's got the exact same name. No wonder it makes me think of it. It looks like they took the Warcraft 3 Spellbreaker that should have been in World of Warcraft, but the devs were too pussy to put it in the game. And Guild Wars 2 was just like, yeah, well, if you're not going to use it, we will. Fuck you. I feel like this is a shot fired over the bow, especially using the same name. On Heart of Thorns, Thiefly expect Daredevil also changed the dodge. They're always trying to be creative. Yeah, I like that. I like, even if they try something and it's a complete fucking failure, I like the idea that they keep on trying and they keep on doing weird shit that you wouldn't expect them to do, rather than just being like stuck in the same pattern that you see from other MMOs.
The best way to protect people.
They wield daggers, and they have become so ridiculously focused at perceiving magic that now they're able to actually cut magic off of their foes.
So they've got these incredibly powerful retaliatory abilities. They've got the ability to just stop skills from working in an area or strip the enemy's boons. You don't just challenge your enemy where they're weak, you challenge them where they're strong, and you make them back down.
So this is all about making your enemies into Ricky Berwick. You're just disabling them.
The Weaver is an elementalist who has decided that they are going to specialize in the desert in wielding multiple attunements at once.
Elementalists normally cycle through
Oh, Christ. The Beethoven class.
One after the other, but the Weaver is combining them and creating these new elements out of the two, this kind of hybrid magic.
The Weaver can have 2 fire skills, 2 water skills, and then a 5th skill that is a fire and water skill.
Yeah, fuck that crackhead class. You play that class with macros on your mouse key buttons.
Skill simultaneously.
The weapon that they're going to be wielding is one that elementalists have long requested, the sword. So they will be picking up the access to imbue their blades with sabers of lightning, earthen hilts.
Playing a Weaver has this really interesting rhythm to it that is really cool. You can really surprise your opponents, catch people off.
Man, fuck Elementalist. This thing is like, I'm such a fucking midwit when it comes to Elementalist. I'm so bad at this. I'm so fucking miserable at this class that I never want to touch it again. Like, this class is for people who have an IQ in the triple digits, and that's not me. I touch this class and I just become worthless. Holy shit. You gotta be a fucking genius to play this shit right.
Guard and keep a sense of flexibility. Your enemy doesn't know what you're about to do, and I think there's something really cool there.
Conceptually, it's great.
The Soul Beast is our ranger specialization that allows rangers to combine their spirits with their pet.
They become their bear. They become their devourer. They take on the essence of these
Oh
animals.
shit!
And
it's like the Chinese. You eat your pet and you gain their powers. That's awesome.
Tear through opponents.
I haven't looked
They
at this
also gain
one.
access to the dagger as a main hand weapon. Now they can kind of, slice and dice with both components, crossing into close range, as well as crippling from a distance.
It works really well with some of the new pets that we're adding for rangers in Alona.
The Renegade is the elite specialization for the Revenant. This is a new legend that they get to channel, and the legend is of Kala's Scorchrazor, this renegade char.
And she kind of bestows on the player her rebellious spirit that she used to overthrow the Flame Legion. And what this kind of manifests as is the ability to ambush opponents. You can
The lore and story behind like the Revenants and stuff seems cool as fuck. I'm gonna be honest with you. Did you ever see the Mukluk short for the Evoker? I think I might have, but I can't remember right now. I may or may not have. I'd be lying to you if I said yes.
can summon members of her Char Warband to bolster your allies, or you can fire arrows into a portal into the mist that come out of a different portal behind the enemy.
What's really exciting about the Renegade is the idea that standing up to powerful, intimidating foes because you know what's right and you know you'll win in the end.
Yeah, post the link. Here we go.
The Hollowsmith is the Engineer's elite specialization.
I'm not going to play the Hollowsmith. I don't think. Am I? I can't remember. I think I wanted to play Rifle Mechanist first, and then save the Hollowsmith for last. I can't remember. But I know I want to play Rifle Mechanist. There was a guy who donated $10 to me fucking months ago. And I still haven't forgotten that. And he talked about Rifle Mechanist, and just for him, I'm going to be playing Rifle Mechanist.
They take a very clean look at energy, light in particular, and find
Also because it upsets Super whenever I say that I'm gonna play Rifle Mechanist. He has like a fucking conniption. It's great.
ways to bend it to enhance their strikes.
He can have this kind of interesting multi-weapon playstyle. You can do an attack where you pull out a holographic hammer and you hit him with the hammer, and then you can pull out some holographic guns and you shoot them with the guns.
In the process, they build up heat within themselves. If they stay too long in this kind of heated mode, they will eventually explode.
The idea of bending light to be your weapon, I think, is
That's
really
cool. That is cool. I'll give it that. That's cool as fuck.
Elite specializations are a really fun way for
Wait,
us
why
to
are they fighting
explore
LeBron
different
James?
ways to play the same character.
They push the bounds of what they've
Oh,
done
is he an
before.
enemy in the
You
game?
get to
I thought he was
choose
going to be
how
like a
your
friend.
character exists in the world, what they do, how they do it, and these elite specializations allow you another step in customizing the character to meet that end.
And that is Path of Fire. It's a rich experience that will take you to the sands of the Crystal Desert, pit you against new foes, and
LeBron
change
is
the
a
way
hero
you
point,
fight
Jesus.
and explore the world. An epic
Well, I suppose he never really lived up to the legend that was Michael Jordan, did he? Thanks for the follow. More did you?
story. 5 immense new open
Man,
world
that
zones.
looks so good.
Mounts that allow you to move
Oh my
through
god,
tier-
I can see why people were so fucking hyped for this. Holy shit. I can see why people were like fucking coming in their pants over this now.
in all new ways, and 9 new elite specializations, plus a brand new guild hall to unlock and call home. You can buy Path of Fire as a standalone expansion. You don't need to already own the base game or Heart of Thorns. And we're also offering a bundle deal with both expansions.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, you can buy it separately. If you don't want Heart of Thorns, you can just have the expansion. Oh, what a novel idea. Excuse me, ChatGPT. If I had to buy all the expansions to play World of Warcraft retail, how much would that cost? Now, I want you to note this figure. Back in the day, you had to buy every single fucking expansion individually so that you could play the end game of World of Warcraft. Gee. I wonder why that changed. I wonder why that changed. And pay a monthly sub. And then still have to deal with cash shop bullshit. Gee, I wonder why they changed the policy on that. Curious. What's that? What's that? I didn't quite hear that. What? Dragonflight abilities on the flying mounts in Dragonflight? I wonder where Blizzard got that idea from. I can't believe they came up with that all on their own.
Everything you need to know is at guildwars2.com. The final question is always, when can I play? Well, I have some good news. We'll be running a preview experience event next weekend. It's open to everyone, even if you're not already a Guild Wars 2 player. Just create a free account today to get ready for it. And after the preview event, you don't have long to wait. The gates to the Crystal Desert open in less than 2 months. Path of Fire launches.
Final Fantasy 14 just forces you to buy the latest. Yeah, it's because it's a good idea to just make you buy the latest. All of that to get the content becoming fast farming for transmog slog. Instead of the true and unique experience they were at release. Yep. And guess what? All of it's irrelevant. Everything in retail is completely fucking irrelevant except the last expansion. And once upon a time, you had to buy every single expansion in order to play the game. It wasn't just buy the expansion separately and you could play it. Oh, you didn't want to buy Burning Crusade and Wrath to play Kata? Yeah. Yeah, it didn't work like that. Gee, I wonder why they changed. Alright, let's see. When can I buy it? Pre-purchase, that doesn't really matter. When can I play? 22nd September 2017. At approximately 4 p.m. UTC. Stock up in sun cream and sandproof. Okay, that's just blurb. That's fine. Interesting. Interesting that they made that change, don't you think? Now, this next piece is a summary of the third-party articles. It's the coverage roundup. These are all the people that got bribed to say nice things about the video game. These are all the people who had to say nice things, and if they didn't, they lost their job, and Zoe Quinn refused to suck their cock. Five Guys Burgers and Fries, never forgetty. Damn, I'm old. Alright, last Tuesday we announced Guild Wars 2 Path of Fire, the next expansion for Guild Wars 2. We've been overwhelmed by the amount of fantastic coverage across the world. Here's a small selection of links to help you get caught up with the news. Okay, so these are all the things. And then over here they've got the live channel for Guild Wars 2. This is the Skimmer Preview live stream. Does this still exist? Or is this gone forever? It's gone forever. It's gone. It's evaporated. It's done. Now, do you think if I click on Mine MMO, we're going to see a guy with a little square mustache telling us how great Guild Wars 2 is? And you need to join his raid team. Oh, damn it. Yeah, I can't read that. That's a language. I can't read that. Right, I'm not going to read anything from Polygon because they can go fuck themselves. Same with PC Gamer, same with Rock Paper Shotgun, same with IGN. None of these links mean that much to me, right? But essentially, this is probably just going to run through the exact same thing that we saw when it came to that trailer we saw, with a little bit of extra maybe. So that's not that important. Now on to the elite specializations. You hate game journals. Yes. Think about it this way. I have a specific and unique reason for hating game journalists. A game journalist is not a guy who loves video games. A game journalist, generally speaking, is a guy who went to university to get a degree in journalism. He doesn't play video games, he doesn't have an interest in it, he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. However, he did get a degree in journalism, and he needs to do a job. Now, he doesn't have the ball sack on him to go to some war-torn, fucked up country and report the news. He also doesn't have the Nepo baby connections to end up at a news agency selling you propaganda either on the left or the right. So where does he end up? He ends up in fucking video games. He ends up in video games not understanding how fucking video games work and then telling you how video games work. You ever seen the footage of that one video game dev playing the fucking Cuphead tutorial? None of those fucking idiots have spent years of their life playing video games. None of those morons have spent the time, energy, and effort that they required to play video games, to understand fundamentally how video games work. But they do have a degree in journalism, And somehow that qualifies them to tell you, the person who spent years of your life playing video games, what you should be playing, despite the fact that those fucking retards, the first time they touched a controller or a keyboard in their life to play a game was last week. Why do you think games journalists keep begging for an easy mode, a review mode when it comes to fucking video games? Why do you think those stupid bitches cry about Elden Ring being too difficult? Why do you think every single one of those goddamn morons can't cobble together a single coherent thought and no one respects their opinions? Never forget IGN review of Pokemon Sapphire, too much water. Never forget the Cuphead tutorial, the review of Pokemon Sapphire, the fucking, the yellow paint saga, the fucking Five Guys burgers and fries, the fact that we know for a fact that video game companies go out of their way to bribe the shit out of these people so that they lie to you about video games. You could take yourself and write a paragraph, a single little paragraph about a video game that you've played a little bit about, and that would be more value to someone else than the entire video games journalist industry collectively put together. Never forget that. I don't respect them, and neither should you. They are subhumans, and they don't deserve your money, your time, or your respect. I refuse to even bother looking at their articles. Let's continue. Right, developer diary, elite specializations. Let's see where this goes. So okay, we've seen the summary of all of these things. So we've seen this, basically, in their opening thing. Let's see where this goes. Is this going to be the same clips? Yes. Looks like it.
There are several things that we actually try to achieve with each elite specialization. One of the first is that it feels like it's significantly changing the profession that they're playing, some of the core profession mechanics.
I think there's a lot of different avenues we can go down for that. Sometimes it's looking to types of playstyles that we haven't explored yet for that particular.
God damn, every single time I see a Guild Wars 2 dev face, I'm like, thank you. This is exactly who should be programming games.
Specialization.
By doing so, it feels largely like a new profession that you're playing. I think it really opens things up to players to do what they want to do and feel really awesome about doing it.
Each elite specialization kind of comes from a different place. Some characters, they come from name alone.
When we were developing the Mesmer Elite specialization, someone in one of the very early sessions spitballed the name Mirage.
Hold on. Meanwhile, you get second screen monitor King Josh just reviewing old games that didn't had the press cache and say, yeah, they were not bad after 10 hours of playtime. Josh Strife Hayes giving you 2 words. If you say, hey, Josh, what about this game? And he says it's good or he says it's bad, those 2 words are worth more than anything you could ever get out of a video games journalist. Because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, but Josh does.
It was like, okay, they had just won. No one else was going to say anything that was better than that. It gave us the sense of dodging, the sense of not being there when you think it's there. It gave us a lot of ideas for how we wanted the utility skills to work. It gave us a sense of...
Man, they're really good at leaning into the idea of class fantasy when they design their abilities. I really like that about Guild Wars 2. They make the class actually feel like something.
The weapon that we wanted to work with it.
Whereas something like the Hollowsmith came from a lot of examining different types of game mechanics that we could give to the engineer.
We try to keep things as fresh as possible by exploring into spaces that we find each of the professions lacking.
Can't wait until they give the engineer the Singularity Elite specialization, where you just turn into a black hole and you just walk around deleting everything. That would be great.
Necromancers have never had access to anything supportive or party-based. That's kind of something that we're now giving them the option to do with the new specialization.
A lot goes into making elite specs happen.
We work with concept artists to try and make sure that the feel is right and that it's expressing the right types of moods for the specialization.
Man, they do such a good job of tying in the fantasy to the classes themselves.
We work with the raids team if there's a problem with one of the mechanics.
Oh, look at that. That's there. You see, I don't need to see a game dev degree from this man. His qualification is right there. Can you see it? Can you see his levels of qualification? This is called I am an experienced developer. It's right there on the top of his head. What a goddamn Chad. What a goddamn hero this man is. You don't appreciate this man enough. That's how you know the game's gonna be good. Forged in autism and baldingness.
Mechanics we're having that might influence raids or World v World or PvP or so, we'll develop particular aspects of a specialization more or less depending on some of the feedback we get from other design disciplines.
But at some point, we have to kind of tie things off from a design side and hand them off to other teams. And that's kind of when the elite specs start coming to life.
When you're doing new sounds for an existing profession, you want them all to really fit together and feel as part of a whole, but you still want to interject something new and a little.
I haven't really paid attention to the sound effects occurring in Guild Wars 2. Because aside from the predator that Sab made me jerk off in the mail, I haven't really noticed that many of the sound effects. They don't feel nearly as impactful. The music's great. The story is decent. The build-up, the gameplay, the mechanics are good. But I haven't paid that much attention to the sound effects occurring in the game. And I wonder if that's a good thing, because you're not supposed to technically notice sound effects because it's supposed to match into the world you're looking at. Or whether that means they could be better in some element or aspect.
Bit different. I always enjoy anything.
Mux Tour Talk gets a lot of focus on the sound stuff. Well, I'm gonna have to watch that at some point. That means the sound effects are good. Usually it means the sound effects are good. It's the same as like in editing. You've made a good transition when the human brain kind of skips over it, right? There are certain sound effects, though, that are supposed to be like a dopamine release into the back of your head. So a good example is New World. New World was a complete fuck-up with very many things. But the sound of someone mining in the mountains and the echo you hear off of it, that's a dopamine release. The sound of the old school rifle being fired in World of Warcraft vanilla, that's a dopamine release hit. I haven't seen any sound effects so far that like send that shiv up my spine. Nothing feels out of place. But nothing gives that like, oh my god, that feels so good sound. I wonder if that's going to happen in a future expansion.
Anything Mesmer related, because I really went crazy on creating very disjointed sets of tones for the Mesmer, so it's always cool to revisit that and try to add to that palette.
When you can play it as a complete package, it starts to feel really cool.
Probably one of the largest hurdles that we run into when developing an elite specialization is trying to perceive all of the consequences of every change that you're going to make to the core profession.
We have a fairly limited space to work with, and we have to provide a lot of options there that all feel good to pick, while at the same time all feeling very distinct from each other.
Everything that you do, everything that you add is going to have an effect on every single component.
I think they try and stay away from audio sound, annoying sounds, because they know you'll hear it thousands of times. Yes, but there are certain audio sounds that will like give you a dopamine release, and you always avoid annoying sounds. So there's like audio tricks you can do so that the same sound isn't the same sound you're hearing repetitively, and it's like pitched up and down mildly, so that it prevents like that kind of fatigue and monotonous feeling that you get, because that way it tricks your brain into thinking that no two sounds are exactly the same, and it feels a lot more natural, right? But I'm very specifically talking about there are certain unique sounds that you will hear across certain MMORPGs that when you hear them, you're like, ah, yes, and then you carry on playing.
One of the crazier ideas we had was for the elementalist specialization, the Weaver. Because he can juggle 2 elements, we calculated exactly how many new skills that would end up being. And looking at that on paper, it's like, there's no way we're going to be able to make this many skills. But I think the team really came together, and he ended up having just a lot of really fun and interesting skills that he can combine.
It's kind of hard to get it just right, but we're definitely working toward the best feeling balance that we possibly can.
After you've built this stuff, you end up playing it for a while to see how it feels. Sometimes you scrap it.
Look at this. Look how beautiful this is. Look at this. Look. I bet this room smells fucking horrendous. Oh, this is exactly. Oh, this is what it should look like. None of this fancy office shit. None of these weird things. Just a bunch of nerds doing the shit they love in an office. Oh, God. Oh, this is exactly what a game dev office should look like.
We can.
After you've built this stuff, you end up playing it for a while to see how it feels. Sometimes you scrap it early, sometimes you stick with it for a while, then scrap it later. And other times, it only needs a couple of small adjustments to make it work the way you want it to.
The Firebrand, the Hollowsmith, the Renegade, they underwent like virtually complete revamps at multiple points in time. Utilities, traits, just about everything.
The Scourge had to go through a lot of work. For a while, it was the case that people just wanted to stack the shades on top of one another. And we're like, hey, this is cool, but at the same time, we want to make sure that this character has like the grand field play. Like it's a puppeteer and allowing allies to survive and enemies to, well, to die, I guess.
And we have to look at it across multiple modes of gameplay, which are very different. We have to look at it from like one-on-one.
I bet everyone in this office on their breaks is playing Magic the Gathering. Every last one of them, or they've got a Warhammer tabletop game. Okay, well maybe not this guy. This guy's jerking off in the office. This guy's fucking busting nuts. That's why he's faced away from his coworkers. Maybe not him, but everyone else. They've got like a TTRPG going in the basement on Warhammer. No, not this guy, but everyone else.
1s to 5-on-5s to many-on-manys, and then we have to look at it 50 people against a world boss in numerous scenarios. And those all need to feel like your profession has a role that they can fulfill.
I think what's great about Guild Wars is that there are 9 different professions that already play pretty differently from each other. And I think Elite Specializations kind of allow you to either dip your toes into what a different profession might experience or to just try an entirely different play style that you hadn't considered before.
I want players to feel excited, hopefully a little bit overwhelmed at the choices that they have, and the feeling that all of the choices that they make are going to feel meaningful and awesome.
Oh, that looks good. Man, all of that looks so good. That all looks so fucking good. Like, all of this is actually hyping me up. I don't know how the fuck I'm sitting here getting hyped for an 8-year-old expansion, but holy shit, this is... Oh, fuck. Oh, it's beautiful. So, I'm going to read the blurb on these because we don't really need to go through the videos. We kind of already saw that in the trailer. So, we'll just go through this here. Hello and welcome, Tyrians, to a deeper look at the 9 new elite specializations coming in Guild Wars 2 Path of Fire. Watch the developer diary above to learn about the process of designing new specializations. The benefit of the Weaver's abilities to do... Okay, no one cares about the Weaver. Irrelevant. Here we go. Based Giga Chad light character. The only one that matters. In Alona, the land of the Golden Sun, engineers work to harness solar power for their experiments and inventions. The innovation that's made the most impact in recent history is the Photon Forge, which allows engineers to create solid constructs of light. I bet that was either a Sylvari invention or a Char invention that was then stolen by the Asura. The innovation that's made the most impact, okay, Photon Forge, which allows engineers to create solid light constructs of light. It's extremely powerful, but dangerous. When it overheats, it causes damage to the user, while the Hollowsmith enjoys a large amount of damage, dealing, and utility. They need to monitor their resources carefully. Well, I'm gonna fuck that up. That said, Hollowsmiths can take advantage of their heat output in a variety of ways. ways. Their sword and utility skills gain a plethora of bonuses and damage increases while the Photon Forge cools. More daring Holosmiths can take trait options that cause their forge to retain its heat, forcing a manual overheat that deals damage to nearby enemies as well as the engineer. That's cool, sacrificial gameplay. I like that, reminds me of the Warlock. Neither it's an invention by humans who worship glint. I mean, I'm not sure why you're talking about someone's glinterous in my stream here. Unless it's Queen Jenna's. But I suppose that's acceptable. I just had the worst thought imaginable. Imagine someone has like an interview with the Guild Wars 2 dev, and they just pull out the fully matured glint dragon, and they just look at a glint, and I'm on the diagram. They're like, now tell me, Guild Wars 2 dev, where in this image would I find the glinterous? Can you imagine how they would stunlock the poor fucking dev, because that's not what he came to that interview for. People need to do that more to game devs. They need to fuck these game devs up by asking them stupid fucking questions like that. Anything involving explosions, Kanak probably had a hand in. The man loves a good boo. Kanak is so based, I believe it. Okay, firebrands are the remnants of a secret order lawmasters committed to the staunching of the corruption that spread through the desert since Palawa Joko's rise. They cleave the battlefield with their axe, and their tomes and mantras have potent effects. Okay, so this is just a paladin. This is a paladin. Healthy access to quickness through skills and traits. Stalwart speed trait grants quickness. Allies of the effect firebrands. Stability of the Aegis. Allows mantras liberation, mantra of solace, and Tome of Courage. You know, there was another game that used to use mantras all the time, and I believe it was the cleric or was the monk. I think it was cleric in Ion. Those had mantras all the time, so I could see how that would potentially work. And the Tome of Courage, which applies quickness to allies in addition to the native quickness gained from Mantra of Potence. To make your firebrand a supporting healer, consider taking the Lawmaster and Archivist Whisper traits. These will allow you to use the Tome of Resolve and its significant healing skills more frequently. Then we've got the Prostitute class. Instead of physically dodging attacks, it takes dicks to the face. Mirage uses their Mirage Cloak to force attacks to pass harmlessly through them. Is this going to be the Casimir class? Is this Casimir now? The same way she dodged the responsibility of taking care of her partner, she's now Mirage dodging the way out of the entire expansion. The Mirage Cloak can be used both defensively and offensively, so Mirage must make conscious choices on how they spend endurance. Activating Mirage Cloak offensively via the dodge button will enable ambush attacks. Ambushes are available on the first skill of every weapon set and are designed to complement each weapon playstyle. It's also possible to force all of your clones to use ambush attacks via the Illusory Ambush utility skill, or by taking the Infinite Horizon trait, which, when active, applies Mirage Cloak. Honestly, I feel like if you play a Mesmer long enough with all the illusions, you start developing schizophrenia. She's disappearing to go get some milk and cigs. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I don't know why she's going to get milk though, when she's got two heavy jugs right there. Let's see, Scourge, the Necromancer. Forsake their death shrouds for the ability to create areas of power by summoning sand shades. Shades restock regularly for frequent use. The Scourge's 2nd through 5th skills cause both the Necromancer and their shades to emanate the effects of those skills, providing everything from protective barriers for allies to fear for all enemies in range. The Scourge gains access to punishment skills, which removes boons as a secondary effect, so your debuffer class, and corrupt them into cripple and torment. So actually your Purge and Debuffer class. Sorry, I misspoke. Okay. The Ranger. The Soul Beast gains benefits from merging with the pet based on the pet's archetype. Each pet fits into one of the following archetypes: stout, ferocious, deadly, supportive, or versatile. Each pet can contain pets of multiple archetypes. If you want a supportive canine, merging with a Sylvan Hound will grant bonus healing power and access spiritual reprieve profession skills. If you want the power archetype and access to the worldly impact profession, merging with the Drakehound canine will provide those in addition to the canine family skills. All I'm saying, this is very Freudian, but they chose a white woman for the ranger and all they talk about is merging with canines. Man, the internet has really rotted my fucking brain. Okay, Renegade. Renegades perform well with an offensive support playstyle, enhancing allies' damage and disrupting enemies by summoning members of Kala's warband to the battlefield. They gain Kala's fervor as they fight or perform critical hits, which greatly increases the Renegade's damage output and grants might to abilities, to allies, through the heroic command skill. Renegades can also gain Kala's fervor through their adept trait choices: Ashen Demeanor, Blood Fury, and Wrought Iron Will. Each grant fervor under unique conditions met respectively by... Okay, so this is your pull off certain conditions and then you'll be fine. Okay, so this is playing a certain style that matches what you're doing. Understood. Kala wielded a greatsword in Guild Wars 1, not a short bow. Well, guess what? History decided to change what they're using. You know, history is very fluid and it's kind of a story we tell each other, but no one really knows the truth. Genghis Khan actually had 3 dicks. Well, here you go. Here's 3 dicks. The Deadeye. Okay, fuck this class. Never mind. Spellbreaker Warrior. When Palo Ajoka overthrew the Sun Spears and took over Elora, he issued an execution order for any person in his kingdom who wielded or owned a spear. The remaining Sun Spears went into hiding, breaking their traditional spears and forging their heads into daggers. Spellbreakers now wield those daggers. That's a nice piece of lore there. Now wield those daggers, specializing in exploiting their enemy's strengths and weaknesses. Many Spellbreaker traits nullify or punish magic. Loss of Urging grants adrenaline to the Spellbreaker and deals damage to foes upon removing their boons. Enchantment Collapse synergizes with this by removing additional boons in the area around the enemy whose boons have been stripped. If your enemies don't have any boons, it's possible to change traits to focus on full counter, which enhances a Spellbreaker's defensive and offensive capabilities. I think this is a pretty cool class to give to a warrior. I just do think, I can't help but think that this is them directly spitting in the face of Blizzard. Especially since they called it a Spellbreaker and they put it on a warrior. Golden Guardian has always been Magic Knight, not Paladin, dude. That's why it took fucking 3 expansions to use a fucking spear at land. Yeah, basically what this was, so from a lore perspective, this is building up to the idea of why this class uses daggers specifically. From a gameplay perspective, this is we're not putting fucking spears in the game. Fuck you. That's what that is. That's the subtext there. It's pretty clever of them to put it in that way. Oh, it's a cool lore reason. I'm not. Steven? Yes. I'm not putting another fucking weapon in this goddamn game. I can't do it. I haven't seen my kids for 6 months. I missed my sister's wedding. My dad put me on the disowned list. I'm not putting another fucking weapon in this game. I'm going home. Mike's just sitting there like, alright, we'll come up with a lore reason. And we'll give them daggers instead. No, it's stupider than that. Everyone kept begging them to bring back Dagger Warrior from Guild Wars 1, and this is their attempt to do it. Nobody, including warriors, use daggers. They are undertuned. Okay, so the Spellbreaker kind of sucks then because they're undertuned. That's kind of sad. That's real sad, because it seems like a really cool, flavored class. Right, so that was the elite specs. What else we got here? Developer diary. The joy of movement on mounts. There's always a joy in movement when you're mounting someone. Let's see what this is. Okay, this is probably going to be a full explanation of this video, so we're going to go through this.
We want to do something that really stands out and just focus on that and make it really, really good.
Is this
One
the
of the
same
big
thing?
things that
just
separates
chopped up?
Guild Wars 2 from a lot of other MMOs is that how you move through the world is a big part.
Oh, thank God. Look at that. Again. This is who God, look at him. You can see it in his eyes. You can see this guy hasn't slept for the last 48 hours. Look at his eyes. This man's fucking devastated. But I bet he knows how to program the fuck out of an MMO.
Part of interacting with it.
We really wanted to push the joy of movement. We saw it work so well in the past.
Players might be expecting mounts in that other games do them. I don't think they're expecting mounts quite like how we've done them.
Him too. In most games, mounts are just the speed boost.
We could do that, and we could do it and take it one step further.
The thing we're trying to do with all the mounts is have them have very different methods of locomotion. So it's not just an aesthetic change when you get a new mount. It's also a bit of a
Even Michael Jackson over here. You can tell they know how to program a game.
gameplay and game style change.
Your mount is effectively part of your character. It gives your character tools to move around the world and interact with the world in ways you couldn't before.
What makes mounts the most fun is how they feel when you're riding them.
And so we actually started with the movement abilities and really designed the mounts around them to a great extent.
Different abilities that really stood out from one another without being overly complicated.
We knew we wanted something that would jump forwards primarily at high speed. We knew we wanted something that would be more vertical. We wanted something that would give you a good experience on water.
When we decided to add mounts and then decided to give them these movement tools, it had an effect on particularly map design.
They play D&D 3.5, none of this current stuff. Oh yeah, you can tell they don't even know. If you said the words 5E, I bet half of them would never respect you again. And the other half are reaching for a weapon.
The new maps that we'll be adding in Path of Fire are actually much larger than our normal maps.
We want to make sure that the environments were big enough to feel like you were traveling great distances.
They really take advantage of the mount's faster movement speeds, movement abilities.
It's really smart to make a wide expanse game where everything's all like spread out and then give people mounts. That's really smart.
Could really go back and start to carve
That's
out
big brain.
specific jumps and areas tailored for each mount.
A lot of our terrain is got a lot of shortcuts and hidden
That's
nooks and crannies.
There's more variety in these maps than we've ever had before.
When we were first coming up with our current set of mounts, it starts from finding a creature that also works with the movement mechanic. And then usually a concept artist will go out and mock up some concepts of like what the mount could be.
I was amazed at how well the art team pulled out the personality for every single mount.
Got the cool one, the sleek one, we got the cute, amicable one.
Some people had some reserves about how cute the giant bunny was.
I personally had doubts that a giant rabbit would really fit into the Guild Wars
It's just Muad'Dib from fucking Dune. I'm fine with that.
universe.
I absolutely love it, and I am thrilled that there is a place in Guild Wars for cuter things.
A good mount is something that you could fall in love with, something that complements the design of your character.
The one thing I really want players to think when they first experience a mount is that sense of connection.
Not one of these people have any light in their eyes. Yes, because they took their soul out of their body and put it into the game. They made a fucking Horcrux.
The audio made a big difference for mounts. It really helped them come alive.
The way I really approached mounts from the beginning was to try to give each one of them their very own sense of the proper weight and scale.
This guy again. how do you describe your job to other people? So what do you do in the office, Steve? Well, every day I go in, I stand in front of a microphone and I put a tube in my mouth and I make wacky noises. And you get paid good money for this? Oh yes, very good.
We really wanted to sell the thought of them being large presences in the world.
We had a system for how all of the characters move, and that system wasn't going to work for the mounts, so we had to build an entirely new movement layer.
Then it was a process of iterations after iterations after iterations. Our artists have gone to great lengths to give these things a personality, to make all this look really smooth and lifelike, and I think the effect is quite impressive.
They fucking succeeded. They fucking succeeded. Of what little I've experienced of the mounts, playing the Raptor, they succeeded. Holy shit.
It really provides this feeling of each mount is its own experience, even just basic movement around the world.
I really hope that the designs will stand out from each other and everybody could maybe have a favorite.
I don't think anybody was expecting mounts done in exactly this way. So even the folks who are looking forward to mounts are going to have, I think, a lot of really nice surprises waiting for them.
Did you send it to me? I don't see it anywhere, Jimmy. That was good. Man, okay, I can see why people got hyped for this shit. Fuck, these guys, at this point, they gotta be on top of the world. They can't miss at this point. Holy shit. Check your DMs. What, on Twitch? What do you mean on Discord? Oh, you mean for that charity stuff? You mean that stuff? Yeah. No, I saw that. I've got your stuff down. Don't worry about that. Fuck, where was I? Now I've lost it. There it is. Okay. The lore video. Which one is this? Oh, okay. So this I'm saving. This video I'm saving. This is what we're watching before I start Path of Fire. So I'm caught up to the story. This is for Monday. And then we have, to round things off, the last video, the last piece, the launch trailer. Yeah. This is it. This is the culmination of all their effort, of a bunch of absolute animals working their ass off to make a fucking amazing expansion. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you, if I was playing through Heart of Thorns back in the day when it was the most relevant content, and I saw that they were going to make Path of Fire, I would have lost my fucking mind in excitement. Because Heart of Thorns was good enough that I would have been like, God damn, I'm so excited for what they do next. Even with all of its mistakes, all of its problems. I would have been on top of the fucking world knowing that Path of Fire was coming out. I would have had such little cynicism in my eyes, because this is about the time that I was making videos about New World and I thought it was going to be good. If I was playing Guild Wars 2 instead, holy fuck, I would have been as naive, and maybe the light would still be in my eyes because they would have lived up to the expectation. Maybe. And I guess we're going to find that out on Monday. But for now, this is the last video of today. And then we're going to fuck off and get some sleep. You shouldn't be here. You should already be asleep. But let's see what they had to offer us as a last little special tidbit before the release of Path of Fire.
Peggy 12.
What happened to you out in the desert?
It's a powder keg over there, and that maniac has already lit the
Oh, look at him.
fuse. One person against a god of war.
We know there's something in the desert that will help us turn the tide against Balthazar.
Look how good that looks. Look how fucking good that looks.
Will this be your first god fight?
Yeah. You?
The Elder Dragons will die by my hands.
What he means to say is, I will suck off every dragon I see, and you can't stop me.
Their power will become my power.
You know what's weird is the weakest part of this trailer so far has been the animations on Balthazar's face. But something, like, it seems so uncanny. Like, all the characters seem to fit. And then something about Balthazar's face here. It looks out of place. Didn't I see the Casimir face? Did I miss Casimir? Hold on. Let's see. That seems fine. That's disappointing, Manifesto, because I hate that fucking Deadeye class. That seems fine. That seems fine.
So, will this be your first
Kanak?
god fight?
Yeah. You?
That looks fine.
The Elder Dragons will die by my hands.
See, his face seems off. There's nothing wrong with Casimir's face. That's just a woman. What are you talking about? There, do you see it? Do you see it? How weird his face looks. Something's off about the animation on his face there.
I fear he may get the weapon. If he does, the consequences will be unpredictable. We're gonna kill a god or what?
Is that Juicy Smollett?
What?
We cannot defeat him on our own.
There's no coming back. We must strike now.
Oh, that looks cool. Okay, that looks cool.
No more running, Balthazar! Face me!
That looks cool as fuck. Alright. Overall, I would give that trailer only a 6 out of 10. I feel like they could have done a much better job with that trailer. I think we just discovered one of Guild Wars 2's biggest problems here is selling the great ideas that they have to people. It looks like I don't know if this changes in the future, but it looks like when it comes to like front-end production of videos and stuff, they have trouble selling a story to people. Because in-game it's great, but out-of-game looking at this, if I didn't know anything about Guild Wars 2 and I saw this trailer, I'd be like, maybe I'll try it if I have time after I'm done taking a dump and playing chess. You know, like, that doesn't hype me up as much as it should. Their problem is front-end. At least in this era of Guild Wars 2. They really have a problem selling their ideas. There's some concept art and screenshots on the Path of Fire website you can check out if you want. It's the first link in the message. Yeah, okay, yeah, I saw that. I might take a look at that. I might need to disappear though. I might not have the time, we'll see. Heart of Stone stylized trailer better. Yeah, I think they did a bad job with this. I think they could have told a better story here to hype people up for the game. I mean, think about this. This trailer only got 7,000 views and 50 fucking likes. And one of those is me liking it right now. Oh, it's because it's unlisted. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Disregard my opinion. I didn't realize this was unlisted. But something, I don't know, something feels off about their ability to sell a story to people. I think they could do a much better job of that, especially with what they've got to sell to people. Have you seen this? What's this? This better not be a long one. I gotta disappear soon. Oh yeah, I've seen that. I remember that. I want an air version of that, except I want to keep the proportions. I feel like they need to keep the proportions. I've seen that shit, that weird freakish fucking sex doll thing. I've seen that too many times, actually. There's one with Timey, that's even worse. That's just disgusting. Right. We'll take a quick look at this. Just a quick look. We're honored to share this journey with 11 million players. We've spent 5 amazing years, so they have 11 million years, 11 million players. How the fuck have they not, like, hit escape velocity and overtaken other MMOs? How is this not the top MMO at this point in time? I'm missing a piece of this puzzle. It's more than poor marketing. It has to be more than poor marketing. I know a piece of that puzzle is the core gameplay experience just turns a lot of people off of the game. 11 million unique accounts not playing currently, let alone concurrent. Yeah. So I think when they say 11 million players, what they're meaning is there are 11 million accounts. I know that they're doing that deception, but something feels off here. Something feels like they're missing a component of something when it comes to marketing. Right, when it comes to actually selling their idea to people. I know there's going to be a huge bounce rate of people who play the core gameplay experience of Guild Wars 2 and never want to touch the fucking game again in their lives. I know that people probably got tired of Heart of Thorns, burned out, and then didn't come back. I know that there are other competing MMORPGs that do a better job of selling their ideas to people. But there's something I'm missing here. There's a lot more I'm missing here. There's more than one piece I'm missing to this puzzle. Yeah, and the horizontal progression turns a lot of MMO players off. Yeah, I suppose it would. It's hard to say. I like the horizontal progression. For my small experience with Final Fantasy and while brainwashed people, it's always, it doesn't look good. Yeah, no, it doesn't click with me. I like my Lemmings quest. Is there raids? I don't like not being able to become stronger. Yeah, I think Guild Wars 2, part of the problem is probably what you're saying, where what it's doing is so far outside the wheelhouse of what people are comfortable with that they're not willing to try it. And another component is probably the visuals. There's always going to be some component of people turned off by the visual style. And there's no point in changing that because they're never coming back anyway. Right? You can't be made for everyone. That's not going to work. Now let's see. As we launch Guild Wars 2 Path of Fire, we'd like to thank all Guild Wars 2 fans for the support, enthusiasm, and creativity and community spirit. It's been 5 years counting. The first year set foot in Tyria during 2012 launch, and we're excited to play alongside you as you venture into the Crystal Desert and Alona. To mark the occasion, we put together some fun numbers to illustrate the path players have taken through the world of Guild Wars 2. We're honored to have come so far on this journey with you, and the future is looking bright. Brought all kinds of characters, 53 million characters created. Most popular character combo. Human male warrior. I cannot believe how absolutely fucking based the goddamn Guild Wars 2 community is. Human guy with sword is the most created character. Oh my fucking god. Oh shit. Based as fuck. God damn. Most unique character combo, female Char Revan. What this translates to is least played character combo. People don't want to play a cat revenant, especially not if it's female. That's what you learn here. But male guy with sword? Immersive fantasy world. What are you playing? Man with sword. Fucking amazing. I love that so much. Oh my god, I love that so much. Oh, it's so beautiful. You've met so many new friends. 900,000 or so guilds created. 430 million renown hearts completed. These are the shittiest quests. $78 billion experience points? Okay, that doesn't really matter. That's just XP points. That's arbitrary because you can set XP to whatever you feel like it needs to be in a game. 5 billion? World versus world badges? Now that's impressive. 16 million PvP rank up chests. You've seen Tyria vastly changed by frequent Living World releases and 2 expansions as you fought against Scarlet's Reign of Terror, witnessed Mormoth's rise and uncovered Balthazar's betrayal. Your story and world grew to include 61 free releases, 2 million new words of voice and text. Should be more. From the rolling fields of Kryta and the unfathomable depths of Draconis Mons, you've walked the path of a champion of Tyria. And today, your journey is about to take you even further. Man, I would have been so fucking hyped for this experience. The trailer was kind of shitty. I'm gonna be honest with you. The trailer was missing something. It wasn't as good as it was supposed to be. Now look at Jar Jar Binks and get aroused. One last time. Gaining power in Guild Wars 2 is based on skill and game knowledge. Most MMOs use the illusion of gaining power in never-ending level progression. Absolutely, they love keeping you on the treadmill, and guess what? It works. Now then, I'm gonna fuck off. I need to go get some goddamn sleep before I have a meeting in 3 hours. Shit. Right. You shouldn't be here. All of you should be living your lives. What's wrong with you? Monday, we're going to go through the story of everything leading up to Path of Fire, and then it's right into the expansion. Where are the ads? Where are the randomly viral clips? Where's the shitty rap music from a guy we don't know? Where's the Mortal Kombat trailer, goddammit? Yeah, you just got here. I've been streaming for a long time, MJ. Goddamn, I've been streaming for a while. Yeah, where's the mumble rapper going and then going gang gang halfway through the song? That's what we really need. That would have made the trailer pop off. That would have appealed to them kiddies. Jesus. Man, what happened? What happened to rap music? Once upon a time it was really good. I'm so fucking old. I'm sure kids love their rap music. Can you DM me that image? I will at some point. I'll probably do it tomorrow. Now, I'm gonna disappear. All of you, go live your goddamn lives. I'm exhausted. And I've got still a whole day's work to do tomorrow. I hope you're proud of yourselves. You destroyed me. Just preparing for Path of Fire fucking destroyed me. Now, good night, good morning, wherever the fuck you are. Go live your life. Goodbye. See you on Monday.